Chapter 1233. Luo Tian wins and advances to the ranking battle. The fourth round. Luo Tian won easily. He walked down from the arena. At this time, Hai Fengtian walked towards him. Hai Fengtian smiled and said, "Congratulations, you've advanced to the ranking battle." Luo Tian said lightly, "If you have something to say, just say it." He was definitely up to no good. Hai Fengtian frowned and stared at Luo Tian with a contemptuous sneer. He said, "Do you know why you can advance so easily?" "That's because I don't want you to climb any higher. That way, falling down would be even more painful. You would die from the pain. Luo Tian, you should properly enjoy tomorrow's ranking battle." After that, Hai Fengtian left. Lu Zhan walked up and asked, "What did he say to you?" Luo Tian shook his head and said, "Nothing." Lu Zhan looked at Hai Fengtian's back and murmured, "This old guy must be up to something." The next day's competition ended easily. Luo Tian advanced, Lu Zhan advanced, and Huang Fuya also advanced. There were no big accidents. During these competitions, Luo Tian only slightly noticed that one person looked like Lin Dong. In addition to the different appearance, the body movement, the movements, and the skills used were somewhat similar. In Ren Xiaoyao's small courtyard. As for the other two, you don't have to worry. They must still be alive and must be in Cloud Mist College. The purpose of Haijia sending them here is to find the secret training place of super talents. If I'm not wrong, those hidden warriors in Haijia will ask to test their talents and enter the secret training place with the qualification of super talents. One of the main reasons why Cloud Mist College could stand for tens of thousands of years was the secret training place. This was a different space. It could make people's cultivation quickly improve. It was also one of the strongest things that Cloud Mist College relied on. It was also something that Haijia wanted the most. Lu Zhan couldn't help but ask, "Oldrin, what exactly is this secret training ground? Apart from those super talented geniuses, do we have a chance to enter? Geniuses like me should be able to enter, right?" Rin Xiaoyao slapped the back of Lu Zhan's head and said, "You want to go in there? The secret training grounds are only open to super talented martial artists. Everyone else is not qualified to enter. If you want to enter, you must obtain enough points." Speaking of points, Ren Xiaoyao looked at Luo Tian and said, "Tomorrow is the qualifying competition. No matter you win or lose, you are already a student of Cloud Mist College. After becoming a student, you must get enough points to be qualified to participate in this year's exchange meeting with the students of Abyss College. It will be of great help to you." Luo Tian was slightly stunned and said, "August 15th, the exchange meeting on the night of the full moon?" Ran Xiaoyao said, "Yes, every year the two colleges will send new disciples to have a martial arts exchange. Last year it was Cloud Mist College. This year it is Abyss College. Although it is a Devil's Doctrine college, don't underestimate them. Their talents are also extremely abnormal. Moreover, only students who participate in the exchange meeting are qualified to compete for the title of the strongest student next year. Every year there would be an exchange meeting, the exchange of freshmen between the two colleges. There were a total of 15 disciples, and there were 5 substitute disciples who took turns to compete. Furthermore, these 20 disciples would all win the title of the strongest student next year. This was a rare opportunity for freshmen. Lu Zhan became excited and said, "Ha, I will definitely become one of them. Wait for it. I will make Abyss College tremble for my talent." Without waiting for him to finish, Ren Xiaoyao gave him a knock on the head, causing a big bump to appear on Lu Zhan's head. He grimaced while holding the headache. Luo Tian's heart moved. He didn't think so far ahead. Instead, he thought of what happened in the Wuliang Mountains. Abyss College, Abyss Cave Mansion, Shadow Mineral Vein, and the location of the second treasure left by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. Then this time I must get the qualifications. Luo Tian asked, What are the conditions for the selection of exchange students? Rin Xiaoyao said, ordinary students need 1,000 points to exchange for a place in the competition. It is only an internal selection of the college. If you are a super talented student, you can participate directly without any points. Luo Tian nodded and said, Isn't this a bit unfair for ordinary students? Rin Xiaoyao said, There is no fairness in this world. What's more, the potential of super talents is much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Naturally, more opportunities are left for them. Luo Tian, your talent. After you become a student of Cloud Mist College the day after tomorrow, quickly choose the mission. There is not much time left. There is still a month. 1,000 points are a bit difficult, but I believe in you. 1,000 points were too many. It was impossible to complete it in a month. There was almost no precedent of ordinary warriors participating in the selection before. There was only 1 month from enrollment to the selection. 1,000 points were impossible to complete. Luo Tian smiled and said, I will work hard. Lu Zhan also said firmly, I will work hard too. When I go to the Abyss College, I will charm a lot of beautiful girls. At that time I will be cool, ha ha ha. Without waiting for him to finish, Rin Xiaoyao's bump came again. Lu Zhan cried out in pain, You old man, when I step into the sovereign realm, I will teach you a lesson. It hurts so much. Luo Tian looked at the night sky. Sister Shui, are you okay? I miss you. Wait for me. I will become a chosen one as soon as possible and refine the antidote to the soul poison as soon as possible. Wait for me. Yesterday, when the Holy Virgin of Phoenix Mountain appeared, Luo Tian missed Li Shuer and Chanchan more in the Tianxian continent. It had been almost a year since he came to the ancient world. He didn't know what the current situation of the Tianxian continent was like. He didn't know how Li Shuer's condition was now. This was what Luo Tian was most worried about. Rin Xiaoyao came out and saw Luo Tian staring at the night sky in a daze. Since the appearance of the Holy Virgin of Phoenix Mountain, he felt that Luo Tian was a little abnormal. He couldn't help but step forward and say, That Holy Virgin also joined Cloud Mist College today. Does she look like your friend? Luo Tian collected his thoughts and said slightly, A little, but their personalities are different. Elder Ren, I came to Cloud Mist College to find the person who refined the antidote to the soul poison. Can you help me find him? Rin Xiaoyao frowned. When he heard Luo Tian talk about the soul poison yesterday, he couldn't help but be shocked. He sighed softly and said, The alchemist has been wandering around the world. He hasn't come back in the past 10 years. I don't know where he is now. He left to find the antidote formula for the soul poison. Chapter 1234. What? Luo Tian's heart sank. He had been holding this hope when he came to Cloud Mist College. Cloud Mist College was the strongest college in Zhongzhou State. There were many masters there. Someone must know the formula of the antidote to the soul poison. But now, Luo Tian seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body swayed, and he could not stand steadily. Was the clue broken? Fantasy Fairy knew some antidote formulas for the soul poison, but it was not comprehensive. Fantasy Fairy also said that she could not fully deduce the formula of the antidote to the soul poison with her current understanding. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. Rin Xiaoyao did not know that the antidote to the soul poison was so important to Luo Tian. How could the soul poison, which was difficult to appear even in the ancient continent, appear in the lower plains? Was it because the lower plains were the source continents? Ren Xiaoyao looked at Luo Tian's painful appearance and said, That old alchemist must still be alive. Maybe he will come back one day. And his brother is the current acting dean, Tianlong. Maybe he knows something about the antidote to the soul poison. In an instant, Luo Tian's eyes were fixed. He looked at Ren Xiaoyao and said, Really? At this moment, he was like grabbing a life-saving straw in the vast sea. His shattered hope was rekindled. Rin Xiaoyao did not know what to say. He said, "Don't worry. I will tell Dean Huangfu about this. He will definitely find a way to get the antidote formula for the soul poison. Your top priority now is tomorrow's ranking battle. Dean Tianlong has never been optimistic about you. If you can get first place this time, maybe he'll look at you differently. Next time, it will be easier for you to ask him for the antidote formula for the soul poison." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely win the first place tomorrow. No difficulty will be able to stop my footsteps. No one." Early in the morning, the college was boiling. The news that the Saintess of Tianshan had joined Cloud Mist College spread like wildfire. The entire Cloud City was boiling. It had been 100 years since the last time the Saintess was born. The last time was at the Four Divine Beasts continent. From that day onwards, the Four Divine Beasts continent suppressed the Church of Europe, becoming the most powerful continent of the 5 continents. The Four Divine Beasts clan became the most powerful clan as well. For the past 100 years, no one could shake the might of the Four Divine Beasts. This time he appeared in the central continent, and it was the Cloud Mist College, which ignited the fire in everyone's heart. One had to know, among the 5 continents, the Central Province continent was located in the middle of the other 4 continents. It had the smallest area and was constantly oppressed by the other 4 great forces. Moreover, it was the weakest among the 5 continents. This gave the martial artists of the central continent a glimmer of hope to rise. Some people were happy. Naturally, there were people who were angry. "Pa, a bunch of trash. All of you are trash. You didn't even know that the Saintess had appeared in Misty Cloud City until now. If it wasn't for Sky Dragon, we would still be in the dark. I really don't know what the Haijia raised you for." Hai Tong Tian was strangely angry. The Phoenix Sky Mountain was the #1 sacred mountain in the ancient continent. The energy it contained was boundless. There was a rumor. There was a god on the sacred mountain, a powerhouse in the divine realm. There were also rumors that the sacred mountain was the gateway to the divine realm. No force, even the current 4 divine beasts, dared to show the slightest disrespect to the sacred mountain. Its power was unimaginable. Many elders in the hall lowered their heads, especially the leader of the shadow group. Too many things had happened in the past few days. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and the Saintess of the Phoenix Sky Mountain. He couldn't investigate it all. Moreover, under the pressure of Hai Tongtian yesterday, he had sent all his men to investigate the Azure Dragon's roar. Who would have thought that the Saintess of the Sky Mountain would suddenly appear? An elder stepped forward and said, "Patriarch, the Saintess of the Sky Mountain is indeed powerful. However, the rules of the Sky Mountain are that we don't dare to mess with the secular world. The Saintess' appearance in the Cloud Mist College won't change anything. If we can accept the Cloud Mist College, wouldn't she be one of the Haijia's people? That's right. The Sacred Mountain's rules are like the heavens. We will never break them. Once we break them, her qualifications as the Saintess will be revoked. This won't hinder our plan. On the contrary, we can speed up the pace." The elders began to speak one by one. Hai Tongtian looked at them helplessly. However, when he thought about it, it was really as they said. The rules of the Sacred Mountain were that they didn't interfere with the affairs of the secular world. They had their own goals. Once they achieved their goals, they would automatically leave. However, Hai Tongtian was still a bit worried. This was because the last time the Saintess appeared in the 4 Divine Beast continent, she didn't interfere with the conflict between the 4 Divine Beasts clan and the Church. However, the 4 Divine Beasts clan mysteriously won, and it was a complete victory. From this, they established the foundation for dominating the ancient continent. Hai Tongtian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Looks like I have to let the Emperor Dragon come out of seclusion early." The people of the Azure Dragon clan appeared. The Saintess of the Phoenix Sky Mountain appeared again. With the addition of Luo Tian, who was at the peak of his power, the Cloud Mist College was now incomparably noisy. Even the entire central region began to move. This wasn't all. After the appearance of the Saintess of the Phoenix, the powers of the other 4 continents all began to move. Experts from all over the world were silently entering Cloud Mist City, Cloud Mist College on the field. There was a hubbub of voices and heads moving. The number of people was several times greater than the number of people from 2 days ago. The ranking tournament was indeed exciting. However, many people wanted to see the Saintess' elegant demeanor. They wanted to see what the legendary Saintess looked like. When Luo Tian and Lu Zhan arrived at the field, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Lu Zhan clicked his tongue. So many people. Could it be that they are all here to see this young master? As he spoke, he even tidied up his hair. He winked at the passing beauties and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome and cool, but in reality was very wretched. The group of girls were so scared that they quickly ran far away. Pervert! Lu Zhan completely ignored them and said with a self-satisfied expression, "Did you see that?" When those beauties saw me, they all ran far away. They must have been charmed by this young master's handsomeness. Ha ha ha! Hey, boss, wait for me. While Lu Zhan was thinking about spring, Luo Tian could no longer listen and walked far away. Luo Tian, let's see where you can run to today. Tsunami stopped Luo Tian, his face full of disdain, and said, "If it wasn't for Uncle Feng Tian's arrangements, you would have already lost to my sword. Today is the ranking tournament. Let's see where you can hide." Huang Tianyu could not help but sneer. "Luo Tian, if I were you, I would secretly leave and return to the ravine, never coming out for the rest of my life, because this is the only way you might be able to escape this calamity. What are the 2 of you so arrogant for?" At this moment, Huang Fuya also walked up with a cold expression and said faintly, "Tsunami, are you very arrogant? Let's see if your ancient demon beast bloodline is stronger, or if my time and space bloodline is stronger. And you, Huang Tianyu, who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to be arrogant?" Huang Fu, you didn't give them any face at all, and said that they were useless. Huang Tianyu's expression was extremely ugly, and his fists were clenched tightly. Tsunami frowned and stared at Huang Fu coldly. He thought to himself, "Today Luo Tian is going to die. You, Huang Fuya, will die as well. Just wait and see how I will torture you to death. You be *TCH. Huang Tianyu was extremely unhappy and snorted, "Bitch, bitch, bitch!" Huang Fuya pulled Luo Tian and walked away. This made Lu Zhan, who was behind Luo Tian, feel envious again. Huang Fuya revealed the expression of a young miss and said condescendingly, "How are you going to thank me? If I didn't help you out just now, who knows how they would humiliate you? I don't want you to thank me. Just call me Big Sister." Lu Zhan immediately took a step forward and said with a smile, "Big Sister." He was completely shameless. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I didn't ask you to help me out, and I don't need you to help me because they won't live past today." Huang Fuya was instantly unhappy. She pouted and said angrily, "Humph, you are so powerful and arrogant. I want to see how you are going to make them die today. Someone told me to tell you something, but I am very unhappy now. I won't say anything more. Just wait and see how you will suffer." Humph. Huang Fuya had just taken a few steps when she turned around and glared at Luo Tian and said, "Today I will officially challenge you and I will defeat you." Humph. With that, she angrily left. Lu Zhan smiled and waved his hand. "Big Sister, have a good time. Come again, Big Sister." When Huang Fuya's figure completely disappeared, Lu Zhan suddenly turned around and said to Luo Tian, "Damn, you actually said that to such a beautiful girl. Aren't you making her sad? If she's sad, I'm sad, and if I'm sad, hey, let me finish, don't go." In another place, Huang Fuya was so angry that she stomped her feet and clenched her fists. She had the urge to go crazy. She looked so cute when she was angry. Yunmeng couldn't help but say under the cloak, "Don't be angry. Did you tell him what I asked you to do? Huang Fu directly said, No, isn't Luo Tian strong? Isn't he arrogant? I want to see how arrogant he can be in the suppression formation. Let's see how arrogant he can be when he can't use those powerful techniques. Humph. Yi Yunming's face was shocked, and she scolded. Why didn't you tell him? It's not like you don't know how powerful the suppression formation is. He can't even beat a level 3 Taiyan opponent in that formation. How can he resist the tsunami of the 10,000 illusions realm? He'll die in there. She immediately became worried. Huang Fuya calmed down and realized that she had gone too far. She muttered like a child who had done something wrong. I'll go tell him now. It was also at this moment. Lu Feng loudly read the name list. Luo Tian versus Hai Hong, Formation Stage 18. It's over. The match has begun. It's Formation Stage 18 again. Yi Yuming's body went soft, and she almost couldn't stand still. There was lightning and rain yesterday, probably because someone was going through a tribulation. The electricity and internet were directly cut off, and there was no way to update. Today, the internet was still cut off. An old cow had to run to a town more than 10 kilometers away to update. It was really miserable. When the internet was restored, Old Cow would make up for yesterday's update. Sorry. Chapter 1235. When Lu Feng read out the name, he deliberately glanced at Hai Feng Tian, who was on the judge's table. Hai Feng Tian nodded slightly. Immediately after, Lu Feng read out the number of Luo Tian's battle boundary, the 18th boundary. The 18th boundary was a little different. Since the establishment of this boundary, it had emitted a different light from the other boundaries. But now it couldn't be detected. It was right here. Chen Yijian had told Luo Tian to pay attention to the boundary. Luo Tian sensed every boundary and couldn't find the problem. So he didn't take it to heart and didn't let Xiaoyao say anything. Hai Hong sneered and walked into the boundary before Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian, who was walking step by step, she said to herself, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, your life will end here. Luo Tian walked up the steps and stepped into the boundary. Huang Fu hurriedly ran from behind. Don't go in, not waiting for her to finish. Luo Tian had already walked into the boundary. He looked back at Huang Fuya and didn't hear what she had just said. Buzz, rumble, puff. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank. His whole body seemed to be crushed by dozens of pressure. His body was bent down, his legs were almost unstable, his body was shaking, and his face was instantly crushed. Bai Qi came over, uncomfortable. His mind, sea of consciousness, and internal organs were all crushed by an inexplicable force. At this moment, Fantasy Fairy immediately said, Suppression boundary. This is a suppression boundary. Oh no. Did someone collect your blood or hair? You can't fight. Hurry up and crush the identity token. You can't fight in this enchantment. Hurry. Fantasy Fairy had never been as anxious as she was now because she knew very well how powerful the enchantment was. The pressure was more than 10 times. The physical body was crushed. The strength was crushed. The speed was crushed. Even the cultivation technique he used would be suppressed, making it difficult for him to release it. This was the most powerful aspect of a space master. There was no one in Cloud Mist College who could create this kind of suppression barrier. The only possibility was Haijia. It was Hai Fengtian's doing. At the judges' table, Hai Fengtian revealed a complacent sneer and said, Arrogant? Let's see how arrogant you can be today, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, today is the day you die. Complacent. He was exceptionally pleased with himself. When the barrier was first released, the people who activated it were the space masters from Haijia. Using a trace of Luo Tian's dried blood to enter the enchantment, it formed a suppression enchantment. When the enchantment was opened, it flashed a strange light. After 2 days, the strange light completely disappeared. Furthermore, in the past 2 days, Luo Tian hadn't entered the 18th arena, so he didn't know that the 18th arena was specially set up for him. Suppression enchantment. Rin Xiaoyao's face was angry. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Haifeng Tian, and scolded. Haifeng Tian, remove the suppression enchantment immediately. Otherwise, don't force me to do it. Yu Tianhai also stood up and said, Haifeng Tian, you've gone too far. Using a suppression enchantment to deal with Luo Tian, a first-stage Taiyan? Furthermore, Haijia signed an agreement with Dean Huangfu. The higher-ups of Haijia can't do anything to Luo Tian. Do you want to violate the agreement? The suppression enchantment was a very terrifying existence. This enchantment was only for one person. The others would not be affected in any way in the enchantment, just like Hai Hong. His strength and cultivation were not suppressed at all. Even if someone's blood was integrated into the enchantment when refining the space, it could also improve the cultivation. Haifeng Tian looked proud. He sat leisurely in his seat without moving. He didn't even look at Rin Xiaoyao and said contemptuously, What suppression enchantment? I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Rin Xiaoyao immediately became angry. He frowned and shouted, Haifeng Tian, in the whole Yunlan city, only you, Haijia, have a space master who can refine a suppression enchantment. Don't pretend to be confused. You know very well that the number 18 enchantment is obviously set up for Luo Tian. Haifeng Tian sneered and said, Which eye of yours saw me setting up a suppression enchantment? Rin Xiaoyao, who are you now? How dare you call my name directly? Don't forget that you're just an ordinary teacher now. You're not even qualified to talk to me now. You! Rin Xiaoyao's face was ferocious. He was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his 7 orifices. Haifeng Tian smiled proudly and said, Whether the number 18 enchantment is a suppression enchantment or not is not up to you. How about this? Let's vote. Those in favor of continuing the competition, raise your hand. As soon as Haifeng Tian finished speaking, 5 of the 9 people in the voting group raised their hands instantly without any consideration at all. Hee, Haifeng Tian laughed and said, It seems that the competition is going to continue. Rin Xiaoyao, if you still think that it's a suppression enchantment, you can complain to the academy after the competition. I'll cooperate with the investigation, but now the competition continues. Ha ha ha, Haifeng Tian said unscrupulously, You're no match for me at all. Rin Xiaoyao was not convinced and said slightly, Elder Yu, you stay here and watch. I'll go find Dean Huangfu. Without waiting for him to leave, Haifeng Tian laughed and said, It's useless to find Dean Tianlong. Even if the old dean comes, everything has to be done after the competition. Ha ha ha, this was the school rule. And now that they had entered the enchantment, everything had to be done after the competition. The anger in Rin Xiaoyao's heart almost made him crazy. In an instant, his figure turned into countless phantoms and landed in the sky above the number 18 enchantment. He roared suddenly and said, Luo Tian, crush your identity wooden plate immediately and give up the competition. He couldn't fight anymore. It was impossible to win the competition in this enchantment. The only result was death. His voice shook the sky and the entire square was shocked. Lu Zhan didn't know what had happened at all. He only knew after asking Huangfuya. He immediately cursed. Haifeng Tian, F***CK, your ancestors. How can you be so despicable? Huangfuya kept saying, It's my fault. It's my fault. I was childish just now and didn't tell him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have walked into the enchantment. What should we do now? What should we do? Huangfuya was so anxious that she cried. Not far away, Yunmeng under the black cloak was in tears. Hai Shou and Huang Tianyu smiled proudly at the same time. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, prepare to die, ha ha ha. You want to fight with me? Who do you think you are? Proud and arrogant. Luo Tian was like rain. His body was almost crushed to the ground, and he was panting like a cow. He gritted his teeth and asked, Admit defeat? There's no such word in my world. Chapter 1236. Admit defeat? That was impossible. Since he was standing on stage, Luo Tian would definitely not admit defeat. No matter what, he wouldn't. There was no such thing as admit defeat in his dictionary. Boom, boom. With two loud sounds, Luo Tian placed both of his hands on the ground. Hoo, hoo, hoo! He gently raised his eyes and looked at Hai Hong, who was not far away. He sneered at Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly exerted his strength and shouted, "Jeppo!" Huh! Swish, his body moved. According to his previous speed, Jeppo's speed would exceed the speed of sound. He would instantly fall in front of Hai Hong. But now, just as he took a step forward, his body suddenly sank, and his speed directly dropped to 0. The speed of Jeppo was completely sealed, and his entire body was completely crushed. Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. Seeing him stop after taking a step forward, his body was on the verge of collapse, like an old man with one foot in the grave, about to fall down at any time. Ha 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 ha. I thought you were strong, but you're only SOSO, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You only took half a step. Go home and plant sweet potatoes like this. Don't embarrass yourself here. Luo Tian, hurry up and admit defeat. You want to become a student of Cloud Mist College like this? I think you're even worse than a beggar on the street. All sorts of mocking voices rang out. Hai Fengtian, who was at the judge's table, laughed the happiest. Ha 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 ha. I thought you could take a few steps, but I didn't expect you to only take one step. You're too weak. I really don't know how you won the competition 2 days ago. Lu Feng immediately flattered. No wonder his bid was only one profound coin. With this kind of strength, even if it was given to me for free, I wouldn't want it. It would be a waste of food. I really don't know why some people still treat him as a treasure. In fact, he's just a piece of trash, ha ha ha. Hai Fengtian immediately said, "That's right, trash will always be trash, no matter where it is. After offending me, Hai Jia, how can you have a good life?" Ha ha. What should we do? What should we do? Is there any way to break the suppression barrier? Huang Fu, yet anxiously, scurried around. Her eyes flashed as she immediately said, "I'll go find my father. My father's space-time grand shift will definitely be able to bring Luo Tian out." Definitely. Right at this moment, Luo Tian struggled to his feet again. He looked at Huang Fu outside the barrier and said, "Don't go to Dean Huang Fu." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian looked directly at Hai Fengtian, who was sitting on the judging panel, and said in a heavy tone, "You want me dead? I won't let you get what you want." His eyes darkened. His gaze turned ferocious as he stared coldly at Hai Hong. He said eerily, "Didn't you want me to die? Come on, if you have the guts, come on." Hai Hong's body trembled as she looked at Luo Tian's ferocious eyes. Fear rose in her heart, and her body couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, he was frightened. However, after a short second, he laughed coldly and said, "Do you think you're still the Luo Tian of the past? Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Your current cultivation isn't even at the martial void realm. I'm at the 3rd level of the Tai Yan realm. Just die for me." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Hai Hong's power burst out. 3rd level of the Tai Yan realm. With a machete in his hand, he transformed into countless blade shadows, sweeping up waves of blade chi hurricanes, releasing his strongest power. He said solemnly, "Watch me cut you into 18,000 pieces." The hurricane of blade chi swept over. Luo Tian stomped his right foot heavily, stood firm, and locked his eyes on Hai Hong. He did not care about the blade chi hurricane that was sweeping over. His target was Hai Hong. It's over. Ha ha ha. This kid is going to die. It's good that he's dead. Ren Xiaoyao slapped his thigh in midair and said, "Luo Tian, why are you so stupid? Will you die if you crush your identity token? A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In the suppression enchantment, you can't release your cultivation at all. You can only wait for death inside." Yu Tianhai leaned back on the chair, unable to bear to watch any longer. Hai Feng Tian had a complacent smile on his face and said, "Haha, Luo Tian is being arrogant for me. Aren't you very powerful? Don't you have an instant kill cultivation technique? Don't you know how to transform? If you have the guts, release it all." "Ha ha ha. In the suppression enchantment, I'd like to see how you can release these." For today, Hai Feng Tian had made ample preparations. The whirling pearl was stolen. He had lost face in the special recruitment hall. He couldn't raise his head in front of Hai Tong Tian. All these made Hai Feng Tian hate Luo Tian to the bone. Therefore, no matter what, he wouldn't let Luo Tian live past today, let alone let Luo Tian become a student of Cloud Mist College. Absolutely not. The shame would be washed away with Luo Tian's blood. Hai Feng Tian looked at Luo Tian in the enchantment, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly, "Today you will die even if you don't die." In the enchantment, facing the violent blade Qi Hurricane, Luo Tian retracted all his strength, gritted his teeth, and roared to the sky. Swish, 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 swish. Hua, 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 hua. Chi, 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 chi. The blade Qi Hurricane crushed Luo Tian's voice, and his clothes were torn to pieces, leaving only a large underwear. Countless wounds were cut up all over his body, and his whole body was dripping with blood. Some of the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Face, chest, back, arms. Countless wounds. Blood flowed into his eyes. His eyes became more and more ferocious. If it wasn't for the fact that he used his body to withstand so many rods when facing Dongfang Xiong, his body was tempered, and the level of his body increased a little, Luo Tian would have been dismembered by now. This was the strength of the physical body. However, the blade Qi Hurricane was just the beginning. Behind the blade Qi Hurricane, a mountain-splitting knife slashed down. The power to split a mountain. Even a mountain would be split in half. Yi Yuming's heart stopped beating, and her eyes stared at Luo Tian. She even prayed in her heart, "God bless Luo Tian. I am willing to exchange my remaining lifespan for it. Please save him." Huang Fu Yaxing's heart was in her throat, and she stared at Luo Tian, dumbfounded. Her mind was filled with fear. If Luo Tian died, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Lu Zhan, on the other hand, rushed to the enchantment and shouted loudly. He didn't even know what he was shouting. He just wanted to vent his anger. Ren Xiaoyao closed his eyes slightly, and his heart was extremely painful. So was Yu Tianhai. In their hearts, Luo Tian was going to die. The treasure in their hearts was going to be gone. Hai Feng Tian's mouth opened wider and wider, and his face was full of joy. He almost clapped the moment Luo Tian fell. However, Luo Tian faintly sank, and his body was as tense as a bow. Looking at the mountain-splitting knife slashing down on his head, he clenched his fists hard. He roared again. He blocked the mountain-splitting knife with his hand. His left fist followed closely, and the blue veins on his left arm bulged, as if a green dragon was entrenched in his arm. It was as heavy as a thunderbolt, and it blasted out heavily. Puff! More blood sprinkled down. Luo Tian's right arm sank. Blood spurted out from the wound, and his bones felt like they were about to break. The pain made him suck in a breath of cold air like an angry lion. "Go to hell!" He punched with his left fist. Boom! 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 It heavily smashed onto Hai Hong's chest. Hai Hong's face was filled with shock, and his heart was filled with shock. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You can't release such a powerful force. You can't release it at all under the suppression of the enchantment. Before he could finish his words, his chest split open inch by inch. Blood gushed out. In less than 3 seconds, the cracks that spread from his chest quickly covered his entire body. Then, with a hua sound, they all shattered. His body shattered countless times, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Dead. He was killed with one punch. Shock. Incomparable shock. In the entire square, over 100,000 people were speechless. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They all looked at Luo Tian with their mouths wide open. Everyone's minds couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why was it like this? How could it be like this? Impossible. Under the suppression of the enchantment, it was impossible to kill Haihong, who was at the 3rd level of the Taiyan realm, unless his strength was higher than the person who created the enchantment. However, the space master who created the enchantment in Haijia was at the 9th level of the Holy Spirit realm. Luo Tian couldn't be higher than him. Then why was it like this? No one knew. Even Hai Feng Tian himself was stunned. He shook his head and muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, no matter how powerful he is. He can't release it at this moment." Luo Tian turned his body slightly, stared at Hai Feng Tian, and roared, "Who else?" His voice was like thunder, shocking the entire square. At the same time, the entire square was in an uproar. Oh my God, what did I just see? What just happened? Absolutely impossible. How did he do it? How can he release such a powerful force when he's being suppressed by the enchantment? Could it be that it's not a suppression enchantment at all? Lu Zhan laughed with tears in his eyes. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He just tried his best and shouted, "Boss, you're awesome!" Huang Fuya cried like a child. Yi Yunmeng smiled, looked at the sky, and muttered to herself, "Thank you, God." In the crowd, some people cried with joy, but no one found them. They didn't let anyone find them. They shouted in their hearts at the same time, "Boss, you're awesome!" They were the disciples of the House of Bai. They were Luo Tian's brothers. Hai Feng Tian was about to go crazy. Looking at Luo Tian's provocative actions, he almost couldn't bear it anymore. Just you wait. Just you wait. I want to see how many more times you can take. Just you wait. He was furious. Those Haijia people didn't dare to say a word. At this moment, Ren Xiaoyao laughed with tears running down his face. He said excitedly, "Good boy." He had to. Lu Feng shouted, "Luo Tian wins and enters the next round." The enchantment was opened. Luo Tian took a step out. His body was light, his eyes were dizzy, and he fell down directly. The internet finally returned to normal. Old Neo decided to update 5 chapters tomorrow. Everyone with monthly votes should support it. Old Neo is very grateful. Chapter 1237. 1269. After swallowing several high-grade healing pills in a row, Luo Tian woke up. Ren Xiaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "You can't fight anymore." Yu Tianhai also said, "You can't fight anymore. You can't fight anymore. If you fight again, you will lose your life." Lu Zhan and Huang Fu, you were standing around. They all looked at Luo Tian and shook their heads, indicating that he couldn't fight anymore. Obviously, the next competition would be at the 18th enchantment field, and Luo Tian would still be suppressed. Moreover, Luo Tian had already suffered internal injuries. If he continued to fight, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Luo Tian's eyebrows moved, and his mind turned. Regeneration technique. Walala, a flash of light enveloped him. Finally, the injuries on his body healed quickly. Only some internal injuries remained, but they were half healed. The rest of the injuries couldn't be treated with the regeneration technique. It would take time to recuperate. Luo Tian stood up with difficulty, smiled faintly, and said, "I'm fine." "You're fine? You almost died on it. I really didn't expect that Hai Feng Tian would use the Space Master of Haijia to suppress the enchantment. This move is too vicious." Ren Xiaoyao secretly tightened his eyebrows and said, "You have now entered the top 1,000, so you are qualified to enter Cloud Mist College. You don't need to fight anymore. As for the ranking competition, it's just a ranking." Indeed, Luo Tian had now entered the top 1,000. He could not fight. According to the rules, he had also obtained the student qualification of Cloud Mist College. However, he had a mission. He had to get first place. Also, the top 10 of the ranking battle had a degree point reward. If he wanted to participate in the exchange meeting with Abyss College, he had to get 1,000 points to be qualified to participate in the selection competition. Luo Tian was very clear about this. Not for anything else, but for the mission, Luo Tian had to get first place. Furthermore, almost everyone present wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. Haijia was always making things difficult for him, trying to kill him. If he could crush all the Haijia disciples under his feet, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Haijia. Haijia's influence would also be greatly affected. Luo Tian said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Didn't I just win?" "No, we can't fight anymore." Ren Xiaoyao became serious. Yu Tianhai said, "Dean Huangfu also hopes that you can stop fighting." Huang Fuye immediately said, "My father told you not to hit him. Stop hitting him." It was also at this moment. A cold smile hung on Hai Fengtian's face. He looked at the pale Luo Tian and said, "Oh, you really didn't die." Rin Xiaoyao's face immediately changed. He released the aura of the Holy Spirit realm and shouted in a deep voice, "Hai Fengtian, don't be too presumptuous." Hai Fengtian sneered and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, I just want to care about this genius with a broken dantian." No, it should be a waste with a broken dantian." "Ha ha ha. Am I competent?" Yu Tianhai frowned and also released the aura of the Holy Spirit realm. He said, "Luo Tian doesn't need your concern. You'd better go back to your judge's table." Hai Fengtian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he smiled and said, "Luo Tian, are you afraid? You don't want to fight anymore, do you?" Rin Xiaoyao said he has won one game and is qualified to enter Cloud Mist College. He will still be qualified even if he doesn't fight. "Oh," Hai Fengtian sneered and said, "I also guessed that a waste like you wouldn't dare to continue. You don't have the courage, but..." Without waiting for him to finish, Rin Xiaoyao shouted angrily, "Hai Fengtian, it's useless to provoke him." Hai Fengtian still had a smug sneer on his face and said, "Don't get excited. I haven't finished yet. I came to tell him that if he doesn't fight, he will automatically forfeit. In other words, he won't be qualified to enter Cloud Mist College. If he doesn't continue to fight, he won't be able to enter Cloud Mist College." Ren Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Hai Fengtian, do you think I don't know the school rules? This is not up to you. Even the dean of Tianlong Academy can't change it." The rules were the rules. Even if he was the dean, he couldn't change it. Those who entered the top 1,000 could enter Cloud Mist College without fighting. This was the rule. But Hai Fengtian smiled proudly and said, "The dean of Tianlong Academy naturally has no right to change it. Neither do I. However, what about the Elder Pavilion?" "What? Elder Pavilion?" Rin Xiaoyao's face suddenly changed. Hai Fengtian pretended to be surprised and said, I forgot that you are no longer a member of the Elder Pavilion. You don't have the authority to participate in the Elder Pavilion's meetings. Ha ha ha. You are now just an ordinary teacher." Ren Xiaoyao was extremely angry. Looking at the smug expression on Hai Fengtian's face, the anger in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Hai Fengtian continued proudly, "Just now the Elder Pavilion passed a bill. If you don't fight, it will be considered as forfeiting. You won't be qualified to enter Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian, I don't think you have the guts. Well, it's still early. Hurry up and leave. Cloud City is not a place for a country bumpkin like you." Without waiting for Hai Fengtian to finish, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Dean Hai, I don't intend to give up the game. I will continue to fight. If I don't clean up the trash in Haijia, my fists will itch. So what if you suppress the enchantment? Did you see that Hai Hong was killed by me with one punch just now? All the people in Haijia have to die." When he said the word die, Luo Tian's eyes were fixed on Hai Fengtian. If today was not the assessment, if it was outside, Luo Tian would definitely use the divine fire to shoot him first. Damn it. You want to see me die, right? I won't let you get what you want. The muscles in the corner of Hai Fengtian's eyes twitched slightly. He snorted and said, "Just keep fighting. I'm really afraid that you won't fight." After that, he flicked his sleeves. Hai Fengtian left. Rin Xiaoyao immediately said, "Is Cloud Mist College still Cloud Mist College? I see it as Haijia's back garden. He can do whatever he wants. He actually changed the school rules in such a short time. He is too arrogant." Yu Tianhai said with heartache, "Cloud Mist College must be reformed. If it goes on like this, it will be completely controlled by Haijia sooner or later." Immediately, Yu Tianhai looked at Luo Tian and said heavily, "Luo Tian, maybe I'm a little selfish, but I still want to say that if you can still fight, then win. Wipe out Haijia's arrogance with one slap. I'll see how arrogant Hai Fengtian can be." Ren Xiaoyao was a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but he held back in the end. They had been forced into a corner. It was a big thing to change the school rules. It was completely aimed at Luo Tian, suppressing the enchantment. Changing the school rules was aimed at Luo Tian. So what if the whole world is against me? Chapter 1238. Fair. There was no such thing as fair or unfair in this world. If you were powerful, then you could say it was fair or unfair. Whoever dared to say no would be killed with one punch. Haijia was domineering, extremely domineering. He was extremely arrogant, and the Cloud Mist Academy was about to be controlled by him. Hai Fengtian mobilized all his forces to target Luo Tian. It was to stop Luo Tian from moving forward. He wanted Luo Tian to die and let Huangfuju lose hope. This step seemed simple, but there was a huge amount of power hidden behind it. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said, "Didn't Hai Fengtian want to stop me? Then I will let him watch the disciples of Haijia die under my feet one by one." Luo Tian had never thought of retreating. Never. And just now he thought of a plan to improve his physical body. It was a little crazy, but this might quickly improve his physical level and prepare for the release of the Dragon God Forbidden technique in the future. Using the suppression enchantment to temper his physical body, Luo Tian had asked Fantasy Fairy about this idea, under the premise of not dying. This was the best way to temper his physical body. Yu Tianhai said heavily, "Well, I believe in you because you are a miracle." Ren Xiaoyao also said, "Luo Tian." He gritted his teeth and didn't continue. He just looked at Luo Tian seriously. Lu Zhan looked serious and said, "Boss, I also believe in you. Let's destroy the trash of Haijia." Huang Fuya said with tears in her eyes, I also believe in you." At the judge's table, Hai Fengtian's face was gloomy and he said to himself, "Haijia's power is beyond all of your imagination. I can't kill you in a fight with Haijia. Luo Tian, I want to see how many times you can withstand the suppression of the suppression enchantment." Immediately, he whispered to a Haijia disciple beside him, "Pass down my order." After entering the enchantment, don't rush to make a move. Try to delay as much as possible. The longer you delay, the stronger the suppression of the enchantment will be. This was the case for the suppression barrier. The more time passed, the greater the pressure. There was a limit to how much the body could withstand. The fact that Luo Tian had fainted when he came out of the enchantment was the best proof. "Luo Tian, just you wait and see." Tsunami wins and advances to the next round. Huang Tianyu wins and advances to the next round. Lu Zhanxing, Huang Fuya wins. The first round of the ranking tournament quickly ended. Lu Zhan and Huang Fuya became very serious. Seeing Luo Tian risk his life, their hearts seemed to be affected by Luo Tian, especially when facing the disciples of Haijia. Initially, Huang Fuya would not overdo it, but now she was going a little harder, because she was angry too. The second round began. The first to appear was Luo Tian. Luo Tian versus Haidali, arena number 18. As soon as the voice fell, although Ren Xiaoyao knew that it would be the same arena, he was still very angry. His face was red, and his two sword-like eyebrows looked like they were going to rush out. With a strong, murderous intent, he shouted in a deep voice, "Haijia is really powerful. Ghost concubine Haijia and Haishing Abyss have so many disciples to deal with Luo Tian. They are really shameless." Hai Feng Tian sneered and said, "Old Rin, do you have any evidence? If you don't, I will sue you for slander. At that time, I think you can't even be a teacher of Cloud Mist College." Ren Xiaoyao was not weak at all and said, "Go ahead. Others are afraid of Haijia, but I am not." Him again? How dare he go up to compete? Is he really not afraid of death? You may not know yet. This brat offended the Fair family and just changed the school rules. If he dares to not participate in the competition, then he won't have the qualifications to enter the Cloud Mist Academy. At that time, once he leaves the Cloud Mist Academy, he will immediately be hunted down by the Fair family. Does that mean he has no choice? The only choice is to fight all the way and win all the way. Only by joining Cloud Mist College can Cloud Mist College protect him. But before he joins, Cloud Mist College will never come out to protect him. Alas, he can offend anyone, but he has to offend Haijia. Now he has to die. In Zhongzhou, offending Haijia is no different from offending Yama. There were whispers in the crowd. Some people sympathized, some laughed, and some watched the show. For the martial artists in the competition, without Luo Tian, they had more hope of advancing. After all, Luo Tian's strength was there. In the enchantment, Hai Dali stood far away and said mockingly, "Luo Tian, this enchantment doesn't feel good, right? Ha ha ha. It's your honor to die in my hands. But I won't let you die so quickly. This enchantment was specially prepared for you. If you don't enjoy it, wouldn't it be a pity? Don't you think so? Ha ha ha." He didn't make a move. He didn't get close. He stood far away with his hands crossed in front of his chest. His face was full of ridicule. Luo Tian was sweating profusely. His newly changed clothes were soaked and blood seeped out from his sweat. His healed wounds were torn apart by the pressure of the barrier. It didn't take long for his sweat to turn red and drip to the ground. Delaying tactics. Luo Tian's body was like an iron mountain. He looked at Hai Dali in the distance and said with difficulty, "Humph, I think you don't dare to come, right?" Luo Tian was secretly happy. Delaying was really uncomfortable for him. His body had to withstand the enchantment's pressure, but it was very beneficial for his body. Hai Dali laughed and said, "It's useless to provoke you. Luo Tian, I'm not Hai Hong. I won't be fooled by you. You can now enjoy the enchantment's pressure. Ha ha ha. Anyway, there's no time limit." Luo Tian's body sank and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Hai Feng Tian saw this and immediately laughed proudly. "Ha ha ha. I thought you could withstand it, but it's just this? Luo Tian, this is just the beginning. The enchantment's power will get stronger and stronger. When the time comes, it will crush your body. Ha ha ha. Continue to drag it out and watch him get crushed by the enchantment's pressure." After receiving Hai Feng Tian's order, Hai Dali laughed even louder. "Luo Tian, why did a country bumpkin like you come to misty Cloud City? You even provoked our second young master. Aren't you courting death?" Bang! Suddenly, Luo Tian sat down cross-legged with a bang. His eyes were wide open. "Fantasy," Fairy faintly said. "Have you really decided to do this?" Luo Tian said in his heart, "As you said, my body's level is too low. This enchantment is a rare cultivation opportunity for me. I can clearly feel the breathing of every pore in my body. I can feel the changes in my body under the powerful pressure. Fantasy Fairy, come. I can bear it." After pondering for a while, Fantasy Fairy slowly said, "Okay, I'm going to start." Suppressing the barrier itself was an extreme cultivation method. It was just like the gravity space. However, this kind of enchantment was particularly sinister in a competition. When the enchantment was suppressed, it couldn't be used in a battle. This was fatal for anyone. However, Hai Fengtian actually ordered the Haijia disciples to not attack and use a delaying tactic. This was completely to help Luo Tian. In Luo Tian's words, Hai Fengtian was a pig. Are you a pig? A pig is still very thorough. Fantasy Fairy moved slightly in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, muttering something in a low voice. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. Several thunderous sounds came from Luo Tian's body. Double the pressure. Fantasy Fairy faintly said. Puffed. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body on the verge of collapsing. Ha ha ha, you can't take it anymore, right? Haidali laughed out loud. He was so excited that he took a few steps forward. Just like him. Hai Fengtian laughed happily and said loudly, Don't go forward, let the enchantment pressure crush him. Ha ha ha. He is no threat to you. He can't even move in the enchantment right now. Haidali immediately retreated and said, Yes, sir. His hands were itching, but he endured it. Luo Tian raised his ferocious eyes. Seeing that Haidali did not come up, he sneered and shouted in his heart, Again! Fantasy Fairy's idea moved. 2 times the pressure. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's face was as pale as paper. His limbs, bones, blood vessels, acupoints, and even every cell in his body was under tremendous pressure. Under the powerful pressure, he struggled to resist, and in the process of resisting, he underwent a transformation. Not enough. A little stronger. Luo Tian roared. Fantasy Fairy once again increased the pressure he was enduring. 3 times the pressure! Pa! Luo Tian's body sank and fell to the ground. His body seemed to be sucked in by the ground, and his flesh was moving. Unbearable. Intense pain. Unimaginable pain. However, Luo Tian propped himself up with his fists and sat up again. He raised his head and roared. His muscles bulged, and all the meridians in his body were rapidly absorbing. He said in his heart, It's not enough, increase it again. Luo Tian's physical body was about to collapse. He was already on the verge of collapse. If he increased it any further, his body would be crippled. Fantasy Fairy hesitated. Luo Tian said in his heart, Believe me, I will definitely believe it. I will definitely be able to withstand it. He still didn't know what would happen next. Moreover, this time, entering the barrier was completely different from the first time. This time, the pressure he endured was twice as strong as before. There was still the 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to temper his physical body, he wouldn't be able to fight it all in the future. Be more ruthless to yourself. This had always been Luo Tian's way of doing things. Fantasy Fairy did not say anything else. At this moment, she also chose to believe in Luo Tian. With a thought, a force spread throughout her body, and she said, For times the pressure, open! Clang! A huge bolt of lightning struck his heart. Luo Tian's body was trembling. Every inch of his muscles were trembling, as if they were about to separate from his body. Powerful energy stripes formed around Luo Tian's body, and these energy stripes shot out from his body in all directions. Hai Fengtian suddenly stood up. Ha ha. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Luo Tian, you're going to die soon, ha ha ha. At this moment, Luo Tian roared, Open! Today was supposed to be 5 chapters, but some things were delayed. He only returned home at night, and he had to go out again tomorrow. If he could rush back tomorrow afternoon, Old Cow would definitely have 5 chapters tomorrow, because tomorrow was May 12th, the birthday of this book. Undefeated, 1 year old. Chapter 1239. The Suppression of the Enchantment. The crushing power of the Fantasy Fairy. Luo Tian's body was like a dry sponge, crazily absorbing. The power leaked out and crazily poured into his body. Luo Tian's body was on the verge of collapse. The Azure Dragon let out a dragon's roar in his body. The power of his physical body had reached its peak. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of rumbling sounds rang out. The halo on the enchantment shook slightly. Just when everyone thought that Luo Tian would be crushed by the enchantment, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Where is he? Where did he go? Why is he gone? Could it be that he was crushed into powder? Ah, everyone below the stage whispered to each other. Hai Dali, who was inside the enchantment, also had a blank look on his face. He still had a smug smile on his face as he said, "Haha, the feeling of suppressing the enchantment must be good. Ha ha ha." His laughter had yet to fade. His pupils suddenly shrank and then dilated. His expression froze in place. He didn't know whether to laugh or not. It gave people a strange feeling. Boom! Behind him stood a person. Luo Tian. Bam! Hai Dali's body directly fell down. Under his neck, blood flowed out. His entire body twitched as he said in horror, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Save me. Third Elder, save me, save me." Luo Tian's face darkened slightly. He turned around and stomped heavily on Hai Dali's head. Bam! His head exploded like a watermelon. Brain juice splattered all over the ground. Only his twitching body was left. The entire square fell silent again. This time it was even more frightening. It was as if the entire square had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone was puzzled. What happened? Everything just happened too fast. There was no way to react quickly. Moreover, Luo Tian's body was on the verge of collapse. How could he erupt with such a powerful force in an instant? Even Hai Feng Tian couldn't understand. However, his face turned pale and extremely unsightly. He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The anger in his heart exploded. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Luo Tian! Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Good boy, good job, ha ha ha." Rin Xiaoyao laughed unscrupulously. He looked at Hai Feng Tian's ashen face and laughed even more happily. "Hai Feng Tian, are you saying that Luo Tian's body is going to explode from the pressure? I think he's Haijia's disciple, ha ha ha." Just now, Rin Xiaoyao's heart almost stopped beating. He broke out in a cold sweat for Luo Tian. Just like Hai Feng Tian, he believed that Luo Tian would not be able to hold on any longer. At the moment when Luo Tian exploded, his blood boiled instantly. He laughed without caring about his image and was extremely excited. "Good boy, you really didn't let me down. No, it should be beyond my imagination." Yu Tianhai's body relaxed as if he had just gone through a big battle. He slumped in the chair and took a deep breath. Will this boy die if he doesn't make himself so nervous? He almost gave you a heart attack. But, kid, you are simply a miracle. Luo Tian win. Lu Feng reluctantly read out the result of the game. In an instant, the square was boiling. Lu Zhan seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Come on, didn't you suppress the boundary? If you have the guts, suppress it again. Damn it, so what if the whole world is against my boss? He's my boss. Mine. My boss. He was afraid that others didn't know that he was Luo Tian's follower. Huang Fuye was so excited that she was about to cry. He's so tough. How did he do it? With his cultivation suppressed by the suppression barrier, he couldn't even release any powerful cultivation methods. How could he display such astonishing speed and instantly kill Hai Dali? It's too fast. He can still be so fast in the boundary. I'm now wondering if that boundary was made to suppress Luo Tian. Could it be that Haijia made a mistake? They weren't the only ones who were suspicious. Even Hai Feng Tian himself was suspicious. How could it be? It was absolutely impossible. The boundary couldn't be wrong. However, it was useless to say anything now. Luo Tian entered the next round. What was worse was that his cultivation had increased a little. It wasn't the power of his cultivation, but the power released from his body. Second level physical body. Luo Tian's physical body had reached the second level. He could clearly feel the strength of his physical body and the change in power. This breakthrough had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was purely his own power, just like the power of origin energy. This feeling was very good. In the crowd, Tsunami's face was very ugly. Looking at Luo Tian walking down from the barrier, his eyes turned ferocious as he coldly snorted and said, "I'll let you be arrogant for a bit longer. Today you'll die in my hands." Huang Tianyu's face was also very ugly. Luo Tian's continuous killing. It made him feel a trace of fear. After all, Luo Tian even blocked the killing fist of the imperial ancestor. Hai Fengtian walked to the judge's table and said, "Third elder, let me end him." Hai Fengtian shook his head and said, "It's not time yet." Hai Fengtian had another card in his hand. He wouldn't use it until the last moment. He wanted Hai Fengtian to win first place. This would increase the influence of Haijia and pave the way for the exchange with the Abyss Academy. Hai Fengtian clenched his fist and looked at Luo Tian in the distance. He was very unhappy. It was also at this time. Hai Fengtian narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Luo Tian, don't be in a hurry to meet him, but Huangfu Ju's daughter, you can ravage her to your heart's content. There are 2 more rounds, and you will enter the top 8. In the top 8 you will meet Huangfuya." At that time, Hai Fengtian sneered and said, "I will kill her." If they continued to lose like this, it would be a great loss to Haijia's morale. Moreover, it would also make the morale of Haijia's disciples unstable. Haijia needed a victory. Huangfuya was the best target because she was the highest bidder on the list. If she was crushed by Haijia's people, it would be a heavy blow to Huangfu Ju and Cloud Mist College. As for Luo Tian, Hai Fengtian was not in a hurry at all because he still had some tricks up his sleeve. In the next few rounds, Luo Tian was still competing in the 18th enchantment, and the suppression of the enchantment was still increasing. It seemed easy to win this round, but in fact, Luo Tian had to endure an unimaginable pain, and in the process of pain, his body was also slowly improving. Top 8 begin. First round, Huangfuya against Hai Fengtian. Chapter 1240. The first match in the round of 16 was between Tsunami and Huangfuya. Huangfuya versus Tsunami, field number 17. Please come to the stage. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Tsunami curled his lips and walked to Huangfuya's side. He said with a smile, "Senior Yaya, please show mercy. I can't resist your space-time transfer technique." There was a frivolous sneer on his face. Huangfuya glared at Tsunami and snorted coldly. She did not answer. Then, Huangfuya walked to the arena. Tsunami curled his lips and looked at Huangfuya's beautiful figure. He said in a low voice, "Do you really think you're still the Huangfuya from before? Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. Today I'll start with you." At this time, Tsunami looked at Luo Tian in the distance. At this moment, Luo Tian was also looking at him. Tsunami showed a playful smile and said lightly, "I want you to watch her die inside." Ha ha ha! Immediately, his figure moved, and the aura of the illusion realm was suddenly released. He jumped and drew an arc in the sky, entering the boundary 1 step ahead of Huangfuya. He stood in the boundary with his arms crossed, waiting for Huangfuya. There was a cold smile on his lips with a trace of cold, killing intent. Tsunami's expression infuriated Huangfuya. "I'll teach you a lesson later." Huangfu, you stepped into the boundary. At this moment, Huangfuya's body suddenly could not move. The boundary's pressure multiplied like a tide surged on her mind. Her face instantly turned pale, and all the cultivation in her body was crushed, especially her space-time bloodline. Suppression boundary. It's another suppression boundary. I didn't expect that field number 17 is also a suppression boundary. This boundary seems to be specially prepared for Huangfuya. The space-time bloodline is too powerful. Huangfuya awakened the space-time bloodline at the age of 17, more than 10 years earlier than her father. Once such a genius grows up, she will definitely be an overlord. Haijia will not let her go. Haijia is too despicable, isn't it? The space-time bloodline was very powerful. It was one of the powers that Haijia feared. Ever since the fact that Huangfu Ya had awakened, her space-time bloodline was exposed. Haijia had been secretly preparing a plan to eliminate Huangfu Ya. This test was part of the plan. It was arranged for Haijia's strongest disciple, Tsunami. Ren Xiaoyao suddenly panicked. Huangfu Ya was different from Luo Tian. In Ren Xiaoyao's heart, Huangfu Ya was Huangfu Ju's only daughter after all. If she died in the arena, he would not forgive himself. Shortly after, Ren Xiaoyao rushed in front of Hai Fengtian and roared, "Hai Fengtian, what are you trying to do? If you dare to harm a single hair on Yaya's head, this old man will fight you to the death, even if I have to risk my life." Yu Tianhai also rushed up, his face full of anger. "Hai Fengtian, don't be too presumptuous. This is Cloud Mist College, not Haijia." Seeing that they were angry, Hai Fengtian's smile became more and more complacent. He said, "Why are you two so angry? If you have the ability, break the barrier and bring Huangfu Ya out. The barrier is open and will not be closed until the end of the competition. And this is a competition. Do you two want to interfere with the competition? Let me make it clear first. If you two dare to interfere with the competition, you will immediately be expelled from the college." Hai Fengtian was extremely proud. From the beginning, he had planned to eliminate Huangfu Ya. This could be regarded as removing a hidden threat for Haijia, and it could also be a covert attack on Huangfu Ju. More importantly, if Huangfu Ya died in the arena, even if Huangfu Ju was furious, he would not dare to do anything to him. I absolutely cannot tolerate the appearance of another person with a space-time bloodline who poses a threat to Haijia. Hai Fengtian thought in his heart, Luo Tian is going to die, Huangfu Ya is also going to die. The hidden strength of these two is too great. If they are allowed to grow, it would be impossible for the Fair family to dominate the central continent. Ren Xiaoyao did not care so much and roared, "Interfere with the competition? I still want to kill people. So be it if you expel me. I don't want to stay in such a cloud, mist college." As he spoke, the aura of the Holy Spirit realm burst out. It was also at this moment. There was a burst of explosion in the barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The barrier shook slightly. Luo Tian's eyebrows trembled, and he said to himself, "The defense of this barrier is a level higher than that of the first city protection barrier." While talking, Luo Tian did not care so much and directly shouted, "Level 2 divine fire, boom!" His palm moved. The flame directly blasted out. It exploded on the barrier, but it did not cause an instant kill. The barrier still emitted a crushing pressure on Huangfu Ya. Hai Fengtian laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Luo Tian, do you want a rebel?" In the barrier, Tsunami stood in front of Luo Tian and laughed coldly. "I want you to watch her die under my fist, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, aren't you powerful? Come in if you have the guts. Save her if you have the guts, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, I can't save her, right?" He was burning with anger. He did not care about Luo Tian. Difficulties would only make him stronger, but against the people around him, that would not do. This was Luo Tian's bottom line. Although Huangfu Ya had a temper and liked to make trouble, her nature was not bad. In the first city, she was the only one who stood up and had always wanted to protect him. Luo Tian did not say this, but he was very clear in his heart. However, he did not expect Haijia to make two suppression barriers, one for him and the other for Huangfu Ya. F***CK, your grandmother, Lu Zhan summoned his life divine bow and shot out an arrow. The arrow bounced off the barrier and did not cause any damage at all. Lu Zhan almost went berserk. Huangfu Ya's complexion became even paler when he saw how powerful the barrier was. The fury in his heart gushed out, but there was nothing he could do. This feeling of powerlessness was very uncomfortable. "Boss, save senior sister Yaya," Lu Zhan anxiously said. "God burst. Rumble. All heaven's strength leaked out. Flames of strength visible to the naked eye began to rise from his body. He clenched his fists, and the air around him began to explode. Some of the martial artists present were forced back by his aura. It was an extremely shocking power. Hai Fengtian's face sank. What a strong power. In just a few days, he has improved a lot. If this kid is not eliminated, he will definitely be a problem in the future. Luo Tian burst out with an extraordinary power. Under the power of 2 times the attributes, Luo Tian stepped into the air and looked up. His body was covered with lightning, and the sky began to crackle. Thunder Beast, 30 million volts, explode for me. His right hand moved. A lightning spear landed on his hand, and he shot it down. The lightning covered the entire barrier. The lightning soared into the sky, and it was so bright that people could not open their eyes. At this moment, the world was overshadowed. The entire misty cloud city was shaken. What a strong power of lightning! I did not expect him to hide his power. Too amazing! This power is too abnormal. Everyone's heart trembled, and they were all shocked by the power released by the Thunder Beast. However, the Thunder Beast's power was indeed strong, but it was limited by Luo Tian's cultivation, so it could not explode with its strongest power. Moreover, after the Thunder Beast's attack, the barrier was still intact, and there were no signs of it breaking. Tsunami was shocked by the barrier. Seeing that the barrier was not damaged at all, he immediately laughed. "Ha! You scared me to death. I thought you could break this barrier. Why don't you take a look at who made this barrier? It's the #1 barrier master in Misty Cloud City. A piece of trash, like you can forget about breaking it. Luo Tian, watch Huang Fu, you slowly die. Ha ha ha. I will let you know how it feels to watch your loved one die. I will let you know how painful that feeling is. Ha ha ha." Tsunami did not dare to waste any more time, to avoid any more trouble. As long as he killed Huang Fuya and closed the barrier, if Luo Tian dared to touch him, the Haijia warriors hidden in the crowd would immediately take him down, and he would not be able to escape death. This was already planned. No matter what choice Luo Tian made, he would not be able to escape death. The inescapable net had been set up. Huang Fuya was so anxious that she was about to cry. This feeling of being crushed was too uncomfortable. She could not imagine how Luo Tian was able to withstand it. Seeing the tsunami approaching step by step, she desperately wanted to awaken her space-time blood. However, the power of the bloodline in her body seemed to have fallen asleep. No matter how she tried to summon it, it was useless. Hai Fengtian did not stop Luo Tian anymore and mocked. "Luo Tian, go ahead if you have the ability, break the barrier, haha." While they were talking, Hai Fengtian's voice sank and shouted, "Other than Luo Tian, whoever dares to attack the barrier, immediately kill them on the spot, no matter who it is." Suddenly, several black shadows flew into the air. Every one of them was a Holy Spirit realm cultivator. They were prepared from the beginning. I don't care about that anymore. Ren Xiaoyao took the lead. Yu Tianhai followed closely behind. Before they could get close to the barrier, 2 Haijia Holy Spirit realm experts immediately went up and stopped them in an instant. Huang Fuya looked at Luo Tian, who was outside the barrier with a pleading look in her eyes. She suddenly shouted, "Luo Tian, save me!" "Save me!" She broke down. Huang Fuya completely broke down. She cried heartbreakingly. She had never experienced such a thing. She was just a 17-year-old child who had not yet grown up. Looking at her tear-stained face, Luo Tian's eyes tightened and his anger erupted. He roared heavily to the sky. His mind moved. "Fantasy Fairy, can you help me overdraw the power of the ancient tree once? I want to blow it up." There was no other way. Luo Tian could not think of any other way. Only the power of the ancient tree could break the suppression barrier. This 1-year anniversary, Old Bull was drunk. He felt stifled. But the good thing was that he wanted to thank everyone for their support. Thank you for your company this year. Thank you. Chapter 1241. Luo Tian, even if you cultivate for another 10,000 years, you won't be able to break this barrier. Ha ha ha, just stand there and watch how I take off Huang Fuya's clothes one by one, and then, ha ha ha. I'm so excited just thinking about it. I can't help it, ha ha ha. Tsunami laughed wildly, looking at Luo Tian outside the barrier. His face was full of anger. He kept attacking, but the barrier didn't shake at all. He was safe and sound. Hai Feng Tian also laughed in the distance. Stop you Tian Hai and Rin Xiaoyao. As for Luo Tian, let him attack. With his second order Taiyan cultivation, it's useless even if he dies. Ha ha ha! Swish! Tsunami moved his long sword and directly tore off Huang Fuya's clothes. It was July and the weather was extremely hot. Even a woman only wore 2 pieces of clothes. Huang Fuya was the same. Her dress was torn, leaving only a thin undergarment. Tsunami's eyes were ferocious and flashed with a strange light. He became more and more excited and said, ha ha ha, I still need one more piece of clothing. Luo Tian, break the barrier. Break it. The feeling of powerlessness is uncomfortable, but I feel very good. Ha ha ha, at the same time, Huang Fuya burst into tears and crushed the wooden identity card with all her strength. According to the rules of the game, once a player crushed the wooden identity card, the game would be over. But Lu Feng turned a blind eye and watched Huang Fuya crush the wooden identity card. He didn't want to stop the game at all. Ren Xiaoyao roared and said, Lu Feng, are you blind? Don't you see that Yaya has crushed the wooden identity card? Yu Tianhai also said anxiously, let's end the game quickly. Lu Feng pretended not to hear and said, Old Rin, what are you talking about? Speak louder. I can't hear you. What did you just say about the wooden identity card? Speak louder. When Rin Xiaoyao was about to speak again, a Haijia master attacked. He didn't give him a chance to speak again. Tsunami smirked, crushing the wooden tag and admitting defeat? Ha ha ha. So what? As long as the referee doesn't announce the end of the match will continue. The suppression of the barrier will continue as well. Huang Fuya, I really want to see what you look like without your clothes on. I've been dreaming about it. Ha ha ha. While speaking, Tsunami glanced outside the barrier. His face sank. Where did that trash Luo Tian go? Luo Tian's figure disappeared. Just a moment ago, his figure disappeared. Tsunami smiled coldly and said, I thought he wanted to see what you look like without clothes, but it seems like he doesn't want to see it. But I want to see it. I believe there are many people in the square who want to see what their goddess looks like without clothes, ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tsunami long sword sank, and the sword chi condensed into several sword flowers. The sword flowers raged, flashing with tearing power patterns. Then his body turned illusory, and he released the cultivation of the 10,000 illusions realm. He smiled evilly and said, Break! Huang Fuya's heart was dead. He struggled with all his might, desperately trying to control his space-time bloodline. However, it was completely useless. The power of the suppressing barrier was not something that she could break through with her current realm. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the air. The Confucian scholar, Huang Fuju. However, before him, another figure landed first. Full power! The power of the ancient times, destroy it for me. Luo Tian roared heavily, and the ancient times in his mind began to tremble. The leaves, the roots, everything was flowing with the power of the ancient times, and this power crazily converged into Luo Tian's body. At this moment, Luo Tian clasped his fists and formed a battle axe. He slashed down vertically and roared, Explode! Both of his fists heavily smashed down. It landed on the top of the barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The barrier began to crack, and the cracks quickly spread, directly shattering like an eggshell. Walala! Walala! Piece by piece they peeled off. The suppressing barrier broke. In a short moment, it slowly dissipated completely disintegrated by Luo Tian's power. Luo Tian also landed, took off his coat, and quickly put it on Huang Fuya. Facing the tsunami 10,000 illusionary sword flower, Luo Tian turned his body, his right hand formed a claw, and directly grabbed forward. Wung, a long sword that caught the tsunami. The veins on his arm bulged, and the power of the white tiger surged into his palm. The power suddenly spun, and the long sword in the tsunami's hand was directly twisted into a fried dough twist. Luo Tian waved his right hand, and directly threw the tsunami out. Get lost! Like thunder, like fire, he was furious to the extreme. The pressure on Huang Fuya's mind loosened, and the space-time bloodline was instantly released. She flew into a rage and roared, "I'm going to kill him." Time and space distorted. Huang Fuya's figure began to flicker. Tsunami's eyes trembled and anxiously said, "You have already crushed the identity token. You have already lost. If you dare to kill me, then you can forget about living, ha ha ha." The moment Huang Fuya disappeared, Luo Tian grabbed her and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. He won't be able to live for long." Tsunami had to die. He had to die, but not now. There were at least 10 Haijia, Holy Spirit realm experts in the sky and on the square. If he was not careful, he would be surrounded and killed by them. Moreover, Luo Tian could feel that Huang Fuju was in the void. Just now, he clearly sensed the restless power in Huang Fuju's body. Huang Fuya was pulled back by Luo Tian, and she kept looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said seriously, "I will definitely kill him." Tsunami got up from the ground, sneered, and said, "Kill me? Luo Tian, if you have the ability, try to touch me now. You want to kill me? Humph." Luo Tian ignored him. In Luo Tian's eyes, he was already a dead man. Moreover, he must die in the arena. Only in this way would he be able to deal the strongest blow to Haijia's arrogance. However, this matter would not end like this. Luo Tian brought Huang Fuya down the stage, and a few of her female friends immediately surrounded her, taking her place on the square. Lu Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "This matter cannot be let go just like that." Luo Tian revealed a deathly smile and said, "I definitely won't let it go just like that." While they were talking, Luo Tian hid in the crowd. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Target locked. Luo Tian moved his right hand, and the divine flame shot out, directly flying into the air. Lu Feng, who was at the judges' table, was talking to Hai Feng Tian about something. All of a sudden, a flame descended from the sky. Without waiting for him to react, it exploded on his body. Rumble. His body exploded and turned into ashes. Chapter 1242. Instant kill. Enraged to the extreme. The divine flame instant kill. Right in front of Hai Feng Tian. Seeing Lu Feng's body turn into ashes, the scene was exactly the same as in the Starfish Abyss. Obviously, it was Luo Tian's mysterious and powerful divine flame. Hai Feng Tian was furious. He roared and flew out. Floating in the air, he roared, "Luo Tian, get the hell out here. You actually dared to assassinate a judge. I think you've reached the end of your life." The entire plaza suddenly became silent. Most people still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing Luo Tian forcibly shatter the suppression enchantment. Hai Feng Tian's words were like a super bomb that suddenly exploded. Lu Feng was an expert at the peak of the illusionary realm. How could he be instantly killed? Who exactly was Luo Tian? What was going on? They didn't see Luo Tian make a move. How could Lu Feng suddenly die? Everyone whispered. They had no clue. At this moment, Luo Tian walked out as if nothing had happened. He pretended to be stupid and said, "Hai Feng Tian, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? I didn't do anything here. How could I kill Lu Zanchan, who was on the judge's seat? Don't talk nonsense. Pretending with me? Who was the one who released that flame just now?" Hai Feng Tian's eyes were cold and filled with endless killing intent. However, he didn't dare to move because a person suddenly appeared above his head. Huang Fuju. Luo Tian smiled and said, "What are you pretending for? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. You're also the vice dean. You can't slander a student like me. Even if Haijia is domineering, he can't be so domineering. Besides, this is the Cloud Mist College, not your private territory. You said that I killed Lu Zanchan without evidence because you want to use this opportunity to get rid of me. If that's the case, then just kill me directly." He wasn't afraid. Who could prove that he killed Lu Feng? So what if Hai Fengtian knew that the flame came from Luo Tian? Who saw it? Hai Fengtian's eyes turned ferocious as he gloomily said, "If that's the case, then I will kill you. What can you do about it? A piece of trash with a shattered dantian wants to join Cloud Mist College? Stop dreaming. Hai Fengtian, don't be too presumptuous." His voice was like thunder, directly exploding in Hai Fengtian's mind. Hai Fengtian's body also sank rapidly. He couldn't resist it at all. Huang Fuju's voice was a little cold. When he saw his daughter like that just now, the killing intent in his heart was extremely strong. Lu Feng's death has nothing to do with Luo Tian. If you want to find someone to take the blame, then take it that I killed him. As the referee of the competition, you ignored the rules of the competition. As the dean, I have the right to get rid of this evil for the academy and for the many examinees. If he didn't step up, Hai Fengtian would definitely attack Luo Tian. Hai Fengtian's expression changed slightly. He smiled coldly and said, "Since Dean Huangfu is willing to take the blame, then this matter is easy to resolve. I will report everything to Dean Tianlong and the dean's elder. At that time, Dean Huangfu will have to admit what you said just now." Ha! While they were talking, Hai Fengtian walked back to the judges' seats. Huang Fuju glanced at Luo Tian with gratitude in his eyes. If he had saved his daughter just now, the situation might have been even worse. Luo Tian smiled. Huang Fuju, one of the top 10 experts of the Central Continent. He actually stood up for Luo Tian. What is his relationship with Luo Tian? F***CK. If only I was the one who saved Huang Fuya. How great would it be to be able to become Huang Fuju's son-in-law? Wouldn't that be a glorious thing in the future? Luo Tian is so F***king lucky. With just you, can the suppression enchantment be broken? You'd better wake up and stop daydreaming. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Some warriors began to be dissatisfied with Haijia and had a hostile attitude. Coupled with the way Tsunami treated Huang Fuya, it made them even angrier. One had to know that Huang Fuya was the goddess in their hearts. The negative news about Haijia quickly spread. The competition continued. The new referee walked to the stage and announced loudly, "Next round, Huang Tianyu versus Lu Zhan, enchantment field number 7. It's finally my turn." Lu Zhan was full of anger. When he heard his name, his blood boiled and he strode out. Before entering the enchantment field, he released his archery bloodline. He stared at Huang Tianyu, who was walking over, and sneered, "Huang Tianyu, do you think a person like you is worthy of Senior Yaya? Get up here and die." Huang Tianyu's eyes turned cold. He didn't know that in addition to the suppression enchantment against Luo Tian, Haijia had also refined one against Huang Fuya. He also didn't expect that Tsunami would treat Huang Fuya like that. He didn't feel good either. However, when he saw Luo Tian break the enchantment and carry Huang Fuya off the stage, he wished that Tsunami had torn all of Huang Fuya's clothes and killed her on the stage. Now he was despised by a bumpkin. He was instantly enraged. Lu Zhan stepped into the enchantment field first and roared, "Suppression enchantment field. Come on, make me a suppression enchantment field if you have the guts. Mother ****. The enchantment field was an ordinary one. Lu Zhan was a little disappointed. He wanted to show off in the suppression enchantment field, but he didn't expect that Haijia didn't take him seriously at all. Huang Tianyu stepped into the enchantment field and held a heaven-grade spirit weapon in his hand. Imperial battle energy soared into the air and was fully released. Before Lu Zhan could get close, he took the lead and charged out. His eyes were cold as he said, "Die, you dog!" Killing sword technique. Killing with one sword, sword energy raged. With the addition of the Imperial battle energy, the power of the sword energy doubled. Luo Tian frowned secretly. Lu Zhan's cultivation base was inferior to Huang Tianyu's. In terms of cultivation techniques, he was still inferior. This time, "Fatty Lu, you have to be careful," Luo Tian muttered. It was unknown when. Huang Fuya walked to his side, still smiling and looking cute, and said, "Do you think Fatty is no match for you?" "Huh." Luo Tian came back to his senses and glanced at Huang Fuya. "You?" Huang Fuya immediately said, "I'm fine. This little thing can't affect me." While talking, she handed over the clothes that Luo Tian had just slashed on his body and said, "I'll give you the clothes." "Just now. Thank you." Sincerely grateful. At that moment, Huang Fuya's heart was also touched by Luo Tian. Back then, even when facing the Haijia Crown Prince, Sea Emperor Dragon, she didn't take him seriously, let alone take him to heart. But Luo Tian walked into her heart. The reason was very simple, because Luo Tian was the first man to risk his life to save her. Actually, what she didn't know was that Luo Tian didn't just risk his life to save her. He also used up the 500,000 vitality value in his body. It was just the price of overdrawing the ancient tree. Overdrawing 500,000 points of vitality value once. And this was because of the fantasy fairy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to overdraw. Now a new problem had arisen. Luo Tian's current vitality was exhausted, and he could only support the end of this assessment. There were still 3 days before the ancient tree absorbed the vitality. If he couldn't break through to the 3rd level of Tai Yen in 3 days, he had to gather 100,000 points of vitality value within 3 days. Otherwise, the ancient tree would wither. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you're fine. What's more, you're her friend. I can't not save you." "Of course." She was referring to Yi Yunming. "Huang Fu, you naturally knew." She stuck out her little tongue and said, "You know all about it?" Luo Tian's eyes carried a hint of longing and said faintly, Is she okay?" Huang Fu, you looked to the other side from the corner of her eyes, and her heart inexplicably felt sour, as if she had drunk a jar of old vinegar. She felt very uncomfortable, but she still pretended that she didn't care and said, "Sister Yin is very good. It's just that." "Luo," Tian asked, "what is it?" Huang Fuya smiled mischievously and said, "I just won't tell you, hee hee." Luo Tian was stunned and smiled bitterly. He really wanted to see the silly queen. But what could he use to see her now? Could he cure the poison on her face? No. Could he avenge her? No. Huff! Luo Tian's heart secretly tightened, and his fist secretly clenched under his sleeves. Huang Fu, you also felt the change in Luo Tian's aura. She turned her gaze to the ring and saw that Fatty Jean was being suppressed everywhere, and could not help but worry. Can this Fatty Lu do it? Huang Tianyu is not simple. The imperial family's fighting spirit he cultivates perfectly fused with his sword aura. Normal warriors are no match for him at all, not to mention that his talent is superior. He can completely crush Fatty Lu. Indeed, there was a one-sided trend in the ring. Lu Zhan was no match for Huang Tianyu at all. He was desperately holding on with his last breath. Luo Tian looked at Huang Fuya, and his eyes were startled, and said, "Do you want Fatty Lu to win?" Huang Fuya said, "Nonsense, of course I want to. He is my #1 follower. And besides, Huang Tianyu, this annoying fly, I have wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. If it weren't for the alliance between his imperial family and my father, I would have been rude to him. Now that the imperial family has allied with Haijia, if he dares to fly in front of me again, I will definitely slap him to death." Luo Tian said with a smile, "If you want to, then it's easy." Huang Fuya was stunned, and she asked, What do you have in mind? Luo Tian said, It's very simple, the honey trap. What? Huang Fuya looked at Luo Tian with a look of disdain and said, You want me to sell my body to Huang Tianyu? Luo Tian, don't think that I will listen to you just because you saved me. I will not sell my body. Humph. Her imagination was unusually rich. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Luo Tian said, It's not Huang Tianyu, it's Fatty Lu. You don't need to sell your body. You just need to stand outside the barrier and say to him, Go Lu Zhan, I have faith in you. You better make your voice coy. Huang Fuya had goosebumps and said, It sounds disgusting. Luo Tian said, Then do you want him to win? Although Huang Fuya was unwilling, she didn't want to see Lu Zhan lose. She walked up to Lu Zhan and prepared herself. Then she revealed a charming smile, coughed, and said, coquettishly, Lu Zhan, you can do it. Instantly, Fatty Lu's blood seemed to have been ignited. Brothers with monthly votes, please vote for me. Old Nyo is very grateful. Chapter 1243. A real person doesn't show his true colors. Originally, Luo Tian thought that Huang Fuya was just a girl next door with a bit of a temper. He didn't expect her to be so deadly when she acted coquettishly. Coupled with the expression on her face and the ambiguous gaze, she directly killed Fatty Lu. In an instant, Fatty Lu seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. White smoke rose from the top of his head, his nose was like fire, and all the hair on his body stood up. His expression was like a super boss that had gone berserk. Immediately after, Fatty Lu took a step forward and didn't defend at all. He faced Huang Tianyu's sword energy head-on. Huang Tianyu's face darkened. Coupled with the fact that Huang Fuya, who was outside the barrier, was actually cheering for Lu Zhan with that kind of tone, his mind was in a mess. Coupled with the fact that Lu Zhan was already charging forward without a care for his life, he immediately panicked. Boom! Huang Tianyu, just lie down. Lu Zhan grabbed Huang Tianyu, and without waiting for him to react, he directly sat on his body. Then his two hands moved, and the bow was pulled to a full moon. The arrow was directly aimed at Huang Tianyu's forehead. Huang Tianyu was so scared that he peed his pants. He hurriedly crushed the wooden identity token and said, I lost. I admit defeat. I admit defeat, at the same time. The referee instantly jumped out and stood outside the barrier, saying, Lu Zhan, he has already admitted defeat. Don't act recklessly. Immediately after, the referee anxiously announced, Lu Zhan Xing advances to the top 8. Huang Tianyu's face was pale, his body trembled, and he said, Lu Zhan, you win, you win. Lu Zhan's arrow dropped by half a point. Huang Tianyu's eyes widened, and he trembled in fear. Lu Zhan, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't have a good ending. I won't go against you any more. Lu Zhan's eyes darkened, and he said, I want you to not appear in front of Senior Yaya in the future. She is my boss's woman. If you dare to appear again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Huang Tianyu didn't dare to say anything. He nodded his head and said, Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely not bother Huang Fuya again. Definitely not. Humph. Lu Zhan sat up and sneered, At least you know your place. Then he turned around and looked at Luo Tian, who was outside the enchantment barrier. He giggled and walked down the arena. Boss, I'm cool, right? Ha ha ha. Not waiting for him to finish. Huang Fu, you suddenly jumped out and punched Lu Zhan. She said angrily, Who's your boss's woman? Fatty Lu, I think you're tired of living. Do you still want to be my little brother? Lu Zhan put on a bitter expression and said, Senior Yaya, I was wrong. I even dropped my pants, okay? Huang Fuya immediately said, No, I want you to make a choice. Are you going to follow me, your big sister, or your old boss? Fatty Lu, you better think carefully before you answer. If it wasn't for me just now, you would have been killed by Huang Tianyu. Lu Zhan glanced at Luo Tian, then immediately stood beside Huang Fuya and said softly, "Senior, I'm yours, but I have to follow my boss. Only then can I monitor him for you. If he dares to fool around again, I will report to you immediately." He even smiled sinisterly as he said that. Huang Fuya nodded slightly. She felt that this little brother was very good. She said with satisfaction, "At least you know your place, then." Huang Fuya's expression changed. She muttered, "What does him fooling around have to do with me? I don't care." She was unhappy, but she didn't stop Lu Zhan. She even found an excuse for herself and said to herself, "It's the same if I monitor Sister Yin. If he dares to like other girls, I won't forgive him." Humph. Fatty Lu walked to Luo Tian's side and said with a sneaky expression, "Boss, don't worry. Even if you recruit all the girls on the cloud, mist college beauty, ranking into your harem, I won't report anything to her. But boss, can you give one to me? I beg you." He looked like he was about to cry. He almost knelt down in front of Luo Tian. He finally understood that he had no chance with Huang Fuya, and even less with the goddess in his heart, Yunming, because these two women's hearts had already been stolen by Luo Tian. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, "Next up is the quarterfinals. What do you think?" Lu Zhan didn't even think and said, "I admit defeat." Luo Tian was stunned. "Just for the rainbow bow?" Lu Zhan said excitedly, "Of course, I'm already in the quarterfinals. The prize for 8th place is the rainbow bow. I'll immediately admit defeat in the next round. According to the rules, I should be 8th place, hee. With my current strength, I can't win at all. 3 of the other 6 are at the high-level Grand Yen realm, and the other 3 are at the Myriad Illusion realm. Other than Tsunami, there are 2 other Myriad Illusion realm experts. Boss, you have to be careful. The suppression barrier will become stronger and stronger. Also, I'm sure that barrier number 18 has a strengthening effect on Tsunami. His strength will greatly increase once he enters the barrier. You have to be careful. The suppression barrier could suppress, but it could also instantly increase. It was relative. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Got it." He wouldn't give Tsunami any chance. Definitely not. Lu Zhan laughed out loud and said, "My worry is unnecessary. You're just a pervert, a pervert. Whatever suppression barrier is completely useless against you. I'm just looking forward to how Tsunami will die. Ha ha ha. When you get first place, let's see where Haifeng Tian's old face goes. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian also smiled slightly, wanting to slap Haifeng Tian's old face. He wanted to slap Haijia's face. Soon the semifinals began. The referee read out the name list. Lu Zhan against Luo Tian, field 6. Lu Zhan laughed out loud and said, "I knew it would be like this." He immediately said loudly, "I admit defeat." Without the slightest hesitation, he had already achieved his goal. The 8th place was his. Moreover, he was very clear in his heart that even if he cultivated for another 100 years, he would still not be a match for Luo Tian. Luo Tian was able to break the barrier and save Huang Fuya. Lu Zhan's heart was filled with gratitude, and his heart was filled with admiration for Luo Tian. The referee did not hesitate in the slightest and directly said, "Luo Tian wins. Advance to the next round." Then he read out, "Next match, Tsunami against Zhang Feng." As soon as he finished, like Lu Zhan, Zhang Feng raised his identity token and crushed it. "I admit defeat." Tsunami wins. Advance to the next round. Only the last 4 people were left in the top 8. In less than 10 minutes, the victor was decided. Then it was the competition for the top 2. Luo Tian against Chinda. Chinda laughed out loud and said, "Luo Tian, I admit defeat. You can even defeat Big Brother One Sword, let alone me. I'll make way for you, and watch your performance later. Ha ha." As he spoke, he directly admitted defeat. Tsunami's opponent was the same, also admitting defeat. Finals, Tsunami against Luo Tian, Field 18. Chapter 1244. He didn't think much about it at all. He directly admitted defeat in a series. Qin De was a member of the Qin family in Yunnan City. He was also the number one force that refused to accept Haijia. He admitted defeat automatically. Needless to say, Tsunami knew. They were all making way for Tsunami. Tsunami's eyes were cold, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. "It's finally your turn." While talking, Tsunami looked at Hai Feng Tian on the judge's table and said, "Third elder, don't worry. I will not let you down." Hai Feng Tian smiled faintly. He was full of confidence in Tsunami. It should be confidence in the number 18 enchantment, because he knew very well that once Tsunami entered the number 18 enchantment, his cultivation would be instantly promoted to the Holy Spirit realm. Luo Tian couldn't release a powerful cultivation method and would be crushed by Tsunami in an instant. Hai Feng Tian smiled coldly and said, "Luo Tian, you're about to die." "Oh, ha!" He laughed wildly. Hai Feng Tian looked at Rin Xiaoyao and said, "The disciple you like is about to die, ha! I'd like to see how you can protect him." "Rin Xiaoyao, you Tian Hai, even with Huang Fuju, the three of you can't protect him." Absolutely not. The previous few matches had shown that Luo Tian couldn't use a powerful cultivation method. He relied on pure strength to attack. This was very important. However, the previous few Haijia disciples were not promoted by the enchantment, but Tsunami was different. As long as he entered the enchantment, his cultivation would immediately be promoted from the 1,000 illusion realm to the Holy Spirit realm. In this way, Luo Tian was definitely not his opponent. Rin Xiaoyao guessed that there was a problem with the enchantment. Even if he wanted to change the enchantment, it was impossible. Everything could only depend on Luo Tian himself. However, he believed in Luo Tian. Looking at Hai Feng Tian's proud and wild laughter, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Hai Feng Tian, don't be complacent too early. Have you forgotten how Luo Tian killed your Haijia disciples in the previous matches? This time, Luo Tian will still insta-kill you. At that time, your face will be slapped swollen." Yu Tianhai laughed and said, "It's not just his face. The entire Haijia will be slapped until it's swollen. You used a suppression barrier to deal with a Tai Yen realm warrior. Only a Haijia like you would do something like that, and you even got killed. Ha! Haijia is famous now." Hai Feng Tian's expression turned ferocious. He coldly snorted and said, "You two better watch carefully. Watch how he dies inside." Immediately after, Hai Feng Tian looked at the referee. The referee immediately said, "In order to increase the difficulty of the competition, you're not allowed to crush your identity token and admit defeat in the finals." Not to admit defeat? Was he afraid that Luo Tian would crush his identity token and admit defeat? Was he worried that Huang Fuju would use his space-time bloodline to teleport Luo Tian out? Indeed, Hai Feng Tian was very worried that Huang Fuju's space-time bloodline would teleport Luo Tian out of the suppression barrier. If that was the case, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He absolutely could not let Luo Tian become a student of Cloud Mist College. Absolutely not. Tsunami laughed and said, "Luo Tian, I won't give you the chance to admit defeat." Luo Tian walked towards the barrier with a calm expression. Looking at Tsunami's complacent and wild laughter, he felt that it was funny and reiterated, "I've said it before, in my eyes, you are already a dead man. Do you think a barrier can stop the Grim Reaper from descending? You're wrong. Right now, the Grim Reaper has already placed the scythe of death on your neck. As long as I give the order, your little life will be gone." While they were talking, the system sounded out. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and laughed coldly. Tsunami's body turned cold, and he couldn't help but look behind him. A sense of fear involuntarily rose in his heart, but at this moment he recovered and laughed. "What's the big deal about the Grim Reaper? If you offend me, Haijia, even the King of Hell will die." After that, Tsunami took a step into the barrier. Boom! His body suddenly emitted a strong roar. Then, in the barrier, a stream of power crazily converged into his body. The vitality in his dantian crazily rose, and the strength of his whole body was also crazily rising. His eyes became more and more ferocious as he clenched his fists. Ha ha ha! He was instantly excited. In just a few seconds, his cultivation was directly raised to the Holy Spirit realm. Hai Fengtian, you're too despicable. Ren Xiaoyao immediately stood up. He never thought that the suppression barrier could actually raise Tsunami's cultivation to the Holy Spirit realm. How could he fight like this? There was no chance of winning at all. Hai Fengtian laughed proudly. Despicable? Why do I feel that I'm very kind? Don't you all believe in Luo Tian? You didn't expect me to have such a trick up my sleeve. I just want him to climb higher so that it will hurt when he falls. You want to hit my face? Ren Xiaoyao, I think you're thinking too much. Ha ha ha. From the beginning, Hai Fengtian could control the list of matches, but he didn't do so. He was waiting for the final fatal blow. The Holy Spirit realm against the Tai Yen level 2 who couldn't release powerful techniques. There was no suspense at all. It was an absolute suppression. Lu Zhan's face also changed. Damn, it's too unfair manipulating the game? Everyone in the square discovered that Tsunami's realm had been raised to the Holy Spirit realm. Everyone knew that this game was unfair, but not many people said it out loud because they were afraid of Haijia. They couldn't afford to offend Haijia. Without waiting for Luo Tian to step into the barrier, Yu Tianhai instantly descended, grabbed Luo Tian and said, "Don't go in, this game is meaningless." Hai Fengtian instantly stood up, smiled coldly and said, "Don't compete? Then disqualify Luo Tian. Anyway, you're waste, and Cloud Mist College doesn't need waste. Give up the game and get out of Cloud City." He sneered in his heart and said, "Whether you participate or not, you can't escape death today." He had calculated everything. Luo Tian had no choice. Ren Xiaoyao also instantly landed beside Luo Tian and said, "You can't participate. You'll only die if you go in. It's not up to Hai Fengtian to decide whether you'll be disqualified or not. We will report this matter to the Elder Hall. Cloud Mist College is not his Haijia." Yu Tianhai said, "Yes, Dean Huangfu will not ignore it. Don't worry, even if you're disqualified, I, Yu Tianhai, will be the first to fight with him if he dares to touch you." Ren Xiaoyao followed closely and said, "I'll be the second." Shikuan also walked out and said, "I'll be the third." At the same time, he whispered to Ren Xiaoyao, "Dean Huangfu negotiated with the Elder Hall, and the Elder Hall rejected the Dean's proposal. Maybe there's more. The Elder Hall and the Tianlong Dean are rushing here." Suddenly, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Hai Fengtian, don't you just want to see me die?" Hai Fengtian laughed loudly. "Yes, I just want to see you die." Without hiding it, Luo Tian's mouth hooked up and a deathly smile appeared. Then he stepped into the barrier and said, "I'm really sorry, I'm going to disappoint you." Chapter 2. Chapter 1245. None of them noticed. Luo Tian stepped into the enchantment. Ren Xiaoyao and the other two were dumbfounded. "Luo Tian, come back." "Yu Tianhai, why didn't you stop him?" "I thought you stopped him." "Sai, this is bad. Why can't Luo Tian stand a little provocation? What should we do now?" Ren Xiaoyao's face was anxious. After watching Luo Tian enter the enchantment, his body obviously sank and the aura on his body weakened to the lowest point. At the same time, Tsunami laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha. You're here to die. I was really afraid that you wouldn't come." Hai Fengtian was overjoyed and immediately said, "Tsunami, kill him." Just at this moment, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and moved his right hand. Without hesitation, he directly crushed a shadow gem. There was only one left of the 3 shadow gems. Then he shouted, "Level 2 divine fire!" Out! A flame spurted out from the palm of his hand. It was an ordinary flame, but at this moment Tsunami's face was pale with fright and his crotch was wet. He shook his head and said, No, it's absolutely possible. It's impossible for him to release this instant kill flame in the enchantment. Hai Fengtian was also dumbfounded. Absolutely impossible. But Luo Tian released it. From the beginning, he could release the divine fire, but he didn't use it. The divine fire ignored all defenses and didn't care about the suppression of the enchantment. Just in case, Luo Tian locked Tsunami before he entered the enchantment. In the enchantment, Luo Tian directly released the divine fire without thinking. And he also used a shadow gem to increase the probability of instant kill, because he didn't want to give Tsunami any chance. He just wanted to show Hai Fengtian and the entire Haijiao that no matter how unfair the competition was, it couldn't stop him. No one in the world could stop his footsteps. He wanted to prove to the entire Yunlan city. Tsunami knew very well what the flame released by Luo Tian was. Shortly after, he immediately crushed the wooden identity card and shouted, "I admit defeat! I admit defeat! I admit defeat! Quickly open the barrier." What a pity! It was useless to crush the identity token. The referee looked at Hai Fengtian, but Hai Fengtian didn't respond. Naturally, the referee didn't make a decision. Not to mention, he had just said that crushing the identity medallion was useless. He couldn't accept this method of admitting defeat. Seeing that Hai Fengtian was ignoring him, Tsunami immediately knelt down and begged, "Luo Tian, let me go. Spare my life." This was all arranged by Hai Fengtian. "It has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." Fear. He was incomparably terrified. Anyone would be afraid of death. Now, Tsunami was just as Luo Tian said. The scythe of death was already on his neck. As long as Luo Tian gave the order, he would die. Luo Tian sneered and said, "You're begging for mercy now? Sorry, I'm late. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the speed of the divine fire suddenly increased. Tsunami crazily rushed out and fiercely hit the barrier. He shouted loudly, "Third Elder, save me, save me." He was so scared that he pissed his pants. He didn't have the arrogance he had before entering the barrier. Hai Fengtian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His entire body was emitting an incomparably strong killing intent. What made him angry was not only Luo Tian but also Tsunami, because he had lost face for Haijia, and in front of so many people. This was something he couldn't tolerate. The killing intent was strong. His eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, who was inside the barrier at this moment. The divine fire bombarded down. Tsunami's face sank. His entire body was wrapped in flames. The surface of his skin began to crack rapidly. Red magma flowed out from the cracks. Thick black smoke came out of his mouth as he shouted in fear, "I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Rumble!" Tsunami's body directly exploded and turned into dust. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tsunami for obtaining 16,000 experience, 2,000 essence chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Divine Fire instant kill. The combination of the Shadow Gem and the second level Divine Fire was too powerful. Using it twice, it was an instant kill both times. Luo Tian was secretly shocked and thought to himself, "I must go to the exchange meeting with the Abyss Academy. I must get the Shadow Mineral Vein. I must forge a super dark weapon. I must kill God. I must kill Buddha." The instant kill bonus of the Shadow Gem was too strong. Tsunami was instantly killed. The entire audience was silent. This time, the silence was especially long. Even Rin Xiaoyao, Yu Tianhai, and Shi Kuan couldn't close their mouths. This was the first time they had seen Luo Tian unleash a divine flame, and they were instantly killed. Moreover, they couldn't sense the power within the divine flame. It seemed ordinary, but it also seemed to be filled with an incomparably powerful force. It was a force that even gods feared. It was too terrifying. In the past, they only knew that Luo Tian had used a single flame to instantly kill Ghost Concubine, instantly kill Sea Star Abyss, and block the imperial family's killing fist, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, the shock was incomparable and could not be described with words. Many people began to ask themselves, could they withstand it? There was no answer. All of a sudden, Lu Zhan was the first to cheer. Boss won, ha ha ha. Boss won, mighty and domineering for 10,000 years, ha ha ha. Hai Fengtian, so what if you target my boss? Didn't you see Haijia being trampled under your feet? Did you see that just now? Tsunami was so scared that even his shit came out, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Many people around laughed out loud. This was an indescribable competition. However, this was a competition that they had never seen before. They all knew in their hearts that Haijia had gone too far. Even so, Luo Tian still won. What kind of domineering aura was this? Luo Tian, I want to give birth to your child. Luo Tian, you are my idol. Luo Tian, I love you. Even some of the reserved girls couldn't help but cheer. It was too shocking. The entire square was ignited. Those Haijia disciples didn't dare to raise their heads to look at others. Some of them even left silently. In the past, the identity of a Haijia disciple was a kind of glory, but now it was simply a shame, a great shame. Luo Tian directly looked at Hai Fengtian, who was at the judges' table, and said arrogantly, Hai Fengtian, do you feel good? He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Hai Fengtian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Looking at Luo Tian's complacent look, he wanted to rush down and cut him into 1,000 pieces. But suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he laughed coldly. He walked to the judges' table and announced loudly, This match, Tsunami wins! As soon as his voice faded, the crowd was in an uproar. Wasn't this lying through his teeth? Hai Fengtian continued. Luo Tian, in the first round of Lingyun City's assessment, you killed too many people. In the second round, you killed even more. In view of your excessive killing, I declare that you are not qualified to become a student of Cloud Mist College. Chapter 3, Begging for a Monthly Ticket. Chapter 1246. You are not qualified to be a student of Cloud Mist College. Cloud Mist College does not need a homicidal maniac. Ah, his voice was like thunder exploding in the square. No one expected it. Even Luo Tian himself did not expect Hai Fengtian to do this. The whole place was in an uproar. All kinds of things flew in the air, all objecting to the result just now. Do you still have any shame? Can you be any more shameless? Even Haijia can't be so overbearing, right? I'm a dog. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. All kinds of curses were incessant. Originally, Haijia targeting Luo Tian made many people unhappy, especially the candidates who came from other places. Most of them were hot-blooded young people, and they were incomparably angry. At first, they had been suppressing it, not daring to offend Haijia. But Hai Fengtian was actually so despicable. They instantly exploded. Hai Fengtian's eyes darkened, and a thick Holy Spirit aura was released, covering the whole square. His voice became gloomy, and he shouted, I'm doing things according to the rules of the college. Whoever is not satisfied can complain to the college. If you can't wait, you can complain to me now. His voice was filled with killing intent. Coupled with his Holy Spirit realm cultivation, he was able to suppress all the cultivators in the square. Suddenly it became quiet. Cursing was cursing, being unhappy was unhappy, but no one was willing to be the first bird. However, Lu Zhan was different. He took a step forward, and Luo Tian did not have time to stop him. He rushed forward, pointed at Hai Fengtian's nose, and scolded, I'm not satisfied. Why didn't Hai Fengtian say it at the beginning? Why did you beat up your Haijia disciples one by one and took first place? Now you jump out and say that my boss is not qualified? Can't you be any more shameless? This is Cloud Mist College, not your Haijia's private place. Surprisingly, he was angry. Before he could celebrate winning first place, Hai Feng Tian immediately took away Luo Tian's first place. Who would be happy to hear that? Immediately after, Huangfu Ye also stepped forward recklessly and said loudly, "You're the vice dean, but you can't convince the others. You even used Haijia's power to create a suppression barrier and turned this exam into a game for you. Let me ask you, what right do you have to be the vice dean of Cloud Mist College? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely report this to the Elder Pavilion. If Luo Tian doesn't get first place today, I, Huang Fuya, will not let you off." Ren Xiaoyao was also indignant. He released his Holy Spirit to protect Huang Fuya and Lu Zhan. He was worried that Hai Feng Tian would suddenly launch a sneak attack. He said loudly, "Hai Feng Tian, I advise you to take back what you just said." Otherwise, he clenched his fists. His body suddenly shook. At this time, he was ready to go all out. He couldn't care less. Hai Feng Tian smiled coldly and looked at them. "I don't need to explain to you. I am the chairman of the judges of this exam. What I say is the decision. If I say Luo Tian is not qualified, then he is not qualified. As for why I didn't say it until now, ha ha ha. I just want to play with him. What can you do? Rin Xiaoyao, you want to play hard with me? Just with you bunch of trash? Even if you add Huang Fuju, what can you do to me?" As soon as his voice faded, Hai Feng Tian's gaze tightened and he directly shouted, "Where is the Haijia Holy Spirit group?" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than a dozen black shadows flew into the air from every corner of the square. All of them were experts of the Holy Spirit realm. Each of them emitted an incomparably strong aura, directly crushing Ren Xiaoyao and the others. Hai Feng Tian had made a perfect plan. Moreover, Hai Tong Tian allowed him to use all the power of Haijia. His purpose was to get rid of Luo Tian. Such a sudden change made Ren Xiaoyao's face tense. He immediately whispered to Yu Tianhai, "Old you protect Luo Tian. Leave the two of them to me. I guess Hai Feng Tian will use force. You can let him succeed." Yu Tianhai immediately said, "Got it." Shikuan said in a deep voice, "This is Cloud Mist College. Hai Feng Tian dares to do this. Has he thought about the consequences?" This was the rhythm of starting a war with Cloud Mist College in advance. Ren Xiaoyao said, "We have to be careful. Hai Feng Tian is so anxious that he can do anything." The three of them communicated and got ready. The crowd in the square quickly dispersed. Even if they were not convinced, they did not dare to do anything to Haijia. Now, the strongest group of Holy Spirit realm experts had appeared in Haijia. It should be known that these people were all super experts, ranked in the top 100 on the Haijia list. They were the most elite in Haijia. In less than half a minute, only Luo Tian, Lu Zhan, Huang Fuya, Ren Xiaoyao, Yu Tianhai, Shikuan, and some unknown warriors were left in the square. Among them, these people did not leave immediately. Among this group of people, Yi Yunmeng was among them. There was also a holy virgin of Phoenix Mountain, 2 experts of the Azure Dragon Clan, Lin Dong, Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, and the super talented warriors of the House of Bai. These people were all among them. It was just that they did not expose themselves. Hai Feng Tian sneered and said, "Luo Tian, are you convinced?" Luo Tian laughed. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The laughter became louder and louder, more and more rampant. Looking at Hai Feng Tian in the sky, Luo Tian stopped laughing and said, "Hai Feng Tian, is this your trump card?" Hai Feng Tian laughed. "That's right, this is my trump card. Today, regardless of whether you take first place or not, no matter how many rounds you win, the result is the same. You can't become a student of Cloud Mist College, because I control everything. If I say you can enter, you can enter. If I say you're not qualified, you're not qualified. Do you know why? Because you provoked me, Haijia." Hai Feng Tian was very unhappy. He arranged everything so that Luo Tian would die in the arena, but Luo Tian's strength was beyond his expectations. He had no choice. This was his last move, and what he said was also the truth. In the first round of selection, Luo Tian killed many people in Lingyun City. In the second round, he killed many people in the first city. The most important point was that he and the Dan-devouring demon bug were together. From that moment on, Hai Feng Tian had thought of a way to deal with Luo Tian. Haijia? Luo Tian sneered and said unscrupulously, "Sooner or later, I will turn your Haijia upside down." Hai Feng Tian's eyebrows furrowed and he shouted, "You're courting death!" "Kill him!" The figures of several Holy Spirit masters moved. Yu Tianhai immediately approached Luo Tian. Shikuan moved in the void and directly attacked. "I knew you three old things would stop me." "Fine, then I'll send you to hell together." Hai Fengtian sneered and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, according to the agreement, once Luo Tian is no longer a student of Cloud Mist College, the agreement will be invalid. If you still want to protect him, then don't blame me for being impolite. Kill him." More than 10 Holy Spirit masters fell together. Their strength was like the sky, heavily crushing down. The elder group has arrived. The first chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1247. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Hai Fengtian's face changed slightly. At this time, he couldn't care so much. Once the elders arrived, it was impossible to kill Luo Tian immediately. Today, no matter what, Luo Tian must die. Immediately. Hai Fengtian shouted in a low voice, "Don't worry so much. Kill him. Luo Tian must die. Otherwise, everything he did these days would be in vain." Moreover, Luo Tian humiliated Haijia. His strength improved too fast. If he was not eliminated, he would definitely become a big problem for Haijia. 16 Haijia, Holy Spirit Masters attacked at the same time. Target: Luo Tian. As of this moment, the pressure weighing down on all heaven's mind and sea of consciousness caused him to tremble, and his face to turn as pale as death. The pressure weighing down on him was unbearable, and he gritted his teeth and glared viciously at all heaven. The Angel of Judgment, Transformation card appeared in his mind. At the same time, there was another Transformation card, Primordial Tyrannosaurus Rex. If he was annoyed, he would do anything. Shikuan attacked, but he only resisted 3 Holy Spirit Masters and was hit several times. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Yu Tianhai immediately rushed up. After a few rounds, he fell with serious injuries like Shikuan. Rin Xiaoyao followed closely behind. "Ha ha ha." Hai Fengtian laughed ferociously. "Die, all of you die, ha ha ha, boom." Rin Xiaoyao also fell and fell beside Luo Tian. He said in a deep voice, "Run, run, run, run?" Where could he run to? Where could he run to? No matter how fast he was, could he be the opponent of the Holy Spirit realm? Lu Zhan approached Luo Tian. Huangfu, Ye also stood together with Luo Tian. In the crowd, the 2 Azure Dragon Clan powerhouses looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Their bodies moved slightly and their blood began to expand. A violent aura was released from their bodies. Lin Dong's teeth were chattering. His heart was full of hatred because he knew very well that it was useless even if he stood out. He might even become Luo Tian's burden. He held on tightly to Bai Ling and Bai Xiong. At the same time, he also transmitted his voice to the other martial artists of the House of Bai, telling them to restrain themselves. Life and death hung by a thread. Luo Tian looked up at the 16 figures rushing down from the sky. With a thought, he said, "Angel of Judgment, Tyrannosaurus Rex, start." He couldn't care less. In any case, he had already been discovered, and it was a matter of life and death. Who cared if he was discovered or not? Hai Fengtian sinisterly laughed. "Luo Tian, go to hell." At this moment, Luo Tian was about to activate the transformation card, but a void appeared above his head. It was like a black hole. Stars twinkled in the void. Outside the void, there seemed to be a passage to another world. Only a thunderous sound could be heard. Space-time anomaly, turn. Plop, plop, plop. One Holy Spirit realm powerhouse fell, the second fell. The third fell, the fourth, the fifth, the 16th Holy Spirit realm powerhouse fell. In less than a tenth of a second, all 16 Hyjia Holy Spirit realm powerhouses fell into the void. The pressure was withdrawn. Their auras disappeared. Luo Tian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He secretly said in his heart, F***CK, isn't the power of this space-time bloodline a little too powerful? Without a doubt, this was Huang Fuju's move. Huang Fuya immediately laughed. Father! In midair, Huang Fuju stood there proudly. His robe fluttered, looking very cool. Except for him, only Hai Fingtian's lonely voice was left. He looked around and saw the Holy Spirit realm powerhouses falling into the void one after another. His heart was filled with shock. These were the strongest elites of Hyjia. If they were all transferred to a different space-time, it would be a huge blow to Hyjia. His eyes darkened as he said in a heavy tone, Huang Fuju, I order you to immediately transfer the people of Hyjia back. Otherwise, Hyjia will immediately declare war on Cloud Mist College. Huang Fuju looked at Hai Fengtian coldly. Hai Fengtian's body suddenly sank and directly fell from the sky. His mind was shrouded in the shadow of death. That feeling was as if he saw the grim Reaper waving at him. It was extremely uncomfortable. Huang Fuju's figure fell and directly landed beside Hai Fengtian. He said coldly, Do you want to start a war? Hai Fengtian was so scared that his face turned pale. He said, You, what do you want to do? You'd better not mess around. I'm the vice president of the college and the uncle of Neptune Dragon. If you dare to mess around with me, he can't, but I can. Unknowingly, Luo Tian suddenly rushed forward and released the divine explosion at Hai Fengtian's crotch. The power of the Azure Dragon was released, the power of the White Tiger was released, and the power of the Azure Dragon was released. Of course, this was because Hai Fengtian was suppressed by Luo Tian. Otherwise, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to hit him. Bam! Kacha kacha! A loud sound rang out, followed by a series of cracking sounds. Oh, whoa! Hai Fengtian's eyes were bloodshot as he hugged his crotch with both hands. He was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't even let out a scream. He was in indescribable pain. Lu Zhan's face was also filled with shock. His crotch tightened. It hurts. Huang Fuya said with a look of disdain, I didn't kick you. Why are you in pain? Lu Zhan said, You're not a man. You won't be able to understand, but ha ha ha. It feels so good. Boss is so mighty. He used all of his strength in this kick. Moreover, Luo Tian kicked out again. A voice came from afar, and a powerful force directly attacked, saying, Enough! At the same time, in the sky, several figures shrunk and fell. Who dares to touch my Hyjia descendant? I think he's tired of living. All of a sudden, Hai Tongtian came. In front of him was an old man with red eyebrows and red hair. The old man was full of explosive power, which made everyone's face sink. One of the Hyjia ancestors, red-browed sky sovereign Hai Tianyan. Huang Fuju's face darkened. He protected Luo Tian behind him with one hand and whispered, Be careful! Even the old ancestor of the Hai family had come. Hai Tianyan fell heavily, seeing Hai Fengtian rolling on the ground. Hai Tianyan's red eyebrows stared, and his voice exploded in everyone's mind. Who is it? Come out and die for me. It was also at this time. Dean Tianlong, Cloud Mist College's elder pavilion members, quickly rushed over. Hai Tianyan's face also changed slightly. At this time, Hai Fengtian pointed at Luo Tian beside Huang Fuju and roared, It's him, ancestor. Kill him for me, kill. Ah! For a moment, Hai Fengtian rolled on the ground in pain again. In this situation, his 2 eggs were definitely cracked. The second chapter was delivered, and there was another chapter at night. Old cow begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1248. Him. Hai Tianyan's brows furrowed, and his anger rose. He kicked Hai Fengtian and scolded, "You can't even beat a mere grade 2 Taiyan trash, and you still have the nerve to say that!" Bang! He kicked Hai Fengtian's crotch again. Hai Fengtian's body stiffened, and blue veins popped out from the pain. He couldn't say a word. It would be hard for his 2 eggs to not crack. However, at this moment, Hai Tianyan's aura suddenly changed, and an earth-shattering pressure attacked Luo Tian. Huang Fuju moved and blocked in front of Luo Tian. He formed a seal with both hands, and a small, rotating space appeared in front of him. The space absorbed all the pressure released by Hai Tianyan and transferred it away. Hai Tianyan was slightly stunned, and his heart was shocked. He said slightly, "You are that space-time bloodline Huang Fuju?" Huang Fuju said, slightly, "Yes, I am Heavenly Flame's Grand Venerable. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. I didn't expect that after half a year of seclusion, your cultivation would grow to such a level. Third Order Emperor Realm cultivation and your space-time bloodline has reached perfection. No wonder Hai Tongtian called me here." Hai Tianyan was shocked by Huang Fuju's space-time bloodline. At the same time, a trace of regret appeared in his heart. If he had gotten rid of Huang Fuju back then, none of this would have happened. Even if it was him now, he didn't have the confidence to win against Huang Fuju. At this time, Hai Fengtian couldn't care less about the pain. He stood up with difficulty and said, "Ancestor, he sucked 16 Holy Spirit Masters of the Fair family into a different space-time. He is the biggest hidden danger of the Fair family." He bang! Not waiting for him to finish, Hai Tianyan sent Hai Fengtian flying with another kick. He didn't even look at him as he smiled and said, "Little brother Huangfu, since you said it was a misunderstanding, then I won't ask any more questions. Bring back the 16 Hai family members, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Hai Tianyan whispered a few words in Hai Tianyan's ear. Immediately after, Hai Tianyan's expression changed slightly. He was a little angry, but he still said, "And him. Since the results have been announced, then he doesn't have the right to enter Cloud Mist College. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree. I don't need your agreement. Sky Dragon, do you think I'm right?" Calling him by his name. Sky Dragon smiled. He glanced at Huang Fuju and frowned. He walked forward and said, "The Heavenly Flame's Grand Exalt has spoken. How about we do this?" Without waiting for Huang Fuju to speak, Luo Tian sneered and said, "Why? I got first place. What qualifications do I have to enter Cloud Mist College? In the end, they say that I'm not qualified. What did I do in the beginning? Then let me ask, what do I need to do to be qualified?" He refused to accept this. He was very unconvinced. In front of the tears of those experts, Luo Tian felt that he was too insignificant. This disparity made him feel endless pressure. Become stronger. Become stronger. He was still not strong enough. Hai Tianyan did not even look at Luo Tian and said, "Why? Just because you're weak and I'm strong. Just because of this, do you understand?" Luo Tian clenched his fists. Hai Tianyan sneered, "You're not convinced? Is it useful?" It was useless. Just like he said, he was the strong one and he was the weak one. Even if he was not convinced, he could only swallow it. Huang Fuju laughed. "The strong also grew up from the weak. It's not a problem for me to transfer those people from Haijia back, but Luo Tian did indeed get first place. He is qualified to become a student of Cloud Mist College. This is something that everyone can see." So, without waiting for Huang Fuju to finish, Hai Tianyan interrupted and said, "Don't be so. If I say he's not qualified, then he's not qualified. Huang Fuju, are you going to go against me?" His voice carried a powerful pressure. The surrounding aura suddenly changed. Sky Dragon immediately stepped forward and said, "Tai Zun, it's up to you. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian said domineeringly, I don't need an outsider to decide whether I'm qualified or not. Dean Skydragon, if you admit that this Cloud Mist College is controlled by Haijia, I'll leave immediately. Even if you beg me to come, I won't come back. If not, then please deal with it impartially. No matter who it was, no matter how strong the other party was, Luo Tian would not show weakness. Moreover, even if they fought, it was still uncertain who would die and who would live. Not long after Luo Tian got first place, he got another transformation card, the Flash. With this transformation card, he had enough time to escape. Moreover, at this time, the cooldown of the divine fire was over. Therefore, Luo Tian was not afraid. Interesting. Hai Tianyan laughed coldly and said, Sky Dragon, you can deal with it impartially, but you'd better be clear about one thing. If you choose him, then don't blame me, Haijia, for being impolite. Let me tell you one more thing. Huang Long has already stepped into the Emperor realm. Boom! A loud sound came from Sky Dragon's mind. Huang Fuju's expression suddenly changed. Breakthrough. Emperor realm. Haijia Crown Prince, a powerful pressure, instantly crushed down. The Haijia Crown Prince was the person they feared the most. He was even more terrifying than the Haijia ancestor. Sky Dragon looked at Luo Tian again, and then his gaze fell on Luo Tian and said, Luo Tian, you're strong, really strong. You've made me look at you in a new light. But I'm very sorry. For the sake of Cloud Mist College, I can only give you up. Luo Tian laughed. He laughed helplessly. His heart was filled with unwillingness and hatred, just because of a Haijia. Even the strongest Cloud Mist College in the central region was afraid, just because of a Haijia Crown Prince. Brett, are you happy now? Hai Tianyan smiled in satisfaction and said, This is the world of the strong, you? You're just a piece of trash of the second stage of Taiyan. What can you change? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hai Tianyan laughed out loud, not because he had stripped Luo Tian of his qualifications, but because Sky Dragon had compromised. At this moment, Lu Zhan said to Luo Tian in a low voice, Boss, I've disqualified you from the competition, but there's still another way to enter Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian's heart was somewhat dead. He was extremely disappointed in Cloud Mist College and Sky Dragon. However, from Sky Dragon's point of view, Luo Tian might also choose Haijia. After all, he was only at the second stage of Taiyan and was also a trash with a low talent. However, Luo Tian had to enter Cloud Mist College. Only by staying in Cloud Mist College would he be able to find the tomb of the buried god, participate in the exchange meeting with the Abyss College, and find the Shadow Mineral Vein. All of this had to start from Cloud Mist College. This was an important step. Lu Zhan continued, As long as you have a superior talent, you can become a special enrollment student. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Hai Fengtian crawled up and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked at the old ancestor and said, Old ancestor, let him test his talent. He's a trash with a broken pubes. Hai Tongtian couldn't help but sneer. Last talent, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Everyone in Haijia laughed. Luo Tian frowned and said directly, What if I don't have the last talent? Hai Fengtian said arrogantly, If you don't have the last talent, I'll twist my own head off. All right, that's what you said. The third chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers, for your tips and monthly votes. Just one more monthly ticket, and that would be enough. Chapter 1249. Just more than 10 days ago, Hai Fengtian personally tested Luo Tian's talent. Blackstone's test would not have the slightest error. It was definitely the lowest talent. There was absolutely no mistake. Looking at Luo Tian, he couldn't help but sneer and say, If you have the lowest talent, what will you do? Luo Tian said calmly, It's up to you. Wait, Ren Xiaoyao said first, Luo Tian, the talent test can't be changed. How can you bet with him on this? Don't agree with him. Of course, everyone saw it in the special enrollment hall, so you can't be tested. As for how you can enter Cloud Mist College, we will think of another way. Don't worry. He was also there that day. Blackstone's test would not be wrong. This was absolutely true. Yu Tianhai also couldn't help but say, Luo Tian, don't be reckless. We won't ignore your matter. You can rest assured that even if you can't become a student of Cloud Mist College, we won't let anyone bully you. At this time, Huang Fuju also said, Luo Tian, you don't have to do this. No one dares to touch you. His voice was very calm, but in this calmness, there was some kind of unshakable power. Even Hai Tianyan couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, what is the background of this kid? Why is even Huang Fuju so protective of him? Huang Fuya also said anxiously, don't be stupid. Talent can't be changed. Indeed, the talent test determined a lifetime. It was something that couldn't be changed. Luo Tian had just stepped into the ancient continent. When he was tested in Wushan town, his talent was the lowest. The second time was when he was tested by Hai Fengtian in the special enrollment hall. Once it was decided, it couldn't be changed. Although Yu Tianhai and Shi Kuan had seen Luo Tian's azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, but they had never thought that Luo Tian had awakened the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. They, including Huang Fuju, thought that Luo Tian just cultivated some kind of technique of the 4 divine beasts clan. Bloodline talent was determined at birth, and it wasn't something that could be changed after birth. Seeing them so nervous, Hai Fengtian became even more proud. He sneered and said, Luo Tian, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. It's too late for you to regret it now. However, you must kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, you can go to the special recruitment hall to test your talent. If your talent is still at the bottom, then you'll be at my mercy. Ren Xiaoyao immediately became angry and said, Hai Fengtian, don't be too arrogant. Humph. Outsiders have no right to criticize Haijia disciples. Hai Tianyan shouted in a deep voice. His voice carried a vigorous power, which directly forced Ren Xiaoyao's face to turn red. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he took several steps back in succession. He then turned to Hai Fengtian and asked, Is he really a last-grade talent? Hai Fengtian immediately said in a fawning manner, It's absolutely true. I personally tested it. There's no mistake. All right then. Hai Tianyan immediately said, Go and get tested. If you still have a low-grade talent, then you can be dealt with by me, Hai Tianyan. If you have a super-grade talent, then today's matter can be treated as if nothing happened. It's decided then. Since Huang Fuju was protecting someone, then he must be an enemy of Haijia. Then he must die. The reason was very simple. Moreover, Hai Tianyan could see from Huang Fuju's eyes that the boy in front of him was very unusual, so he should be eliminated. Domineering. What was domineering? This was domineering. He didn't give you any chance to refuse and directly made the decision. Huang Fuju wanted to speak, but Hai Tianyan said, Huang Fuju, you don't want to stop me, do you? You can stop me, but you should be very clear about my strength. Killing someone in front of you should be a waste of my old bones, but I can still do it. His voice was full of killing intent. He didn't give Huang Fuju any chance. His strength might not be as good as Huang Fuju's, but if he wanted to kill someone in front of Huang Fuju couldn't stop him at all. If you don't agree, I'll kill him now. Huang Fuju's face darkened. Luo Tian smiled and said, Dean Huang Fu, you don't have to make things difficult for me. I'll go and test it, but if my talent isn't the lowest, I won't chop off Hai Fengtian's dog head. I just want an apology from you. Do you dare to bet? He stared directly at Hai Tianyan. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all, because at this moment he was prepared for anything. Even if they fought, he wasn't afraid. He was extremely calm. Hai Tianyan's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed. For the first time, he looked seriously at Luo Tian. He now understood why Huang Fuju valued a Tai and realm martial artist so much. Just this courage alone was unparalleled. Hai Tongtian suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Impudent Luo Tian, who do you think you are?" Hai Tianyan laughed and said, "Fine, we'll do as you say." If he apologized to Haijia's ancestor, he would be cool. It would be even better than killing Hai Fengtian. Moreover, this would be a huge blow to Haijia. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Fine, Dean Tianlong's students and elders, please be witnesses. I'm worried that some people will go back on their words." Hai Tianyan sneered and said, "Are you talking about me?" Luo Tian said, "Of course it's you. So what if I'm talking about you in front of you?" Hai Tianyan frowned again, and his body faintly released a thick, murderous aura. He smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, I, Hai Tianyan, am a man of my words. But, kid, have you thought about the consequences?" He knew very well that the Black Stone's test wouldn't be wrong. Hai Fengtian wouldn't dare to lie to him, and Hai Tongtian wouldn't be unaware of this. Since he didn't stop him, it was enough to prove that he was the lowest talent in the test. Luo Tian smiled and said, "That's good. As for the consequences, I never think about them, because to me there are no consequences." "How arrogant," Hai Tianyan said coldly. Luo Tian didn't back down and said, "SOSO, I can't compare to you, Haijia. Don't waste time here. Let's go to the special enrollment hall." Hai Tianyan waved his hand and said, "Fine, I can't wait any more." Haijia's people walked in the front. Hai Tongtian asked again, "Fengtian, are you sure Luo Tian's talent is the lowest?" Hai Fengtian said with certainty, I'm sure. I tested it myself, there's no mistake. Luo Tian, this kid is courting death. If I knew it would be so easy, I wouldn't have arranged so many things." Hai Tianyan said faintly, "If he's not the lowest talent, do you know the consequences?" Hai Fengtian's body shook, and he swallowed his saliva and said, "This disciple knows. Ancestor, don't worry, there won't be any mistakes this time. That kid can just wait for death." Luo Tian and the others walked at the back. No one said anything. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, because everything that happened today made people angry. Haijia was too overbearing. There's a new chapter tonight. Chapter 1250. Luo Tian's second test seemed to have grown wings, and in a short moment, half of the Cloud Mist City knew about it. Moreover, the hundreds of thousands of spectators who were watching the ranking battle all rushed to the special enrollment hall. One by one, they began to discuss, to challenge the Haijia ancestor. This Luo Tian must be tired of living. What kind of person is Hai Tianyan? He's a super abnormal being who has cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. Isn't he courting death by going against him? This is also because the Haijia is too domineering. The first place obviously belongs to Luo Tian. What right does he have to take it away? This is going too far. If the Cloud Mist College's actions can't convince the public who will come to the Cloud Mist College in the future. Don't talk about those useless things. Who do you think will win? Do you still need to ask? Of course it's the Haijia. I was there when Luo Tian tested his talent last time. His talent is at the bottom, and once a bloodline talent is confirmed, it will not change for the rest of his life. This time, he won't be able to escape death. Really? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. That's a pity sigh. Some people sighed, while others were happy. The crowd outside the special enrollment hall surged. It was probably the liveliest time in history. Inside the special enrollment hall, not many people entered. Luo Tian, Lu Zhan, Huang Fuya, and the members of the Cloud Mist College's Elder Pavilion. On the other side were the elders of the Haijia, as well as Hai Tianyan. Hai Tianyan said coldly, "You can begin." Luo Tian took a step forward. Huang Fuju sent a sound transmission. "Luo Tian, you don't have to be tested. I will use space-time transfer to teleport you out." He was still worried. He had never been so worried before. But he couldn't do anything. He had too many concerns. If it was when he was young, he might not be like this. If he was unhappy, he would do it. But now he had to consider the Cloud Mist College, because this was an important task entrusted to him by the previous dean. There were few times when Luo Tian was bullied, and he couldn't help it. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. But in the end, he still didn't make a move. Even his daughter almost died in the suppression of the enchantment. Luo Tian looked at Huang Fuju and smiled. Dean Huangfu, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Zhan also reminded, Boss, you have to be careful. Everyone looked at Luo Tian as if they were parting forever. Hi, Feng Tian clamored. You damned piece of trash, can you hurry up? In any case, your talent is at the bottom. With your dantian shattered, what other talent could you possibly have? Regardless of whether the test is carried out or not, the result will be the same. And that is you will die today. Hai Tong Tian couldn't help but say, Luo Tian, don't waste everyone's time. This is meaningless. The result won't change. Hai Jia and the others also began to clamor. For the past month, they had been annoyed by Luo Tian. Lady Ghost was instantly killed. Starfish Abyss was killed instantly. Hai Jia had lost face several times in the hands of Luo Tian. If they couldn't get rid of him today, then Hai Jia's face would really be thrown to their grandmother's house. Luo Tian walked forward unhurriedly, his gaze sweeping across the entire audience, and finally landing on Hai Fengtian's body. He laughed coldly and said, You should be very lucky. If not for your ancestor standing up, your head would have been cut off today. Yoho, you still dare to be arrogant at a time like this. Hai Fengtian said with a face full of disdain, Luo Tian, if your talent wasn't the bottom, I, Hai Fengtian, would definitely twist my head off and use it as a chamber pot. I don't think you can change your bloodline talent. He was very arrogant. She looked aggressive. He also wanted to show off in front of Hai Tianyan. Hai Tianyan said indifferently, Hurry up. Luo Tian stood by the black stone and exhaled heavily. Then, he gently placed his right hand on the black stone and took a deep breath. Buzz! The bottom of the black stone lit up. This was the lowest talent. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Hai Fengtian laughed happily, pointed at Luo Tian and said, You dog, I said that your talent is at the bottom. What else do you want to change? Do you think that just because your cultivation has increased by a lot, you can change your bloodline talent? You idiot, prepare to die now. He became extremely arrogant. The elders of Hai Jia also revealed a disdainful smile. I've seen those with poor talent, but I've never seen a trash with the lowest talent. Ha ha ha. Huang Fuju, is this the person you have your eyes on? Isn't he too trashy? I'm dying of laughter. With such talent, your Cloud Mist College still treats him as a treasure? The talent of the beggars in Cloud Mist City is 1,000 times better than his. The people of Hai Jia all laughed at him. Hai Fengtian took a step forward and coldly snorted. The anger in his heart and the pain of his balls being cracked instantly surged up. Luo Tian, prepare to die for me. I'm going to rip your primordial spirit out of your body. I'm going to make it so that you can never reincarnate. While speaking, he rushed up. At this time, Luo Tian's hand did not leave the black stone. Huang Fuju's face darkened. Except for the elders and the dean of Tianlong who did not change their expressions, Rin Xiaoyao and the others' faces all became gloomy. At the same time, their dantian was rolling, ready to attack. On the way here, they had prepared for the worst. They also knew that Luo Tian's talent would not change. Luo Tian would definitely lose, but they still came, and on the way here, they secretly discussed that no matter what happened, they would never give Luo Tian to Hai Jia, even if they had to bet everything. Seeing Hai Fengtian rushing up and Luo Tian not leaving with a calm face, Huang Fuju stepped forward and stopped Hai Fengtian, saying, The test is not over yet. There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was also at this time. Rin Xiaoyao, Yu Tianhai, and Shirkuin's bodies tensed up. Hai Tianyan smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, let him test as much as he wants. If anyone dares to violate the agreement just now, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Sea God Realm. Buzz. Hai Tianyan directly released the sea god's bloodline, forming a sea god space that enveloped the entire special enrollment hall. In other words, even if Huangfu Ju used the bloodline of time and space, he might not be able to transfer Luo Tian away. Huangfu Ju's face darkened. Ren Xiaoyao and the others' faces changed. Sea God Realm. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes. He then roared, "Azure Dragon's bloodline, open for me!" Bang, bang, bang suddenly. Roar! A dragon's roar soared into the sky. An entire special enrollment hall shook violently. The light on the black stone soared to its peak. Peerless talent. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Almost everyone stared at Luo Tian with their mouths agape. Hai Fingtian's eyes were about to pop out. How is this possible? He. How could he have the Azure Dragon's bloodline? However, an incomparably ferocious Azure Dragon's shadow was right beside Luo Tian. The Azure Dragon looked down on everyone. That kind of aura that only a true king's bloodline would have was shockingly terrifying. Even the sea god's bloodline that Hai Tianyan released was trembling at this moment. However, Luo Tian still did not raise his hand and shouted, "White Tiger's bloodline, open for me!" Roar! The white tiger roared and rushed out of Luo Tian's body. It opened its mouth and roared at Hai Fengtian. The sea god realm was in turmoil. Oh my God, could it be that last time in the slums he didn't cultivate a cultivation method, but awakened the bloodline in his body, then. Ren Xiaoyao was so excited that he couldn't speak. Lu Zhan was dumbfounded, and his heart almost stopped beating. Huang Fuya was so excited that she started crying. Huang Fuju smiled. "Vermilion bird's bloodline, open for me." Luo Tian roared again. The vermilion bird flew up from Luo Tian's head, and the flames on its body seemed to want to devour everything. The sea god realm shook violently, and the sea god's bloodline couldn't bear it. Those people in Haijiao were all dumbfounded. "Black tortoise's bloodline, open for me." Black tortoise appeared. "Walala! Walala! Walala!" There was the sound of glass shattering in the special recruitment hall. The sea god's bloodline was completely suppressed. The bloodline suppression had nothing to do with the level of cultivation, but only with the strength of the bloodline. The sea god's bloodline was crushed, and the sea god realm couldn't bear it and instantly shattered. Azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, vermilion bird on the top, black tortoise on the bottom. It was awesome, domineering and awesome. At this moment, the light on the black stone was very dazzling, and the black stone was trembling rapidly. In less than half a second, it couldn't bear the impact of the bloodline energy and exploded into powder with a bang. Luo Tian stood in place, motionless. He looked at Hai Fengtian with cold eyes and asked playfully, "Excuse me, what is the grade of my talent?" His voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in the hall like a thunderstorm. Everyone's face was full of shock. Looking at the 4 divine beasts on Luo Tian's body, no one could shake his domineering aura. At this moment, Sky Dragon swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, divine grade talent. This is the second person in the middle state to have a divine grade talent in thousands of years, even better than the Haijia Crown Prince. The first one also came from the profound Sky Continent. It was too shocking. This was the first time they had seen this kind of talent. It was so shocking that it couldn't be described with words. Divine grade talent, the legendary supreme talent. Without a doubt, the first person to have a divine grade talent was most likely the Hua Shan Patriarch. Luo Tian didn't care about the level of his talent. He took a step forward, and the 4 divine beasts on his body moved. Each of them was like a living creature, wanting to devour people. Luo Tian walked in front of Hai Fengtian and said, "Twist your head off." Without waiting for Hai Feng Tian to speak. Luo Tian turned his gaze and stared directly at Hai Tianyan. He said arrogantly, "Apologize to me." 2 in 1 chapter. The monthly votes ranking was about to explode. Old Bull begged for monthly votes. Chapter 1251. His tone was firm, and there was no room for negotiation. Zhongren was shocked. Hai Tianyan's expression changed. Apologize. He had forgotten how to apologize in these thousands of years. Without waiting for them to speak, Luo Tian said again, "Apologize to me." 1. Hai Tianyan released his Emperor Realm aura, and the entire special enrollment hall shook violently. His face was full of anger. Hai Tongtian shouted, "Luo Tian, don't be too arrogant." Hai Fengtian also said, "Who do you think you are? You want the Haijia old ancestor to apologize to you? Luo Tian, don't pretend to be innocent. Even if you have the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, the old ancestor can kill you with a flick of his finger," not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian sneered contemptuously, "Ha ha ha. You really can't afford to lose. If you don't even have this bit of responsibility, I don't know how Haijia can survive. If this matter spreads out, how will people look at Haijia?" Hai Tongtian's face sank and his voice became low. "If anyone dares to spread this matter, Haijia will kill them at any cost." "Yo, this again." Luo Tian sneered disdainfully. "Haven't you tried to kill me before? In Lingyun City, in the immeasurable mountain range, in the assessment field, in the 3rd round of the competition. You know best what Haijia did to me." Immediately, Luo Tian's expression changed, and he looked at the Sky Dragon Academy and the Cloud Mist College's elder group. "Dean Sky Dragon, you are a witness. You won't pretend that you didn't find anything, right?" Dean Sky Dragon's face changed slightly. Indeed, Luo Tian won and Hai Tianyan lost. But he was the Haijia old ancestor, and his cultivation was above the 3rd Order Emperor realm. More importantly, the current him could represent the fair family in everything. You want me to apologize? The pressure wasn't ordinary. But Luo Tian had released his 4 god beasts bloodline talent, and his talent had even reached the divine grade of the divine realm. Throughout the entire central continent, or even the entire ancient world, there were no more than 5 people with a divine grade talent. And these 5 people had all ascended to the divine realm, becoming immortal gods. Without a doubt, with Luo Tian's potential, becoming a god was only a matter of time. Last time, a genius who became a god appeared in the Cloud Mist continent, and the influence of the Cloud Mist continent surpassed that of any college in the ancient world. At that time, Cloud Mist College was at its peak. If another genius appeared while he was the dean of Cloud Mist College, then his name would be forever recorded in the annals of history, and he would be revered by future generations. His mind was spinning rapidly. In the end, the scales in Sky Dragon's heart began to tilt towards Luo Tian. The elders looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't say anything. At this moment, Hai Tianyan suddenly laughed, walked forward, and looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "You're Luo Tian, right?" Being stared at by an Emperor Realm Master was a very uncomfortable feeling. It had nothing to do with pressure. It had nothing to do with one's realm. It was the kind of aura that Luo Tian couldn't shake. It was very strong, so strong that Luo Tian's mind was trembling. Under his sleeves, his fists were tightly clenched, and he used all his strength to control his body so that he wouldn't tremble. He said calmly, "Yes." "Very good, very good, very good," Hai Tianyan said, and his expression became serious. "I'm sorry, I apologize for everything that Haijia has done to you. You're first in the ranking tournament, so you'll get the reward you deserve. Your talent is a divine grade talent, and you're also qualified to enter Cloud Mist College. Haijia won't interfere, but the first few sentences were very sincere. The ancestor apologizing to someone, this kind of thing, was absolutely unimaginable in the past. Everyone in Haijia was shocked, especially Hai Fengtian, whose face was extremely ugly. when he said the word, but his tone suddenly changed, as if thousands of murderous intents had suddenly emerged, directly above Luo Tian's mind. At this moment, the vermilion bird chirped, the azure dragon roared, the white tiger roared, and the black tortoise surged. But even so, the gap between their realms was too big. It was not something that bloodline talent could change. Who was Hai Tianyan? He was one of the ancestors of Haijia, who had cultivated for 10,000 years and stayed in the Emperor realm for thousands of years. How strong was he? Luo Tian couldn't resist the thousands of murderous intents, and his body was under unimaginable pressure. Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, Luo Tian, I can control a corpse of the Emperor realm to transfer the pressure from Hai Tianyan's aura. No! Luo Tian didn't wait for Fantasy Fairy to finish and refused. He won't kill me. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. As for this kind of pressure, I can withstand it. Besides, it's good for my body. Fantasy Fairy bit her lip and didn't say anything. Luo Tian pretended to be extremely calm and said with a faint smile, But what? Hai Tianyan said, But if you want to take revenge on Haijia, I will make you disappear forever. His voice was extremely cold. Even Huangfu Ju couldn't help but tremble secretly. Luo Tian's body was almost stiff, and he said, If Haijia still wants to make things difficult for me and target my family and friends, I will also make it disappear forever. What was crazy? This was 2F** King arrogant. Even in the face of Haijia's ancestor, he didn't retreat at all. He was so domineering. He was a complete madman, a madman who didn't care about his life. Hai Tianyan was only 3 meters away from Luo Tian. Even if Huangfu Ju used the space-time transfer technique to the peak, he couldn't save him. Everyone in Haijia was extremely angry. No one dared to speak to Haijia's ancestor like that. The anger in their hearts was indescribable. Hai Tianyan smiled coldly and said, Don't worry, when Haijia wants to attack you, you won't be as lucky as you are today. After that, Hai Tianyan turned around and glanced at the Haijia's people. He snorted with a cold face and was extremely dissatisfied. Then he said in a deep voice, Let's go. Hai Tianyan didn't dare to say anything and immediately followed. Hai Fengtian also followed obediently, not even daring to breathe loudly. Just as they were about to leave the special recruitment hall, Luo Tian's body recovered slightly and he said, Hai Fengtian, shouldn't you twist your head off? Hai Fengtian's body froze and his face became ferocious. He glared at Luo Tian and said, You dog, don't be too greedy. Do you think Haijia is afraid of you? Just at this moment, Hai Fengtian didn't finish his words. Hai Tianyan turned around slightly and shot out a power from his finger. This power directly chopped off Hai Fengtian's head. His head, dripping with blood, rolled down. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't know what had just happened. The Haijia's people were also shocked. They were so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Hai Tianyan didn't even look at Hai Fengtian and strode away. Everything happened too quickly. Even Luo Tian didn't have time to react. However, after Hai Tianyan and the rest of the Hai family disappeared, his body was drenched in sweat like a torrential downpour. His body was extremely exhausted, and he collapsed onto the ground as if he was about to collapse. Fuck, this is too unbearable. There was an update at night. Chapter 1252. The moment he fell to the ground. Luo Tian's body lightened, and every cell in his body seemed to have become stronger. The power and defense contained in his body also increased in an instant. Fantasy Fairy laughed excitedly. Second-level physique, second-level physique. I didn't expect you to make consecutive breakthroughs in just one day. At this speed, it won't be long before you reach the 10th level. At that time, you will be able to use the Dragon God Forbidden Technique. At that time, even if you meet an Emperor Realm Master, you won't have to be afraid. Luo Tian was also a little surprised. Under the pressure of Hai Tianyan's powerful aura, the level of his body had increased. It was a pleasant surprise. However, he didn't want to endure that kind of stiffness anymore. Every pore in his body was being suppressed. It was too unbearable. Dragon God forbidden technique. If I don't use the pressure of a master, what other way can I improve in a short time? Luo Tian couldn't help but ask in his heart. He wanted to cultivate the Dragon God forbidden technique because it was unrealistic to level up in a short time. He could only rely on the Dragon God forbidden technique. Every time he saw an Emperor Realm Master, he couldn't help it. He really wanted to blast them. However, the consequence of this was that if he couldn't blast them to death, he would die. The fact that the divine fire was aimed at the imperial family's old ancestor meant that it was impossible to use the divine fire to kill an Emperor Realm Master. Although the divine fire ignored everything, Luo Tian knew very well that if this was a game, the divine fire would be a huge bug, but this bug would definitely not be heaven-defying. Fantasy Fairy thought for a moment and said, "The power of the heavenly tribulation, the 5 elements heavenly tribulation, can make your body improve quickly, but you can't bear it now. Moreover, the 5 elements heavenly tribulation is born from heaven and earth and is not controlled by anyone. No one knows where it will fall." The 5 elements heavenly tribulation was similar to a natural phenomenon. However, this only existed in legends, and no one had seen it before. Phew! Luo Tian exhaled, and then said in his heart, I can't, I'm too tired, I need to rest, immediately. Then he fell into a deep sleep. While Luo Tian was asleep, the situation in Misty Cloud City changed. In the west of the city, the Chen family, a king-level force, has been destroyed. More than 3,700 people from one family died tragically. Blood flowed like a river and dyed the entire Qin Manor red. This is the first time in the Misty Cloud City that a king's organization has been destroyed. Haijia is too strong. He destroyed the Qin clan in less than 4 hours. Why is Haijia so angry? Angry? This was all because a person named Luo Tian dared to ask the Haijia Patriarch to apologize. What kind of person was the Haijia Patriarch? This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What does Luo Tian offending the ancestors of Haijia have to do with the Chen family? You don't know this. This is called deterrence. The Chen family is also a king-level force, but the Haijia was destroyed in just 4 hours. This is also a warning to the other forces. Don't provoke the Haijia, and don't go against the Haijia, or else you will end up like the Qin family. It seems that the Haijia will have to speed up again. Other than the matter of the Chun family being destroyed, everyone was discussing it. The entire central region was discussing another matter, the divine grade talent Luo Tian. In less than a day, this matter spread throughout the entire central region, and in less than a month it would spread throughout the entire ancient continent. Coupled with the appearance of the Tian Shan Holy Maiden in the Cloud Mist College, the influence of the Cloud Mist College rose to its peak in an instant, and the experts of the other 4 continents would quickly rush to the Misty Cloud City. Abyss College. Divine grade, it's actually a divine grade talent. The second person with divine grade talent appeared in the Cloud Mist College. Why is this? Another person from the Tianjin continent. Could it be that the Cloud Mist College is going to dominate the central region again? Gu Tai, the dean of the Abyss College, revealed a helpless smile. The overall strength of the Abyss College had finally caught up with the Cloud Mist College. But who would have thought that there would be another person with divine grade talent? In another part of the college, in the prison of the Abyss College, Yang Qi's face was full of excitement, and he laughed. Good brat, I really didn't misjudge you, but I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. You actually have divine grade talent, ha ha ha. Now your name will shake the entire continent. As your brother, I'm happy for you. At this moment, a prison guard sneered and said, Yang Qi, you're also a talented disciple of the Abyss College. If it wasn't for the matter of you doing Haijia in Lingyun City, you wouldn't have been imprisoned. Now that you're so happy that there's another divine grade talent in the Cloud Mist College, if this matter is reported, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life." Yang Qi was not afraid at all and said, "So what? In life, if you can't do as you wish, then what's the point of living? Ha ha ha. Just wait and see. It won't be long before he appears in the Abyss College." "You're talking about the exchange between the two colleges? I think your brain is really flooded with water. You still don't know, right?" Luo Tian entered the Cloud Mist College not as a super talented special enrollment student, but as an ordinary student, so no matter how good his talent is, it's impossible to get 1,000 points in a short month. This has never happened in the history of the Cloud Mist College, so he definitely won't be able to catch up with this year's freshman exchange. Yang Qi didn't speak, but smiled confidently and thought in his heart, "Luo Tian, let the whole world tremble for you." Cloud Mist College. Beside the Cloud Sky Lake, the two seemingly ordinary warriors looked extremely solemn. At the same time, the two of them were extremely excited. The appearance of the four mythical beasts' bloodline. No one was more shocked than the two of them. This was because they knew very well what the four mythical beasts' bloodlines were, and they knew even more clearly that fusing the four mythical beasts' bloodlines was something that only one in a trillion would succeed. But Luo Tian had done it. In their hearts, Luo Tian was the reincarnation of one of the four mythical beasts' ancestors. "So, when you go back, you have to tell us everything that happened here in detail. He is definitely the reincarnation of one of our ancestors, the strongest hope of our four mythical beasts clan. Second brother, don't worry. I'll definitely come back quickly. But you, Haijia, definitely won't let this go. They'll definitely send assassins to assassinate Luo Tian. Don't worry about this. In the past, we weren't sure, but now we are. Even if the 5 ancestors of the Haijia appear together, I'll protect Luo Tian from death. If anyone dares to touch the reincarnation of one of the 4 mythical beasts' ancestors, the 4 mythical beasts clan definitely won't let them off. If a puny Haijia dares to make a move, we'll instantly turn them into ashes." The incomparably powerful 4 mythical beasts clan. There was one more chapter tonight. Chapter 1253. According to the school rules, Luo Tian had the right to choose. He could enter the school as an ordinary student, or he could enter as a super talented student. The former did not have any preferential treatment. The latter was different. He could directly enter the secret training space of the college's special enrollment students, where the cultivation resources were extremely rich. It was a paradise for every martial artist to cultivate. However, Haijia stopped him and directly revoked Luo Tian's special enrollment qualifications. The reason was simple. The black stone had exploded. What was the result of the test? There was no record. He could only enter the school as an ordinary student. Moreover, Luo Tian made Haijia's ancestor, Hai Tianyan, lose face. This matter caused a lot of noise in Cloud City. The dean of Tianlong was also worried that Haijia's expansion would speed up again, so he compromised in a disguised way and agreed to Haijia's request. However, there was no difference between special enrollment students and ordinary students for him. He was just a little unhappy. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. As long as I enter the college, it doesn't matter to me whether I'm a special enrollment student or not." His purpose for coming to Cloud Mist College was very simple. Find the formula for the antidote of the soul poison, become the strongest student, participate in the selection of Heaven's chosen mountain, get the power of Heaven's chosen, become a wizard, and then refine the antidote of the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison and help Fantasy Fairy condense a body. It was that simple. Rin Xiaoyao's heart was relieved, and he said, "I'm relieved that you can think like this. However, Dean Huangfu told me that he would fight for the cultivation resources for you as a special enrollment student. I believe that Dean Tianlong is not blind to the fact that you have a divine grade talent." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Thank you." Immediately, Ren Xiaoyao said, "Today, when you fell asleep, the Qin family, the king power of Cloud City, died tragically. Haijia did it. Another thing, this afternoon, more than 20 strange martial artists suddenly came to the special enrollment hall. There was no record of any information. Their talents were all super, and they all entered the college as special enrollment students. These people all came from various forces in Cloud City. This is something that has never happened before. In the past, we couldn't even recruit so many super talented warriors in a year. I didn't expect that there would be so many in a day." Luo Tian was stunned for a moment before he said, "Destroying a king's faction just like that? This Haijia is really extraordinarily strong." When he heard Ren Xiaoyao's words, Luo Tian smiled in his heart and thought, "It seems that the brothers of the House of Bai have begun to make preparations. Using the power of these big families to cultivate my people. This move is really brilliant, ha ha ha. It won't be long before these brothers grow rapidly and even become the main elite force of those family heads. This is immeasurably important to my transcendent plan." Obviously, all of a sudden, there were so many supremely talented martial artists. Needless to say, they were all the House of Bai brothers he had brought from Boundless City. According to the agreement, they quickly entered the various large clans, and then entered Cloud Mist College through the recommendation of those clans. "That's right. I've sent someone to investigate the person you mentioned in the arena. He did enter Haijia not long ago, and there are people monitoring him. We should be able to confirm that he is one of the people you are looking for. As for the other two, we haven't found him yet. I'm afraid he has his own difficulties if he doesn't want to recognize you," Ren Xiaoyao said. "Okay." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Thank you, Elder Rin. As long as it's confirmed, there's no need to investigate him anymore. As for the other two, don't worry about them. I believe they will naturally appear when the time is right." "I think so too." Ren Xiaoyao felt that Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian of the past. Since he knew him, he had been changing every day. Miracles were happening every day, giving him a dreamlike feeling. From Luo Tian's eyes, he could feel that there were still many things hidden in his heart. Moreover, the most important point was that he could feel the king's aura on Luo Tian. Even Dean Huangfu didn't have that kind of king's aura. It was just that Luo Tian was still a seedling. Ren Xiaoyao asked, "Now that you have entered Cloud Mist College, the agreement with Haijia is also effective. Haijia won't chase you as blatantly as before. What are your plans next?" "Dean Huangfu's plan is to send you to a different time and space to cultivate." Huangfu Ju was the owner of Time and Space Bloodline. His time and space transfer could enter many different planes, and some planes were full of cultivation resources. According to his plan, it was to send Luo Tian to those places with rich cultivation resources. When Luo Tian grew up, he would come back. However, Luo Tian didn't want to enter a different time and space so quickly. Besides, they didn't know what he needed to break through. It wasn't vitality or various cultivation resources. What he needed was experience. He said slightly, "I plan to participate in the freshman exchange meeting with Abyss College next month." As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, Ren Xiaoyao couldn't help frowning and immediately rejected, "No." Luo Tian asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Ren Xiaoyao said he's in danger. "Let's not talk about whether you can get 1,000 points to participate in the freshman selection this month. You can't go to Abyss College. It's the center of the Demon Gate, where the strong people of the Demon Gate gather. The Demon Gate already knows that you have divine grade talent. Once you appear, they will definitely not let you leave alive. So it's too dangerous. We can't let you take this risk. Divine grade talent. Who wouldn't envy it? Abyss College and Cloud Mist College had always been on opposite sides. How could the strong people of the Demon Gate not know the concept of divine grade talent? Luo Tian was now the key target of protection. There must be no accident. How could there be no danger in the territory of the Demon Gate? This was what he was worried about. However, Luo Tian needed to go to the Abyss College. Every year, he could only enter the Umbra mineral vein on the 15th day of the 8th month. He needed a large amount of Umbra crystal stones to forge his dark weapons and increase his Godfire's instant kill rate. It was too uncomfortable for him to face the strong people of the Sovereign Realm. Looking at the super purple bosses that he couldn't kill, this feeling was even worse than killing him. More importantly, Hai Tianyan said during the day that the Crown Prince of Haijia had broken through to the Sovereign Realm. If he guessed correctly, the Crown Prince of Haijia would come out of seclusion soon. He was still in the Taiyan realm. It was unrealistic for him to reach the Sovereign Realm in a short time. He could only find other things to rely on. If he could make dark weapons and increase the instant kill rate, the next time he saw the Crown Prince of Haijia, if he dared to be arrogant in front of him, he would directly blast him to death. Luo Tian said firmly, "Elder Rin, I know you all want to protect me, but it's very difficult for me to grow in this environment. If you all treat me as a seedling, then let me see the winds and clouds of this world. This way I can grow quickly." Ren Xiaoyao was silent, then he smiled and said, "In that case, do as you wish." However, even the Crown Prince of Haijia couldn't collect 1,000 points in a month. "Thank you, brothers. Old Neo has finally eaten meat today. Finally, a chrysanthemum has exploded, haha. There's another chapter tonight." Chapter 1254. He didn't look down on him at all. Rin Xiaoyao was just stating facts. Cloud Mist College's points were the most difficult thing to get. Someone once used a divine weapon to exchange for 300 points. But the other party thought that the divine weapon was too trash and didn't exchange it at all. Outside, cultivation coin was a universal currency. But in Cloud Mist College, points were the supreme currency. It was a realm that was hard to get. It would be impossible to get 1,000 points in a month's time. Rin Xiaoyao saw that Luo Tian was so determined, and he felt a little lucky. He thought to himself, fortunately he didn't enter Cloud Mist College as a special enrollment student. Otherwise, he would really participate in the selection and the freshman exchange meeting. At that time, it would be really dangerous. Even if you are a strong man in the Holy Spirit realm, it is impossible to get 1,000 points in 1 month. Ren Xiaoyao pretended to be serious and said, "Have a good rest. You can look around the Academy's junior courtyard tomorrow." After that, he left. Half an hour later, he appeared in Huangfu Ju's courtyard. Huangfu Ju was also shocked every day. He said, "It is indeed impossible to get 1,000 points in 1 month. That's good. We don't have to worry about Luo Tian participating in the freshman exchange meeting, and the devils of the Abyss College won't have a chance to do anything to him." Ren Xiaoyao said with a smile, "I think so too." Huangfu Ju asked, "How are the 2 strong men of the Azure Dragon clan now?" Rin Xiaoyao's face tightened and became serious. He said, "In the afternoon, after Luo Tian released the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, one of them suddenly left the college. If I'm not wrong, he should have returned to the 4 divine beasts continent. Maybe he went to ask for help. Dean, should we be prepared? The 4 divine beasts continent is much more powerful than Haijia. There's more. I've received information that the Holy See of the Eurasian continent, the Buddhist sect of the Shini continent, and the Snow Country of the extreme north have all sent experts to secretly infiltrate the Cloud Mist College within these 3 months. They're definitely here for Luo Tian. It's been thousands of years since a god ascended to the ancient continent. The appearance of a divine talent has broken the balance of the 5 continents. I'm worried that a war will break out. The influence of divine-grade talent was too great. One had to know. The potential of a divine-grade talent to ascend to godhood was unimaginably strong. A single divine-grade talent could crush all the experts in the continent. Who wouldn't want it? Even if he couldn't get it, he would destroy it. No one wanted to be stronger than themselves. Huangfu Ju exhaled heavily and said, "The appearance of the Saintess and the appearance of Luo Tian's divine grade talent may not seem like much, but in fact, Cloud Mist College has been involved in a huge whirlpool. It's just that we're in the eye of the storm, and it won't take long. Sigh. Huang Fuju sighed softly and said with a bitter smile, Cloud Mist College can't even deal with Haijia now. They're so stressed that they can't breathe. They don't have the energy to deal with the experts from other continents. Everything is up to fate. In the end, if it doesn't work, I'll transfer Luo Tian to another space-time regardless of whether he agrees or not. The pressure in Haijia was too great. Haijia's crown prince's breakthrough to the sovereign realm made Huang Fuju feel even more pressure. He now placed all his hopes on Luo Tian. He couldn't let anything happen to him. The next morning, Luo Tian woke up early and washed up. He casually ate something to fill his stomach and walked out. Yesterday, his vitality was exhausted. He couldn't hold on for much longer. There was still more than a day left. He had to replenish his vitality. Otherwise, the ancient tree would definitely go crazy. Now that the ancient tree was half the height of a human, the ancient power it contained had already begun to take shape. He couldn't give up. If he wanted to replenish his vitality, the simplest and most direct way was to hunt monsters. Luo Tian walked on the road. People kept pointing at him behind, especially some young girls. Wow, he's Luo Tian? He's so handsome. He's the one who resisted Haijia and helped our college vent our anger. Look at those Haijia disciples now. They're not as arrogant as before. He's so handsome. If only I could be his woman. Stop dreaming, he's Huang Fu Yez. She's the daughter of Dean Huang Fu. Who can compete with her? And I heard that even the former Ice Queen Yi Yunming has a good impression of him. Ice Queen? She should be the iceberg ugly person now. Does she have the right to like Luo Tian? Luo Tian became the focus of the junior college. He wasn't used to it. He never thought that he would be so popular. However, when he heard the words about Yi Yunming, his heart tightened. Silly queen, wait for me. I will definitely become a sorcerer as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will cure the poison on your face. How cruel was it for a woman's appearance to be ruined? How long did it take? Luo Tian arrived in front of a huge building. Mission Building. As the name suggested, it was the building where missions were issued. Outside the building was a huge open space. Someone set up a stall on the open space and shouted loudly, Steel rhinoceros horn, sold for 1 point. 9th tier Imperial Spirit Pill, only 2 points. Level 3 mission, sweeping the Rocky South Mountain, still requires 2 warriors above the 8th stage. If you're interested, come quickly. 5 points to buy the Pegasus horn. The scene was just like the streets in the game. Luo Tian felt awkward in his heart. There was only one way to earn points in Cloud Mist College. Do missions. The missions were divided into levels 1 to 10. The higher the level, the more difficult the mission, and the more points. Luo Tian walked into the mission building, immediately attracting the attention of many people. At this moment, Fatty Lu walked out with a pretty girl beside him. Fatty's face was filled with happiness, and when he saw Luo Tian, he immediately went up to him. Boss, you're here. The little girl also hurriedly followed. Fatty Lu immediately said, Xiao Mei, quickly call me boss. Xiao Mei was a little shy. She looked at Luo Tian with a strange gaze, but it disappeared in an instant. She held onto Fatty Lu's arm and said obediently, Boss! It was too sudden. Fatty Lu didn't even react for a moment. This was the first time a woman held onto his arm, and that feeling was too great. After Fatty Lu calmed down, he said, Boss, I've accepted the mission. Level 4 mission. Clear out the bandits in Moon Sea City, 50 points. Including Xiao Mei, we have 3 people now. With our strength, we should be able to find 2 more people to complete the mission. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out of the mission building. The leader was a skinny short man. He pointed at Lu Zhan's nose and said, Big brother, he's the one who stole our mission. Damn, he even dares to steal our brother Jianting's mission? You're courting death. While speaking, a warrior whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the Grandian realm took a step forward and kicked Fatty Lou. Old Bull begged for another chrysanthemum. Only 20 votes left. Brothers, give it your all. Kill him. Chapter 1255. A kick came out without any warning. The fatty had no time to react. Luo Tian also did not expect someone to suddenly attack. One must know that fighting in the academy would be punished. The lightest punishment would be a deduction of credits. If the situation was more serious, it would be a major demerit or even expulsion. Bang! The fatty was kicked down the stairs. The force was too strong, causing him to roll a few times on the ground before stopping. His body was covered in mud. Coupled with his chubby figure, he looked very embarrassed when he stood up. It attracted the laughter of the surrounding onlookers. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The fatty cared about his face the most, not to mention in front of his new girlfriend, Xiao Mei. He got up from the ground and directly roared, F** King Ancestor. The bow and arrow bloodline was directly released. Knocking an arrow on his bow, he aimed at the person who had just ambushed him and shot an arrow at him. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, carrying a string of light red tail flames as it rushed out. Humph! You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such a trash bloodline. You overestimate yourself. As he spoke, the man did not even think of dodging. With a move of his right hand, layers of illusions appeared. It was as if he was lifting something heavy, as if it was nothing. He lifted his right hand and caught the arrow that was faster than the speed of sound with ease. The power on the arrow dissipated. Lu Zhan's face darkened. He was very clear about the power of this arrow. Even a high-level Grandian realm cultivator would not be able to easily catch it. That person's strength was quite strong. At least he was not his opponent at all. The warrior's face turned sinister. The corner of his mouth curled up coldly. He laughed disdainfully and said, I'll return it to you. Whoosh! The arrow quickly shot out with a spinning wind. It was twice as fast as Lu Zhan's arrow. Lu Zhan's forehead was covered in sweat. His body gradually retreated. His eyes stared at the arrow that was shooting towards him. His heart tightened, and he thought to himself, Too fast, too fast, too fast. I can't catch it at all. It was a speed that exceeded his current cultivation. He naturally could not catch it. If he could not catch it, the arrow would penetrate his body. He would definitely be seriously injured. Lu Zhan couldn't catch it, but he didn't want to lose face in front of little Mei. Suddenly his feet sank and his body stabilized. He stood there motionlessly. His Achilles' heel was women. However, what he didn't notice was that there wasn't a trace of worry in little Mei's eyes. It was obvious that she didn't take Lu Zhan seriously. Luo Tian saw all of this. Godly explosion. Boom! Luo Tian roared inwardly, Moonlight Step! So, he leaped out and stood in front of Lu Zhan, spreading his 5 fingers. Roar! White Tiger released a thick bloodline power on his right arm. Immediately after, Luo Tian's 5 fingers grabbed at the air again. Crack, crack, crack! The arrow spun madly between the 5 fingers, struggling and twisting, trying to break through the power barrier between the 5 fingers. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't move an inch. In the end, it stopped powerlessly. Luo Tian gently pinched it with 2 fingers and looked up. He smiled and said, It doesn't seem good to be so ruthless at the beginning, does it? Boss! Lu Zhan's back was drenched in cold sweat, and his brows secretly tightened. He was extremely unwilling in his heart, and every time he had to clean up after Luo Tian. This kind of weak feeling made him extremely unhappy. Yo, someone's coming out. From the crowd, a handsome young man walked out. His body was a little thin, and Luo Tian could tell that he was overindulging in debauchery with a single glance. The man was Brother Jianting. The one who attacked just now wasn't him, but one of his subordinates. Someone whispered in his ear, He is Luo Tian. The corner of Brother Jianting's mouth drew back, and his smile was filled with disdain as he said, "You are Luo Tian, the one with divine grade talent. Yesterday you were in the limelight, killing the Haijia elder, blocking the royal ancestor's bombardment-killing fist, and killing the pill-devouring devil insect. You seem to be very powerful, but seeing you today, I really can't see how you are strong." Luo Tian said slightly, "I am indeed not strong, and I only killed a Holy Spirit realm expert in seconds. If Brother Jianting is interested, we can have a friendly spar. As for whether someone will die or not, I will leave it to the heavens to decide." "Are you provoking me?" Brother Jianting's face turned sinister, and his body faintly released a cold killing intent. "Do you think I will be afraid of you?" Luo Tian said, "You are Brother Jianting, so naturally you won't be afraid of me, a student who just entered Cloud Mist College." But his tone suddenly changed. Luo Tian's death god's killing intent was also released, and he said gloomily, "If your people dare to touch my brother again, their end will be very miserable. I want you to promise." Hurting people for no reason. Luo Tian could ignore hurting others, but Lu Zhan was his brother, and he couldn't hurt his brother. Brother Jianting's eyes turned sinister, and he sneered, "The future is long. We have plenty of time to compete, but you must hand over this mission today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." 4 Sea Cities Bandit Clearing Mission. Level 4 Mission. Reward of 50 points. Lu Zhan was the first to receive this mission. As for how he received this mission, Luo Tian didn't know. But since he received the mission, it was Luo Tian's mission, and it was absolutely impossible for him to hand it over. Luo Tian didn't back down and said, "Show me your impoliteness." Brother Jianting's eyes turned sinister, and he said solemnly, "I think you are tired of living." While talking, his figure suddenly moved violently. A demon beast shadow that was several stories tall rushed out of his body. Without waiting for Luo Tian to react, the demon beast directly crushed down. Brother Jianting was even faster. He stretched out his sword and shouted in a deep voice, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, "Where do you think this is? Is it something that a new student like you can behave so atrociously? You're courting death." The sword was like an angry dragon. It came crashing down with a ferocious aura. It was extremely thick. He was even stronger than the opponents that Luo Tian had encountered in the ranking tournament. Although his realm wasn't too high, the feeling he gave to Luo Tian was completely different. Could this be the difference between Cloud Mist College? "Boss, be careful." Luo Tian's face darkened. He looked at the demon beast shadow above his head and frowned. "Azure Dragon, come out!" Roar! An azure dragon roared and rushed into the sky, fiercely crashing into the demon beast shadow. One power exploded out. However, at this time, Brother Jianting laughed coldly, as if his scheme had succeeded, and said, "The azure dragon blood vein is only a so. The blood vein has not awakened. Even if your 4 divine beasts appear together, you are still not my match. Lie down." The long sword suddenly changed. The shadow in the sky also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the shadow actually roared and rushed out from his sword. Chapter 1256. Bloodline Awaken 1. Moreover, Brother Jianting's control over his bloodline had already reached a level of perfection. He was completely at ease. One had to know that he was one of the top 10 figures in the junior academy. He had once completed a level 3 mission by himself, continuously killing for 10 days and 10 nights without falling. This was how Brother Jianting's name came about. The demon beast shadow disappeared and suddenly appeared. No matter how fast Luo Tian's reaction was, he was still caught off guard. However, facing the attack of the shadow once again, Luo Tian's heart was incomparably calm, and he shouted, "Black tortoise, come out!" Hell, black tortoise blood began to surge. The thick defense directly blocked in front of Luo Tian. Bam! Rumble, rumble. When the two bloodline powers collided, Luo Tian fiercely retreated a few steps. The blood under his chest was boiling, and he was actually unable to withstand it. As for Brother Jianting, he only took half a step back, a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, and said, "For divine beast's bloodline? It's not even as strong as the wild dog bloodline in your body. How can trash unleash the full power of the bloodline?" Ha ha ha! The group of lackeys behind him laughed out loud. Luo Tian's forehead turned sinister. Azure dragon, black tortoise, the two shadows entered his body. Then, Luo Tian took a small step forward and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll let you see what the four divine beasts' bloodline is." Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise come out together. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Boom, boom. 4 sounds of space being torn apart rang out. Why was it called the Four Divine Beasts Bloodline? Not Azure Dragon Bloodline, Vermilion Bird Bloodline, Black Tortoise Bloodline, White Tiger Bloodline. It was because these 4 bloodline had completely fused together. Using one bloodline power, he could only unleash less than 1% of his power. However, when 4 bloodline appeared together, its power was earth-shattering. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy with Brother Jianting's repeated ridicule. "Since you want play, then I'll play with you." In that instant, without waiting for Brother Jianting's reaction, Luo Tian's idea, buzz, the power of the 4 divine beasts roared out like a raging sea. It didn't give Brother Jianting any chance to retaliate. In an instant, it crushed the demonic beast's shadow behind him like a small bug. It squatted on the ground and shivered. It no longer had the arrogant look it had before. Cold sweat oozed out of Brother Jianting's forehead. His body was faintly trembling. His face had become incomparably ugly. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Do you feel good?" Suddenly, a figure landed on the ground, and a loud bell chime rang out from his body. Buzz! His voice was like a sound wave attack, and instantly bounced off the 4 divine beast phantoms. Then he landed heavily on the ground and stared at Luo Tian. He cursed, "You've got guts. You actually dare to fight in the academy. You'll get a big demerit." Indiscriminately, he directly gave her a major demerit. Luo Tian was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the Haijia symbol on the man's chest and immediately understood. At the same time, Huang Fuya walked out and glanced at Luo Tian. Her face was still a little embarrassed, but she didn't care so much now. She said faintly, "Elder Qin, if you want to record a major demerit, you should at least ask for the reason." Seeing that it was Huang Fuya, Chun-Lei smiled and said, "Yaya, what's wrong? Is he your friend?" Who didn't know Luo Tian? It was even more impossible for people from Haijia not to know him. There was no doubt that Chun-Lei was pretending. He was an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Junior Academy. He was present from the beginning. When he saw that Brother Jianting had the upper hand, he didn't want to stop him. When he saw that Brother Jianting was being crushed by Luo Tian, he immediately rushed out. "Huang Fu," you didn't shy away and said, "He's my friend and my father's closed-door disciple. Elder Qin, if you want to record a major demerit, you should record it on him." Everyone present saw that he started the fight. According to the academy rules, the first to make a move must be severely punished. Chun-Lei thought to himself, "Little girl, you're really sharp-tongued." He smiled and said, "I only saw him use the bloodline of the 4 mythological beasts to crush this student. As for what happened before, I didn't see it. If I hadn't stopped him just now, this student would have been seriously injured. Even if it's not a major demerit, all his points should be deducted. No matter what, his goal was to target Luo Tian. He couldn't let him get more points. He just couldn't let him participate in the exchange. This was the task given to him by Haijia." Luo Tian smiled and said, "You're from Haijia. Whatever you say is right. But I also want to make one thing clear. When walking at night, you must be careful. Who knows when a flame will fall from the sky at night? You dare to threaten me? Chun Lei frowned. Luo Tian smiled and said, How dare I threaten you, elder? Are you qualified for me to threaten you? Are you Lady Ghost? Are you Starfish Abyss? Are you Hai Feng Tian? You're nothing. You're not qualified for me to threaten you. Giggle. Chun Lei secretly clenched his fists and his joints cracked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, he was also afraid of Luo Tian, because those people that Luo Tian just said were all dead. They died at the hands of Luo Tian. Ha ha ha! Elder Qin, why are you here? It was unknown when Ren Xiaoyao walked out of the crowd. Luo Tian, you're here too. Yaya, why are you here too? Are you all taking missions? Then he walked to Elder Qin and said with a smile, I was going to the law enforcement hall to find you. I didn't expect you to be here. What's the matter? What happened? Chun Lei withdrew his hostility, and his killing intent instantly disappeared. He smiled and said nothing. I saw a few students fighting and making trouble, so I came to stop them. Eldarin, you came at the right time. If I hadn't appeared in time, this student would have been killed by Luo Tian. Just now he said that he was seriously injured. Now he directly said that he was going to be killed. Ren Xiaoyao was stunned and said, Is there such a thing? Luo Tian, tell me what happened from the beginning to the end. Elder Qin will never wrong a good person. If you really hurt your classmate, even I will not let you go. Luo Tian told the cause of the matter from the beginning. Chun Lei's face changed slightly. Ren Xiaoyao looked at Huang Fuya and asked, Is it the same as what he said? Huang Fuya immediately nodded and said, Yes. Ren Xiaoyao asked some people around, and they all nodded and said yes. Luo Tian's words were not exaggerated. Suddenly, Ren Xiaoyao turned around abruptly, stared directly at Brother Jianting and said, You are also a senior. How can you be so cruel to your junior? Then, Ren Xiaoyao looked at Chun Lei again and said, It's not Luo Tian's fault. He did it in self-defense. Elder Qin didn't know at first, but now you should know, right? I think it's better to let this matter go. Brother Jianting jumped out and said no. Chapter 1257. Why not? I haven't held you responsible yet. If it weren't for Elder Qin, you would have been punished immediately, Ren Xiaoyao said angrily. Brother Jianting was not afraid at all and said, Mentor Rin, you are not the vice president now. You have no right to interfere with the law. I cannot hold Luo Tian responsible, but he must hand in the mission today. He was a popular contestant this year. He was only a little more than 200 points away from 1,000 points. With this 1,000 points, he would be able to participate in the selection competition and also have the opportunity to participate in the exchange with the Abyss Academy. It should be known that this was an excellent opportunity to stand out. No one would miss it. Moreover, for this mission, he had prepared for a whole week. Now it was snatched away by Luo Tian. How could he be willing? Hearing what he said, Chun Lei immediately remembered that Ren Xiaoyao was no longer the Ren Xiaoyao of the past. He became more confident and said, Eldarin, let him hand over the task. I can keep this matter a secret. Luo Tian did not back down and said, Whoever takes it first will have the mission. Do you think it will be handed over just because you said so? Ren Xiaoyao asked the fat man in a low voice, What mission? Lu Zhan said softly, Eliminate the bandits in the 4C city, a level 4 mission. Ren Xiaoyao's face darkened and he immediately shouted in a low voice, Are you crazy? Do you know what a level 4 mission means? You two have just entered Cloud Mist College. You haven't learned anything yet, and you want to take the mission. This mission can't be completed with your current strength. Give up immediately. His tone was firm. Ren Xiaoyao did not mean to look down on Luo Tian and the others, but he knew very well what a level 4 mission meant. It was too difficult to complete. This kind of mission was limited to 5 people. Even if the 5 of them were in the illusion realm, they could not complete it. Luo Tian and the others were only in the Tai-Yen realm. Entering the 4C city was courting death. He absolutely could not agree. Lu Zhan scratched his head and glanced at Xiao Mei in the crowd. Then he smiled and said, "Aldrin, is the level 4 mission so difficult? You still don't know the boss's strength. He can definitely complete this difficult mission." "Bullshit. Do you think he's a god? If I tell you to give up, then give up. Stop talking nonsense." Ren Xiaoyao was angry. Luo Tian was not strong enough to complete a level 4 task. There were strict rules for the evaluation of each task. A level 4 task did not seem strong. In fact, in the elementary academy, this was already considered a top-tier mission. Even Bro Jianting's team, which possessed an extremely strong fighting power, took a week to equip. There was another reason. 4C City and 7 Fiend Demon Sect's territory were very close. The bandits in the city were most likely devil cultivators from the devil sect. If Luo Tian went there, it would be extremely dangerous. Lu Zhan scratched his head, looked up at Luo Tian and muttered, "Boss, why don't we just hand over the mission?" Brother Jianting sneered in disdain and said, "Trash like you want to complete this mission? Do you really think that you're invincible just because you have some *T divine grade talent? No matter how strong one's talent is, if one's realm can improve, they'll still be trash. You'd better hand over the mission obediently, or else you'll die. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? My big brother asked you to hand over the mission. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, don't waste our time. Hurry up." Several underlings behind Bro Jianting clamored. Since Ren Xiaoyao had said so, they were even more certain that Luo Tian would hand over the mission. In this way, they would completely crush Luo Tian. Huang Fuya looked at their arrogant looks and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Xiaoyao, is a level 4 task so dangerous?" Luo Tian has even defeated a powerhouse of the Holy Spirit realm. Ren Xiaoyao said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about whether the mission is dangerous or not. Do you know where 4C City is? It's close to the 7 Fiend Demon Sect. The 7 Fiend Demon Sect is famous for being ruthless, and the immortal demons they refined are extremely fierce. With your current strength, you can't deal with them at all." Bro Jianting looked at Luo Tian and mocked. "Did you hear that? The immortal demons of the 7 Fiend Demon Sect are extremely fierce. You'd better be a good boy and stay in the academy. The outside world is very dangerous. It's not suitable for you, ha ha." Ran Xiaoyao's face turned ferocious, and he shouted, "Try provoking me again." Bro Jianting's face turned serious, and he didn't dare to be too rash. Phew, Luo Tian was very unhappy and didn't want to give up the mission. However, he couldn't let Fatty and the others take risks. If he wanted to go, Huang Fuya would definitely follow. This made him even more worried. He couldn't risk his brother's lives. Immediately, Luo Tian's body relaxed, and he said, slightly, not waiting for him to finish. Chun Lei suddenly took the lead and said, "The mission has already been received, so you can't give it up, let alone transfer it. There's a misunderstanding between you guys because of this mission. How about this, you guys split into 2 teams and take this mission at the same time. The loser must apologize to the winner. As for the way to apologize, I think it's to kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake." Ha ha ha! Bro Jianting immediately laughed excitedly and said, "I agree. Luo Tian, do you dare to compete with me? Let everyone see how powerful your 4 divine beasts' bloodline is. How about it? Do you dare?" Provoking again. While speaking, it was completely a look of disdain. Just as Chun Lei finished speaking, he ran directly into the mission building. In less than half a minute, he took out a mission card directly from inside. He handed it to Bro Jianting and said, "This is your mission card. Luo Tian is your junior brother. You have to take good care of him. Don't go too far, understand?" After that, Chun Lei smiled and said to Luo Tian, "Luo Tian, This mission is also a rare experience for you. As for winning or losing, don't take it too seriously. If you lose, you just have to kowtow and admit your mistake. Bro, Jian Ting sneered and said, Luo Tian, it's too late for you to kowtow and admit your mistake. You don't have to go to 4 Seas City to die. You trash will die if you enter 4 Seas City. Very arrogant. Unhappy. Luo Tian didn't want to cause trouble. Just now, he wanted to give up this mission. However, he had already been forced to this point. If he still gave in, he wouldn't be Luo Tian. In an instant, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, Don't worry, we still don't know who the loser is. Rin Xiaoyao was shocked. Looking at Luo Tian, he knew that he had already decided. His heart sank. For Sea City is too dangerous. This is bad. At this time, Lu Zhan said, We are short of people. Huang Fuya said, Count me in. Lu Zhan counted. Even with Xiao Mei, they were still short of 1 person. Chun Lei smiled and said, That's your business. The mission time is 3 days. If you don't complete it within 3 days, you will automatically admit defeat and kowtow to admit your mistake. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Brothers, can you give me a monthly ticket? Old Cow's chrysanthemum can't be protected. Chapter 1258. After receiving the mission plate, Brother Jianting mocked Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I'll be leaving first. As for you, I'm afraid that when we come back, you won't be able to find a team. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Brother Jianting waved his hand, and the 4 people behind him followed. They walked in the direction of the transmission array. Fatty Lu's face became anxious and said, Boss, what should we do? We are still short of people. It was also at this time. Little May walked over with a coquettish voice and said gently to the fatty, Are you all right? You scared me to death just now. Lu Zhan's face was flushed red, and he felt extremely comfortable with Little May's voice. He immediately put on the appearance of a man and said, I'm fine, how can he hurt me? When this young master raises his realm, I will definitely get back at him. Little May giggled, directly leaned on the fatty's shoulder, and said softly, You're really too handsome. Hearing this sentence, Lu Zhan's tail was about to reach the sky. He couldn't wait to do a backflip, a 720-degree spin, and a Thomas. His perfect landing was handsome. This was the first time a girl said that he was handsome. Moreover, this girl was especially beautiful. The fatty's heart was about to melt. Luo Tian saw this, and with a smile on his face, he looked at Little May and asked, Are you coming with us? Luo Tian didn't want her to go. This girl was very scheming. If Luo Tian didn't guess wrongly, the reason why Lu Zhan accepted the level 4 mission was definitely because of her instigation. It was impossible for her not to know that Brother Jianting had prepared for this mission for a week. Obviously, Little May had a purpose for getting close to the fatty. However, the fatty was intoxicated in being loved and didn't notice this. Luo Tian also didn't want to point it out. After all, Little May hadn't exposed anything yet. Little May didn't hesitate at all. She looked at Lu Zhan and said, Wherever he goes, I will go. Lu Zhan immediately laughed from ear to ear and said, Ha ha ha! Go, you go too. I will protect you. Don't worry. With this young master protecting you, I will definitely not let you suffer the slightest bit of cold. In the meantime, Lu Zhan turned to Luo Tian and said, Boss, my luck with women has come. I found my true love. I want her in this life, ha ha ha. Very happy. After knowing Fatty for so long, Luo Tian had never seen him so happy. He was even happier than when he got the Rainbow Divine Bow. Luo Tian smiled and congratulated him, but his heart was a little conflicted. There must be something wrong with this girl. Luo Tian was 100% sure, but he couldn't tell Fatty about it. Moreover, it wouldn't be good for him to say such things. Phew! Luo Tian exhaled and thought, who hasn't fallen out of love before? How can one understand love without falling out of love? Fatty Lu, this woman will make you grow even faster. Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at Huangfu and asked, "Do you want to participate?" Huangfu, you did not dare to look into Luo Tian's eyes. She felt a little awkward in her heart, but her tone was not ordinary as she said, "Without me, can you do it?" "Of course I have to participate. I have to keep an eye on you for big Sister Meng. Who knows if you'll get a little demoness or something outside." Huh. Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "I'll count you in." "We're still missing one." Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at the surrounding students. There were new students, and there were also many refined seniors. When they realized that Luo Tian was looking at them, they all lowered their heads and quickly dispersed. Lu Zhan roared, "Is there anyone who wants to join our team and go on an adventure with us? With the divine rank talent boss here, we will definitely be able to defeat any strong little brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought that there would be a lot of people fighting to come, but there was not a single person around who had the intention to participate. "Brother, we're missing one person. You can come." Me, forget it. I'm only at the first level of the martial void realm." F***CK, are you trying to fool a ghost? You're obviously at the 10,000 illusions realm. Well, my period is here. Lu Zhan found another student and immediately said, "Senior, how about the score? Just come and make up the number. With my boss here, the mission is very easy." Hey, don't go. Why are you running? I won't eat you. This student, I think you. I'm not a student of this academy. F***CK, what's going on? For a moment, Lu Zhan was in a bad mood. Logically speaking, Luo Tian was now a famous figure in the junior academy. Many people wanted to know and curry favor with him, but it was so difficult to find someone to make up the number. Ren Xiaoyao, who was on the side, smiled and said, "Level 4 mission, do you think anyone can complete it?" Although Luo Tian's strength is strong, this mission is not something that can be completed by one person. He alone will definitely not be able to complete the mission. Moreover, the strength of the 4 of you. It's not that I want to say this, but you're too weak to complete the mission. Who would follow you to die? Even if you don't die, if you fail the mission, you still have to kneel down and apologize to Brother Jianting. No one is stupid. Indeed, the difficulty of the level 4 mission was beyond imagination. Luo Tian was not clear, but the people around him were very clear. It was not that he could complete the mission with his strength. The bandits in Sihai City were not so easy to clean up. The strength of a team was indeed important, but the strength of a team was the most important. It was just like playing a game. No matter how good your equipment was, no matter how good your skills were, 5 people against you with a few control skills, it was useless no matter how strong you were. Luo Tian asked, "Can this mission be completed by one person?" Without waiting for Ren Xiaoyao to speak, Chun-Lei smiled and said, "There are clear rules on the mission that it must be completed by a 5-person team. Rules are rules. Even if you are Luo Tian, you can't break the rules." Luo Tian frowned slightly. Huangfu muttered to herself, "If only Sister Meng were here, but she is from the Advanced Academy Department. It is impossible for her to go out with us to do the mission. Otherwise, the 5 of us will definitely be able to do it." Luo Tian looked around and could not help but say, "Is there anyone who wants to go with us? The points will be divided equally. If we get the treasure, it will also be divided equally." Everyone ignored him. Was it so difficult to recruit people? At this moment, a man with a simple appearance, medium build, and slightly old appearance came up, scratched his bald head, smirked, and said, "Do you think I can do it?" The first impression that this person gave Luo Tian was that he was Fatty Lei from the Tianqian continent, the kind that was wise but stupid. Luo Tian did not think much and said, "Yes." Lu Zhan put one hand on the man's shoulder and said with a smile, "If you follow the boss, I'm sure you will have a good life." "Right. Boss, our battle should have a name, right?" Lu Zhan was stunned. Before Luo Tian could speak, he immediately said, "I think we should call it the Beautiful Girls Team. What do you think? It's decided, haha. Chapter 1259. The moment the fatty entered the city, he was caught. He directly caught up with the living sacrifice. In the blood pot, the blood boiled, emitting a pungent stench. On the altar, a person holding a soul-beckoning banner jumped up and down like a dancing god. As he jumped, he muttered to himself, looking like a lunatic, "Wulala, walala, ha-ha!" Suddenly, the man with the devil mask stretched out his hands and suddenly knelt on the ground, shouting in a deep voice, 10,000 arts soaring to the heavens, blood sacrifice devil cultivator, ya, men! Bring all of them here. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Fatty was so scared that he was trembling. Mother asterisk her, it wasn't easy for this young master to find such a beautiful girl. I haven't even lost my virginity, and I'm going to die here today. This damned mission. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have accepted such a dangerous mission. While they were talking, he put up a fight between the two of them. In the distance, Luo Tian watched all of this quietly. Logically speaking, even if Fatty didn't resist, he should at least struggle. However, Fatty didn't resist at all. Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but tighten. Could it be that these people are all being controlled? Moreover, in the crowd, other than the Fatty, there were a few other people he was familiar with. The 3 members of the firm squad. They didn't reap the benefits. Luo Tian was a little surprised. He thought that the members of the firm squad would be lurking outside the city, waiting for the last chance to strike. He didn't expect them to have already arrived at 4C City, and from the looks of it, they were all injured. It was just that Luo Tian did not see Brother Jianting. At this moment, the Fatty had already been added to the altar. The man with the ghost mask held the soul-summoning banner and drew a few circles on the Fatty's body. Then he said in a gloomy voice, "You are all students of the Cloud Mist Academy. It's time to use your blood to refine demons. After I finish refining today, my great demon refining art will improve again." Lu Zhan said fiercely, "Come, after the 18th place, I will be a hero again. I will definitely F*CK over your bullshit 7-fiend demon sect. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die." The ghost-masked man shouted, "Push him into the blood pot." Understood. With a command, the 2 of them lifted the Fatty up and threw him into the pot. It was also at this moment a person walked out from the darkness. Brother Jianting. There were injuries on his chest and thighs. His complexion was pale as he shouted, "Wait!" Another team member followed behind him. That person looked a little displeased and said in a low voice, "Big brother, why do you care if he lives or dies? If it weren't for this Fatty, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that we've come out to save him, let him die. What's more, we can't even protect ourselves now, and you're seriously injured." Without waiting for him to finish, Jian Ting's eyebrows shook and he shouted, "He is a student of Cloud Mist College. Just this point alone means that we have to save him. These are 2 different things. If we don't save our junior when he is in danger, what difference is there between us and the Witch Academy?" Fatty himself was a little stunned, thinking that he had misheard. Brother Jianting actually wanted to save him? Was there something wrong with his ears? This was simply impossible. He had already knelt down and kowtowed to admit his mistake. Yet he still wanted to save him? Luo Tian, who was in the dark, was also a little surprised. His impression of Jianting had also changed. His words had touched Luo Tian's heart. Jianting took a step forward and released the strongest myriad illusion aura from his body. He instantly landed below the altar and pointed his sword at the ghost-masked man. "This is a sect's territory. Your demon sect actually dares to attack my Cloud Mist College's disciple. Aren't you afraid that the Cloud Mist College will extinguish your 7-fiend demon sect? Ha ha ha, and here I was running away like a dog because of you. I didn't think that you would actually dare to show up. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Brat, this time I won't let you leave alive. Your blood is my best supplement, ha ha ha." The ghost-masked man's soul-summoning banner suddenly trembled as he mumbled. At this time, a bloody person actually crawled out of the bloody pot. Bloody person. The blood on the blood man's body continued to gather, condense, and take shape. It took less than 10 seconds. Devil cultivator. Brother Jian Ting's brows sank as he watched the blood devil cultivator jump down from the altar and land in front of him. That sinister face made one's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but take half a step back in fear. Lu Zhan had seen the power of the devil cultivator before, and immediately said loudly, "Brother Jianting, don't worry about me. Take your men and run. Remember to tell my boss to take revenge for me." Brother Jianting stared at him and said, "As a student of Cloud Mist College, I will definitely not abandon my junior. This is my belief in entering Cloud Mist College." While they were talking, he thrusted his sword out and shouted, "Sky will sword technique." Sword wheel. With a thrust of his sword, the sword directly pierced through the body of the blood devil cultivator. At this moment, Jian Ting shouted in a deep voice, "Sword wheel, explode!" Dozens of spinning sword wheels suddenly erupted from the sword body, and the sword wheels wantonly collided with the body of the blood devil cultivator. The surface of the devil cultivator's body could clearly see the rapid movement of the sword wheel. If he was a human, he would already be a dead man. However, the blood devil cultivator did not move at all, nor did he feel any pain. His eyes stared at Jian Ting without moving. The ghost-masked man sneered and said, "The devil cultivator I refined doesn't feel any pain at all. Even if you cut off his head, he won't die. Brat, you've made your move, now it's my turn, right?" As soon as he finished, he suddenly shouted, "Twist his head off for me." Devil cultivator's eyes moved, like a robot that had received the order. It completely ignored the long sword on its body and directly pounced forward. Its hands did not move at all as it directly rushed forward to strangle Jian Ting's neck. Brother Jian Ting's face was filled with shock. With a push of his feet, he directly jumped up, not waiting for him to react. The top of his head suddenly darkened, and Jian Ting's heart sank. "This is bad." "Ha ha ha. You didn't expect it, did you? Do you think it's still the devil cultivator from before? The current devil cultivator is already one realm higher than the previous devil cultivator. The blood essence of more than 300,000 humans in the city has made my devil cultivator even stronger. Ha ha ha. Brat, go to hell." The ghost-masked man laughed wildly. All paths of retreat had been sealed. There was no way to escape. At this moment, a streak of flame cut through the sky. The ghost-masked man looked at the flashing flames and laughed coldly. "Humph, I didn't expect there to be more people. It seems like there are quite a few people from your Cloud Mist College this time." "That's just right. The more people there are, the better. This is exactly what I want to see. Ha ha ha." Coincidentally at this moment, just as he was laughing out loud, then the flame fell down. 6 votes. Only 6 monthly votes today. It had never been so little before. Can you give me another monthly vote? Chapter 1260. Lu Zhan was startled, then suddenly laughed. The ghost-masked man looked at Lu Zhan and sneered. "You dog, what are you laughing at?" Lu Zhan said, "I'm laughing at how you still don't know when death is at hand. Death is at hand, just based on this flame." "Ha ha ha. Even if a Holy Spirit realm ranker comes, I won't be afraid, let alone a flame released by an ordinary cultivation technique. Do you think it can hurt me?" The ghost-masked man was extremely arrogant, not putting the flames that were about to fall in his eyes. When the flames fell, the ghost-masked man tried to block it, but he failed. Even so, he wasn't afraid at all. Wasn't it just a flame? Was there a need to be afraid? Boom! The flames exploded on his body. He didn't think of the system beep. Huff! The moment the divine flame was released, Luo Tian's figure shot out explosively. At the same time that the flames exploded on the ghost-masked man's body, Luo Tian suddenly shouted to Brother Jianting, "Take your men and leave the city quickly." Finished. He directly rushed towards the altar. At this moment, the ghost-masked man was stunned. His expression was lifeless as he stood there in a daze. If it didn't cause an instant kill, it would be dizzy or it would be able to block the attack. The dizziness only lasted for a short 1 or 2 seconds. Luo Tian didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately picked up the 200 gene fatty and ran out with all his might. He scolded, "Damn fatty, will you die if you eat less? You're like a fat pig." He picked it up and ran without any hesitation. Brother Jianting didn't hesitate either. He couldn't even deal with a single devil cultivator. If he stayed, he would only die. Moreover, just a moment ago, when Luo Tian's flames had stunned the demon-masked man, the demon-masked man had not moved at all. It was as if he had been frozen in place. There was no aura fluctuation coming from his body. It was a puppet. Walala, walala, walala. A few figures quickly shuttled out. The demon-masked man woke up from his coma and discovered that Luo Tian and the others had fled hundreds of meters away. His eyes turned sinister as he roared, "I won't let you off!" While speaking, his hands turned crimson red, and so did his eyes. Drops of blood condensed on his body, then fell to the ground and quickly rolled like a spring. Finally, he turned into a huge blood devil. He was at least 3 meters tall, and his body carried a scarlet red power. In a short moment, he covered the entire 4C city. "East Gate, go after him. Everyone move out. You are all my food. Don't even think about running away." Ha ha ha! The ghost-masked man was abnormally angry. The duck that was in his mouth was about to fly away. Luo Tian put Fatty down and looked at Brother Jianting, who was not far away, and said, "You guys go to the city first and wait for me in the woods outside the city. I will stop them first. If no one resisted it, they probably wouldn't be able to leave." These devil cultivator S were too fast. Jianting also put down one of his teammates and immediately said, "Nyoda, take them out of the city." "Boss, what about you?" "Big brother, what about you?" Brother Jianting looked at Luo Tian and said, "My team Jianting cannot lose face." Heavenly Sword, out. Luo Tian did not stop him. He also knew that it was useless for him to stop him. Holding on to the Heavenly Sword, he took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice, "Moonlit step!" Whoosh! With a single kick, his figure seemed to travel through space. He directly arrived in front of a devil cultivator. Vajra, sword art! Buddha's Fury Vajra. He thrusted his sword out. A furious Buddha's berserk power immediately bound down, directly binding a blood devil cultivator. Luo Tian slashed down, directly splitting the devil cultivator into 2. There was no notification sound. Obviously, the demonkin did not die. What shocked Luo Tian was that not only were these demonkin not dead, but the HP bar above their heads had not changed at all. In other words, his move just now was completely useless against them. Miss. Holy SH *T. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He saw the devil cultivator that was split into 2 halves by Luo Tian quickly split into 2. Moreover, the strength of these 2 devil cultivator S had not changed at all. They were still as strong as before. On the other side, Brother Jianting also went up to meet the attack. He was in the same situation as Luo Tian. The blood devil cultivator was split into 2. How was he supposed to play like this? Luo Tian frowned. There must be a reason. It was just that he had not discovered it yet. It was also at this moment. The ghost-masked man had already caught up. Looking at Luo Tian and Jianting's shocked expressions, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Ha ha ha! You think you can hurt the devil cultivator that I refined with just you? Cloud Mist College is trash. Don't even think about escaping today. Kill them." The devil cultivator S rushed forward from all directions. It was as if a huge pool of blood was pressing down. Luo Tian anxiously retreated, looked at Jianting on the other side, and said, "These devil cultivator S should be controlled by some kind of power. It's impossible to kill them like this. We have to find their weakness. Otherwise, we will all die of exhaustion here. Jianting said, Blood Fiend Devil Cultivator is one of the 7 Fiend Demon Sect's secret treasures. These Devil Cultivator-s do not feel pain at all, and are even less afraid, and the secret of Blood Fiend Devil Cultivator is only known to the 7 Fiend Demon Sect. Outsiders do not know about it at all. The 7 Fiend Demon Sect was divided into 7 fiends. Blood Fiend Devil Cultivator was one of them. We will definitely be able to find the crux of the problem. Luo Tian's forehead darkened. The idea was released and directly entered the Devil Cultivator's body. He could not feel anything, so all the Blood Fiend Devil Cultivator-s were the same, as if they did not exist at all. At the same time, the Blood Fiend Devil Cultivator-s that blotted out the sky pressed down. Luo Tian's mind moved, and the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline immediately burst out. Buzz, 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 black tortoise guarding the heart, vermilion bird protecting the spirit, azure dragon raging, white tiger roaring. All of the Devil Cultivator-s that were pouncing down were blocked, but the strong pressure that Luo Tian felt was because of his level. It was simply too low. It was impossible to unleash the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline. Plus, the 4 divine beasts' bloodline had not awakened in his body, and the power contained within the bloodline was not even 1%. Rumble? Rumble! The ghost-masked man's face was filled with shock as he looked at the 4 shadows around Luo Tian, his eyes emitting a golden light. Sure enough, it really is the 4 divine beasts' bloodline. At first, I didn't believe the rumors, but today I saw that there really is such a bloodline. You must be the divine grade talent Luo Tian, right? Ha ha ha, the heavens are really too good to me. If I can devour your blood essence. Ha ha ha. Then the Devil Cultivator I refined will be one of the 4 divine beasts. Ha ha ha. The ghost-masked man could not contain the excitement in his heart. The stronger the bloodline contained in the blood essence, the stronger the Devil Cultivator that was refined. Even in his dreams, he never thought that the divine grade talent Luo Tian, who was the talk of the entire continent, would appear in front of him. The excitement in his heart could no longer be described with words. I'm going to eat you. Ha ha ha. You're mine, I'm going to eat you. The ghost-masked man's expression became even more sinister. At the same time, the robes on his body fluttered, and waves of red light appeared on his body. The red light burst out in rings. Under the stimulation of the red light, those Devil Cultivator-s seemed to have been injected with stimulants. They became exceptionally berserk. His strength also became especially fierce. The essence in Luo Tian's body was about to be exhausted. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind stirred, and the voice of the fantasy fairy sounded out from within his body. Then he looked at Brother Jianting and suddenly said, I'll send you out first. Tell them not to worry about me. I'll be fine. As soon as he finished, the green dragon roared and directly opened up a path through the crowd of Devil Cultivators. Without any hesitation, Brother Jianting glanced at Luo Tian and said, Brother, take care! Finished. He quickly left. He knew that even if he stayed here, it would be useless. He wouldn't be able to help Luo Tian at all, and would even drag Luo Tian down. In his heart, his impression of Luo Tian had also changed greatly. Seeing Jianting escape, the ghost-masked man didn't even look at him. What he wanted now was Luo Tian, and as for the others, he didn't care about them at all. As long as he could obtain Luo Tian's body, he would be able to soar into the sky and even stabilize the Emperor realm. This was what he had dreamed of his entire life. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, I want to absorb all of your blood essence. I want to absorb all of the power of the 4 divine beasts contained in your bloodline. I want to refine them one by one, and they will become incomparably powerful. The 4 divine beasts is just a waste on a piece of trash like you. What bullshit divine grade talent, it's all mine now, ha ha ha. The ghost-masked man's voice was extremely excited, and the red light released from his body became even stronger. Luo Tian frowned and thought to himself, "Is that really possible?" Fantasy Fairy said seriously, "Don't worry, it will definitely be possible. Moreover, your body should be able to break through to the 3rd level." "Half!" Luo Tian exhaled heavily and said, "All right. Then do as you say." In that instant, Luo Tian's eyes widened in anger, and the idea moved. The 4 divine beasts were instantly taken away by him, and all of the defenses on his body disappeared. At this moment, the blood fiend devil that filled the sky pounced down and directly crushed him. Luo Tian felt as if he was in a pool of blood. At the same time, Luo Tian could only hear the fantasy forming a strange imprint in his body. Enchantment! Then, his consciousness began to slowly disappear and he fainted. Outside the city, just as Brother Jianting ran out of the city, he heard a loud sound coming from the city. Following that, a red light soared into the sky, dyeing the sky red. He turned around to look. His face was filled with shock. At this moment, Huang Fuye and the others quickly rushed up. Seeing the loud noise coming from the city, Huang Fuye rushed in without caring about anything else. "Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian. Please don't die. Please don't." She didn't know what was wrong with her. He just wanted to call out Luo Tian's name. "Thank you to every brother for your rewards and subscriptions. It was your support that allowed the old cow to reach this point. Thank you." Chapter 1261. Huang Fu, you wanted to rush into 4C City. However, she was stopped by Jianting. Jianting recalled Luo Tian's determined gaze and said, "Don't go. Believe in him, he will be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mei rolled her eyes and suddenly pointed at Jianting. "It must be you who framed Big Brother Luo Tian. If it wasn't for you, he wouldn't be unable to leave. He can even kill a Holy Spirit realm expert. It's impossible for him to not be able to leave this small 4C city." "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? My big brother wouldn't do such a thing." Niu De immediately clamored. Since Jianting could stand up for Lu Zhan, it was impossible for him to leave Luo Tian behind. He then said, "Unhappily, his cultivation is only at the Taiyan realm. My big brother is already at the Myriad Illusion realm. So what if he has a divine rank talent? He's still a piece of trash who can't escape." "Who are you calling trash?" Huang Fuye's eyes turned sinister, and she immediately shouted. Jianting also lectured. Nyoda apologized to him. If it wasn't for him stopping those blood devils, we would all have died inside. Nyoda was a little unwilling. Jianting's body became serious, and he said, "Apologize." "Humph." Nyoda snorted and said, "Big brother, I only admire you. You are my big brother. I will do whatever you tell me to do. I apologize." Then he apologized to Huang Fuye. "I'm sorry." Xiao Mei said disdainfully, not sincere at all. "It's as if you were forced to apologize. Just now, your big brother also said that if it wasn't for big brother Luo Tian, you all would have died inside. Now that you all are out, he is the only one left inside. Don't you want to explain?" Her tone became unusually aggressive. It was completely different from when she was in the mission building. Jianting frowned. He was the last one to come out. If he was asked to explain, he didn't know how to. He said, "I have nothing to explain. He told me to leave, and the last look he gave me was very firm. I believe that he is still alive, and he will definitely survive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Little Mei sneered and said, "What firm eyes? You're just making this up. Luo Tian Gij must have been killed by you." Huang Fu, you couldn't help but look at Jianting. The few members beside Jianting also took a step forward and prepared for battle. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Lu Zhan, who had been silent all this while, said, "I believe in Jianting. He wouldn't do something like that." It wasn't because Jianting stood up for him. It was what he said that made Lu Zhan feel that he wouldn't frame Luo Tian. Although conflicts in the mission tower were two separate matters. Big Neo immediately said, since Lu Zhan already said so, what else do you have to say? My big brother will definitely not frame anyone from Cloud Mist College. He already knew everything when he was inside. What do you girls know? Little Mei was extremely unhappy. She glared fiercely at Lu Zhan and said, Useless man. You're simply afraid of Jian Ting and them. Luo Tian-Gij is your boss. You actually side with them. I misjudged you. She spoke with righteous indignation, as if Luo Tian was her biological brother. Lu Zhan was stunned and immediately explained, Little Mei, listen to me. What happened inside just now? Little Mei immediately sneered and said, I don't want to listen to your explanation. If you're still a man and still a brother of Luo Tian-Gij, then go and kill Jian Ting and them. Otherwise, we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. A woman's heart was the most vicious. She didn't know what happened to Luo Tian in Sihai City. Whether he died or not wasn't something she could decide. His current goal was Huangfuya. Once a battle broke out, Huangfuya would definitely be involved. Even if Jian Ting didn't kill her, she would make a move then. The Black Widow on the Sea God list wasn't just for show. Lu Zhan was stunned. Suddenly, he felt that Little Mei had changed into a different person. How could this be? He felt very unfamiliar. However, in his heart, he still loved Little Mei the most, because this was his first love. It had only been less than a day. How could it have become like this? He didn't give up. He took a few steps forward and said, Little Mei, I know you're worried about Boss, but you have to listen to my explanation. Bossy, Little Mei directly pulled out her long sword and said coldly, You'd better not come over. I don't even know you right now. If you're a man, then kill them. Immediately after, her tone changed as she looked directly at Jian Ting and said, They were deceived by your lies, but I wasn't. I want to take revenge for brother Luo Tian. While they were talking, she stabbed forward with her sword. Huangfuya's face darkened. She couldn't figure out what had happened in the city. How was Luo Tian doing right now? She was like an ant on a hot pan as she watched Little Mei rush forward. Her heart sank. As the captain, she definitely had to protect her team members. Activating her bloodline power, she also followed. Nyoda shouted in a deep voice, Prepare to fight! At this moment, the blockhead, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Luo Tian isn't dead yet. I can feel him. At the critical moment, everyone stopped. They all looked at this unremarkable blockhead. Huangfuya also quickly calmed down, immediately rushed to his side and said, Is it true? Luo Tian really didn't die? How is he now? Is he in danger? Is it serious? Little Mei's eyes turned sinister. If she were to attack again at this time, it would immediately attract suspicion. He cursed in his heart, Damn thing. Lu Zhan walked up and asked, What's the situation with Boss? Can you feel it? Jian Ting also asked, Yeah, quickly tell me. Actually, Silly Zhu did not know about Luo Tian's current situation. He did not even sense Luo Tian's aura. However, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that Luo Tian was not dead because he could sense the Azure Dragon ancestor's bloodline. The fact that the bloodline was moving was enough to prove that Luo Tian was not dead yet, and he was very clear in his heart that Luo Tian, who possessed the 4 divine beasts bloodline, would not die so easily, otherwise the 4 great ancestors would not have chosen him. As for the reason why he said that Luo Tian was still alive was because of what Luo Tian had told him before he left. He stood at the side and observed everything. Just as Luo Tian had said, there was something wrong with Little Mei. In order to protect Huangfuya, he immediately stood up. The blockhead scratched his head and said foolishly, I can only sense his aura. His aura is very strong and he is not injured. You don't have to worry. I believe that he must have his own plans to stay here alone. Let's wait outside the city first. Huangfuya's heart relaxed. However, Little Mei said, Big brother Luo Tian is fine. It must be very dangerous. If it wasn't for Jian Ting and the others framing him, he wouldn't have been trapped. Not waiting for her to finish, Huang Fuya said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. When Luo Tian comes out, everything will be clear. Now, the most important thing is how to save Luo Tian." Lu Zhan immediately walked to Little Mei and said, "Yes, when Boss comes out, everything will be clear. Little Mei, I know you are worried about Boss, but now, don't talk to me. I don't know you." Little Mei's voice became cold. She wanted to use Lu Zhan, but she didn't expect this damn fatty to have some brains and was not as impulsive as she thought. Lu Zhan's heart ached. Looking at Little Mei's cold expression, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Now he could only hope that Luo Tian would come out quickly. Then everything would be clear and Little Mei would not be angry with him anymore. At night, in the small forest, the 9 people's faces were very ugly and they were all silent. They had been waiting for Luo Tian to come out of the city, but the city was still red. Even in this night, it was as bright as day. It was blood red, and they had no idea what was going on. "Blockhead, how is Luo Tian now?" Huang Fuya asked from time to time. Blockhead said, "Captain, don't worry, Luo Tian is fine. Once there is a change, I will inform you as soon as possible." In his heart, he also felt strange. It was reasonable to say that with his cultivation, he could sense even the aura of an ant within a radius of tens of kilometers. However, he couldn't sense Luo Tian's aura at all. He could only sense the aura of the Azure Dragon bloodline. He couldn't tell why. It was as if Luo Tian had completely given up control of his body. The night was silent. They also didn't sleep all night. The sky was dark. Huang Fuya looked at the city gate and still didn't see Luo Tian's figure. She couldn't wait any longer. Then she said, "Little Mei, go back and find my father. Ask him to send reinforcements. The 7 Fiend Demon Sect has slaughtered 4C City. This is no longer a simple level 4 mission. The 7 Fiend Demon Sect is declaring war on Cloud Mist College. We can't let them continue." Little Mei didn't even think about it and immediately refused. "Captain, I don't want to go back. I want to save brother Luo Tian. Let someone else go back." How could they get rid of Huang Fuya when they went back? Time bloodline talent. On the Sea God List's bounty list, Huang Fuya was ranked 8th. 10,000 points. Huang Fu, you didn't find anything wrong. She always thought that Little Mei cared about Luo Tian. She didn't doubt her at all. She couldn't help but look at Jian Ting. "Why don't you let your people go back? 2 of you are seriously injured, and you are also badly injured. Go and call for reinforcements. Go and come back quickly. Luo Tian hasn't come out for a day and night. I must go and find him." She couldn't wait. She had to go in. Otherwise, she was worried that she would go crazy. Jian Ting looked at the team members beside him. They all shook their heads and said, "Big brother, we can still fight. Big brother, we can't let you be wronged like this." "Yes." Jian Ting smiled faintly. Then he said, "Captain Huang Fuya, it's too late to go back and call for reinforcements. We are familiar with 4C City. Without us leading the way, you will be in danger." Huang Fuya pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then let's go in together." There's an update tonight. Please vote. Chapter 1262. Let's talk about Luo Tian. His consciousness had disappeared, and his body was completely under the control of Fantasy Fairy. This was also the reason why Silly, Zhu, could not sense his aura. Luo Tian's body was completely devoured by the blood-colored demon. Under the control of the masked man, the blood-colored demon melted into a blood-red color, forming a pool of blood. The pool of blood kept churning on Luo Tian's body as if it was sucking something. That kind of valiant blood fiend crushing power crushed his fleshly body to death. The masked man was very excited at first. "The 4 divine beasts' bloodline is mine, ha ha ha. The divine grade talent is mine. Once I obtain the divine grade talent, I will be able to reach the peak of the ancient continent. Ha ha ha. I will become the strongest, even the divine realm. Ha ha ha. It was as if he had become the strongest in the world. That feeling was indescribable excitement. But after half an hour, not to mention absorbing the 4 divine beasts' bloodline, not even a trace of blood was absorbed from Luo Tian's body. It was as if the Luo Tian in the blood pool was not a human but a steel plate. No matter how powerful the blood energy was, it could not move him. It must be because the 4 divine beasts' bloodline is too powerful. Yes, it must be because of this. The masked man released all the blood energy, and an even more powerful force poured into the blood pool. The pressure on Luo Tian's body suddenly doubled. However, he could not feel any of this, because Fantasy Fairy bore this for him. With Luo Tian's cultivation, he could not bear it at all. Fantasy Fairy was worried that something would happen to Luo Tian, so she could only persuade him to let her bear the impact of the blood and let Luo Tian's body fully absorb the power contained in the blood. The best way to temper the body was to crush it, constantly breaking through the limit. Every time he broke through, the strength of his body would enter a new realm. Luo Tian urgently wanted to cultivate the Dragon God Forbidden technique, because this would be the strongest thing he could rely on. The instant kill rate of the divine fire was too unstable. Once the instant kill did not succeed, he would not have any other moves. Those transformation cards could deal with Holy Spirit realm experts, but once they encountered an Empyrean realm expert, they would not be able to deal with it. Only the Dragon God Forbidden technique. The Dragon God Forbidden technique, hailed as the #1 forbidden technique of the ancient times by the Azure Dragon clan. If he wanted to use this cultivation method, his physical body must be upgraded to level 10. Otherwise, once he released it, his physical body would collapse and not be able to withstand the powerful impact of the Dragon God. Phew! Phew! Fantasy Fairy's breathing quickened. She was just a spiritual body. If she had a physical body that could withstand Sha's childish strength, it wouldn't even bend a single hair on her body. Killing the ghost masked man would only be a matter of thought. It was already quite impressive for a spiritual body to be able to withstand external forces, not to mention that she was also enduring the power of blood fiends. An hour passed. She was holding on. 2 hours passed. She was still holding on. 1 night had passed, but she was still persevering. However, in the early morning, the ghost-masked man was abnormally angry. After an entire day, he hadn't even absorbed a single strand of hair. The anger in his heart was abnormally wild. He moved his hands, and a dark red blood light seeped out from his palms. The purest blood, fiendish energy. The power of life. The ghost-masked man said coldly, "I've always wanted you to live and absorb the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline. Because this is the purest 4 divine beasts' bloodline, I've always let you live, but now I regret it." He believed that the 4 divine beasts' consciousness of protecting their master was too strong. If this continued, not only would he not be able to absorb the 4 divine beasts' bloodline in Luo Tian's body, he would also tire himself out. After all, no matter how much energy he had, he wouldn't be able to hold on for an entire night. Another reason, he felt that someone was coming from outside the city. He had to speed up the pace. Immediately, the pure blood fiend energy in the ghost-masked man's hands surged at his fingertips as he coldly said, "Death will affect the purity of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline. But as long as I obtain the 4 divine beasts' bloodline, I can make up for it. The 4 divine beasts will also be fused by me. Luo Tian, die for me now." It was also at this time Huang Fuya and the others rushed over. The power in Huang Fuya's body moved, and she immediately released the time and space blood. Her body disappeared, and in an instant, she was blocking in front of the blood pool. She pointed her sword at the ghost-masked man and said, "I won't let you hurt him." The ghost-masked man was shocked. Time and space blood! Huang Fuju's daughter. Ha ha ha! The heavens are really too good to me, sending me a 4 divine beasts bloodline and a time and space blood. Today, I, the blood fiend Ghost Mask, have made a huge profit. The ghost masked man became even more excited. The stronger the bloodline, the faster his great demon refining method would improve. Furthermore, he had absorbed the bloodline power from the devil cultivator, allowing his cultivation to rapidly increase. His fist shook. The pure blood fiend energy between his hands directly vibrated out. 2 rolling streaks of blood soared into the sky, and then turned into 2 blood swords that rushed into the blood pool. Don't let those 2 streaks of blood fall into the blood pool, Luby suddenly shouted out. Huang Fuya frowned. At this time, she couldn't care so much. Gate of time and space, open. Her body faintly trembled. The 3rd level evolution of the time and space blood, the gate of time and space. This power had already exceeded the limit of what Huang Fuya could withstand. Her current comprehension of the time and space blood was only at the 2nd level. If she forcefully released the 3rd level blood, her body would not be able to withstand it. However, at this time, she did not think about herself at all. She only wanted to save Luo Tian. Wang, time and space distorted. It emitted a buzzing sound of space distorting. Then, the 2 blood fiend blood essences suddenly disappeared and fell into a different time and space. The ghost masked man was shocked and narrowed his eyes. The time and space blood is indeed the number 1 bloodline in the central region. It really lives up to its reputation, but, little girl, the gate of time and space that you just released has already exceeded your limit. Your body cannot withstand it at all. Ha, blood fiend. Out! The ghost masked man's arm shook again, and another 2 streaks of blood fiend energy shot out of his body, flying directly towards the blood pool. Huang Fuya's face was a little pale, but she still shouted, Gate of time and space, open for me! It was also at this time. The ghost masked man revealed a sinister sneer. Jian Ting frowned. This is bad. Captain Huang Fuya, be careful. Let's go together. Everyone pounced forward together. The ghost masked man sneered, a bunch of trash. Just based on you guys from the Cloud Mist College's junior college department, you think you're my match? Blood fiend devil, come out. 8 devil cultivator S flew out from the ghost masked man's body, directly blocking Brother Jian Ting and the others. The 2 streaks of blood fiend energy did not fall into the blood pool. Instead, they bound Huang Fuya. The ghost masked man laughed excitedly, ha ha. First, I'll devour the time and space blood in your body. It was also at this time. The blood pool inexplicably boiled and became abnormally restless. Give me a monthly ticket, brothers!